From all of them, what we've heard earlier, very little resistance, no casualties that any of these men could tell us about, and nervousness that went away when all of them encountered the tremendous success that the multinational force has been finding so far in this air battle, a very one-sided air battle. Some ground fire coming, no response from the Iraqi Air Force, and just the vision below them of Christmas lights as their bombs met their targets in Iraq. A very relaxed group, obviously surprised and noticeably happy to find that there has been so little resistance, that the job they've been sent to do has so far gone so well.
Iraqi people, ye great Iraqi people, ye sons of the great Arab nation, ye our sons in the brave armed forces, our Supreme Commander, the President Saddam Hussein, is appealing to the sons of our great people and our Arab nation and our armed forces. In the name of Allah, most merciful and compassionate, we said, fire, be cold and peaceful on Abraham, as God verily says in a quotation of the Quran. The great Iraqi people, the sons of our glorious nation, the brave in our courageous armed forces, people everywhere, come on, stand up against evil, the infidels and their supporters and their allies. At 2:30 a.m. tonight, on the 16th of January, the treacherous foes and Bush, the Satan, has perpetrated his crime. He and the criminal Zionism, and the great battle has been initiated, the mother of all battles, between the triumphant truth with the support of God and the evil pushed by Satan, which will be beaten eventually, God willing. The brave, your sons and brothers in the Muslim faith, the sons of prophets, the faithful and the brave, who carried the torch and light of Islam and its guidance to all humanity. These sons of yours, they were bravely confronting the foes because God supported them and guided them, because there is a lot of faith in their breasts. The criminals are not ashamed of themselves, and that criminal, the traitor, the custodian of the two holy mosques and the traitor of the Islamic nation, who and his like, he means King Fahd, will rot in hell. He is a treacherous criminal, King Fahd. God is with us, dear brethren. God is always the patient, the steadfast, and He will support them in any case. With the gravity of the conflict and the steadfastness of the believers, success will become possible, so that the whole nation will overthrow the thrones and the presidencies that have been traitors to it. These traitors will be overthrown after the defeat of the Satan in the White House, Bush. And in this poisonous hornet nest of confrontation, criminal Tel Aviv will also be beaten and Palestine will be liberated, and its people will take their lands back. And the Golan Heights will be liberated, and the Arab individual will be liberated everywhere. As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue in their conflict. God make this fire falling on Iraqis to be peace and cold on those who are perpetrating jihad. God is great. God is great. God is great. Victory is there with the support of God, and the criminals will rot in hell. This is Baghdad.
Okay, that was the radio address that was carried. You heard the translation, of course. Saddam Hussein addressing his people. That was carried on Radio Baghdad earlier. It was interesting, I thought, at the outset of it, that we heard a jet actually going over. No idea whose jet. A jet, though, I distinctly heard the sound of a jet going overhead as that address began, exhorting his people, the sons and daughters of Iraq, to continue with their faith, and some very colorful language in there used by Saddam Hussein. Treacherous forces that were wreaking the fire upon them. Bush, the Satan. This was the mother of all battles that had been begun, but through it all, Saddam Hussein maintains that the truth will triumph against the evil. Faithful are carrying the torch of Islam. One might preclude at that again, trying to exhort a holy war, the jihad. In fact, the word jihad was used toward the end of the address. But here, you could suggest that he is trying to call together the Arab world, and rather than standing alone in this, referring numerous times to the criminals, also the traitor King Fahd, for at this point housing the Allied forces on airways, that the king will rot in hell, God is with us, poisonous hornet's nest, putting together Tel Aviv, and the Golan Heights will be taken back. All of this carried on Baghdad radio not all that long ago in Baghdad. And give us a picture right now, Peter.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, it's noon in Baghdad. It's 9.5 hours since the beginning of the massive bombing raid here on the city. You mentioned earlier, when hearing the statement attributed to Saddam Hussein, read about 2:30 this morning, you'd heard a plane in the air and you wondered whose plane it was. Well, I'm pretty sure it was one of the many U.S. planes we heard. The Pentagon is saying that they knocked out all of the 530 aircraft of the Iraqi Air Force. I think that is pretty well true. U.S. planes own the skies, certainly over Baghdad, and they've been attacking with impunity. We've seen 3 bombing attacks in the last hour or so, but they are to the south and fairly distant, but they're clearly happening. The damage assessments are limited for us, too, because we're still here in the hotel, in the Al-Rashid Hotel. We have not been permitted to move out in the city to any distance at this point. Not even very. No, I haven't been permitted to take cameras when we have gone. We can see in the distance what seems to be a chemical refinery or an oil refinery burning with black smoke. I do believe that the BBC is reporting that the Defense Ministry was hit by several bombs. But the skyline of Baghdad that we can see, the government monuments and the communications towers, are still standing today. Patrick?
Yes, Peter, I understand that you heard the Saddam Hussein address. I'm wondering any observations from you on what we heard. We just aired it here a short time ago on CNN.
I did just hear the actual text of the speech. I was not surprised at its content. In fact, Saddam Hussein was seen by one of our CNN staffers today, Nick Robinson, when Nick went over to the Iraqi TV station in Baghdad to try and get some kind of transmissions working to send video pictures. Saddam Hussein was there. Nick says that the leader looked grim and resolute. Now, in his address, Saddam Hussein did call for support from the world and from the Arab world, the world at large, to repel the aggressors. The language showed little hint of any timidity, and it seems that at this point he is sticking to his guns literally, and there is no sense of him backing down at all. We have had no word from that. There was an official Iraqi statement from the foreign ministry earlier, and it said that President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. That's what they're saying here.
Peter, just as a sidelight here, did you also, when you heard it, and I'm wondering if we should just leave it as an observation, I heard a jet going overhead while that tape played. What do we make of that? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I mentioned earlier, I guess you didn't pick it up, or maybe you didn't receive my comments, but I'm sure that jet you heard going over was an American jet, because from our observations, I don't think that any planes the Iraqis seem to have gotten off the ground. We saw no dogfights in the sky, and I think it must have been an American plane going ahead. It's clear to us here that the attack, the massive airstrikes came as pretty much of a surprise to the Iraqis. The city had not been closed down. Lights were on in the streets. The sirens of warning came 15, 20 minutes after the actual raid started here. So I think the element of surprise was gained by the multinational forces in the opening of this war. Patrick?
All right, Peter Arnett, rested, we hope, somewhat after a long night as the initial surge of this attack got underway. Thank you.
No real surprises in what Mr. Gorbachev had to say. It was interesting to hear him say that he had been contacted by the White House about an hour before the operation began, if we understood him correctly, and that he had asked the White House to make one last effort to avoid conflict. He didn't say what the White House answer was, but obviously the answer was, we're not waiting any longer. He also said that he was going to make every effort through diplomatic channels to localize the conflict, as he put it, and he told his Soviet audience that among the Soviet people, I'm quoting him here, still in Iraq, there were no casualties. He ended his very, very brief remarks saying that he would do everything personally to take all measures to stop the war as soon as he could. Jonathan?
Steve, let me ask you this. Of course, there's a lot going on in Lithuania right now. There's a lot going on all through the Soviet Union. How much is this a sideshow to Gorbachev, given the problems he has to face domestically?
Well, it's very much a sideshow, but also Mr. Gorbachev knows that if the world becomes embroiled in a larger conflict, that it's going to have very direct consequences on the Soviet Union, particularly in the economy. The Soviets are already having great problems with their oil industry, unable to meet demands when they could have been reaping a windfall in this Persian Gulf crisis. At the same time, I think that being a bit cynical, we see Mr. Gorbachev and his military using the world's focus on the Persian Gulf as a smokescreen to carry out some rather draconian steps against Lithuania right now. The other Baltic republics and some of the other breakaway republics are fearing that they might be next with the world's attention turned to a war in the Persian Gulf.
Well, what is going to happen next, do you think? Not to shift our attention too far away, but the world, certainly here in the United States, people have been concentrating so much on the Gulf that they do seem, in fact, to be not noticing or forgetting all of what's going on in Lithuania. What is the next step for Gorbachev there? Is the smokescreen going to allow him to crack down ever harder?
Well, I think it depends very much, Jonathan, on how long this war lasts. If our attention is glued on Iraq with these riveting reports by CNN correspondents out of Baghdad, much longer, I think that Mr. Gorbachev can move without the world paying much attention. If that doesn't last that long, I think that the world attention will go back, at least partially, to events in Lithuania, the Baltics, and the other breakaway republics. So I suppose what I'm saying is if he is going to use this as a true smokescreen and is going to take those draconian measures he seems to be threatening, I think that he will do it very quickly, knowing, as we all know, that this war is moving very quickly.
CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Steve Hurst, thanks very much.
Peter, what can you tell us?
Well, the skies are quiet. They have been for the last 30 minutes. We don't expect them to be quiet much longer. About every hour there's been a new strike in the environs of Baghdad, basically on the outskirts of the city. We can give you a bomb damage assessment that the Defense Ministry was hit by 3 bombs. One wing is burning, one was collapsed totally, another is still standing, and There were no fire engines trying to put it out a couple of hours ago. The telecommunications center was hit. Interestingly enough, the Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters, that's the party of President Saddam Hussein, took a direct hit. So that was not a strategic, it was presumably a political target. Interesting enough also, our colleagues tell us that the Baghdad airport was not hit. The terminal is still standing. There are several Iraqi Airlines planes out there. Maybe that's a message for either to fly people to fly in or out, but that particular airport was not hit. As I said, the bombing is continuing. In the early hours of the morning, we saw an oil refinery in the Tigris River go up in a huge explosion, and there is a chemical plant. That was hit just north of us. Now, when I mentioned the airport, they may have hit the military side of the airport, but from what we can see, the civilian side is operable at this point. This is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
Peter, before you go, we continue to get reports that the Iraqis are saying they have downed 14 Allied aircraft. What do you hear about that?
We hear the same reports that you hear. We can confirm that in the first 4 or 5 hours of this massive aerial bombardment, there was an enormous amount of anti-aircraft fired into the sky, surface-to-air missiles and AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery into the sky. There's soldiers on the streets shooting up there. We could not see any hits. A lot of these planes are flying very high. We cannot confirm any hits on American or other planes from here. Peter Arnett again in Baghdad.
Peter, are you able to get out, or any of our crew able to get out into the city at all, or is it just too dangerous at this point in time?
I can report that the city really is not dangerous. It is, while there is bombing, it seems to be directed, as I said, now in the outskirts of the city. Our colleagues, Marie Colvin from the Sunday Times is here. She has just come back for an extensive visit to different parts of the city. She says that there are militia people out armed, but there are passers-by walking around. She said that the city has been basically emptied of people, but we might say unofficially, in the past two or 3 days. The government did say it could evacuate Baghdad in 48 hours. Now, there's been no evacuation order that we know, but a lot of people have gone. And on the streets today, there are taxis loaded with luggage and families sort of hitchhiking around. It is said that there is little resentment against, international journalists walking around. So everything considered, the city must be said to be calm. And at one point, no cameras, none of our video cameras are allowed out in the street. So while we can walk around, we aren't permitted at this point to take pictures. Peter Arnett in Baghdad.
All right, but isn't it interesting, Peter, that they continue to let CNN be on the air in Baghdad and around the world? Rick?
Molly, let's get another view on all of this overnight activity in the war in the Persian Gulf. Joining us now live from our bureau in Jerusalem is Mr. Faisal Hassani, who is a Palestinian.
For Baghdad, not of the whole city. We were allowed to go out on the streets for about 30 minutes, and I was able to tour some specific areas in which there might be some interest around the world. Let me just read my notes that I've kind of scrawled as I drove through the streets. There's been no damage that is visible at President Saddam Hussein's presidential palace. We did see on the outside of the palace that there was some fencing that seemed to be bent, but it doesn't look like damage that would have been caused by what happened here overnight. In crossing the Tigris River towards the United States Embassy, the section of town in which the U.S. Embassy is located, there's no visible damage on the river, on the main bridge that we normally use to get across. But as we crossed the river over to the north side of the Tigris and the west side, we saw more and more signs of anti-aircraft weapons on the roofs of buildings. In the Karada district, which is the district in which the embassy is located, it's near the Tigris River banks, we saw one area of horrendous damage. That's the only way I can describe it. It is obvious from what I saw, and I'll tell you what I saw, and then we can talk about my conclusions, perhaps. At the Iraqi telephone company's main center for getting telephone calls from Baghdad to the outside world, there are a series of satellite dishes and other dishes used for microwave transmissions on the roof of that building, or at least there were. At this moment, those dishes are misshapen. It's almost as if they were melted by what happened. Some of them have holes. obviously or apparently from machine gun bullets. And everything on that roof used to send telephone signals out of Baghdad has been destroyed. All the stores in the area around this district, in fact, every shopping area we went to, and we went to about 7 on our tour, all the stores were closed. We saw a fire truck on the street, but no sign of fire in downtown Baghdad. Clumps of soldiers on many street corners. You'd go over maybe 5 blocks and see a clump of 5 or 10 soldiers standing around talking, sitting on the steps, many of them just shaking their heads in amazement. At the U.S. Embassy itself, as we drove by, the Iraqi guard, who's been there every day since we've been here, waved at us and showed a sign of recognition. The embassy itself isn't damaged, but it's certainly empty, and we're told we may not have access to the embassy anymore. One person who we talked to after we passed the embassy, we were talking about U.S.-Iraqi relations, and he said those relations will not be repaired for decades. There's bloodshed between us now. We drove by the building, which is the headquarters for the Iraqi Air Force. There's broken glass all around that building. The National Theater's in the same area. Again, broken glass. One person we saw on the street said that when those F-15 fighters, or whatever they were, came in last night, all his children were awakened and they were screaming in fear. They were scared to death. We drove by the Baghdad Sheraton Hotel, a place where CNN had its headquarters for a while, months ago. The Sheraton looks okay. It appears it was spared. And the restaurants along the Tigris River, we've done many stories in the days when this crisis was not perhaps so tense, when we could talk to you and show you the nightlife in Baghdad. We showed you the restaurants where crucified fish is served, and all of those restaurants seem to be okay. No damage to them, no damage visible on the river itself. Let's see, on Rashid Street, the place where we have done several reports talking to the people of Baghdad and the area where President Saddam Hussein walked the streets just recently with Kenneth Kaunda, the president of Zambia, the other night. There's glass all over those streets, and we saw one huge building, again, a telephone company building, where up at the roof area of the building, a huge chunk of concrete and reinforced steel bars had just been ripped off the side of the building. And there were some houses next door to that building, some brick houses, where we're told people were living last night, and those houses have been turned into piles of rubble today. That's about the report I can offer you from my trip on the streets. Bobby, Peter Arnett has gone out now to take a look before the sun goes down here. There's about another hour of sunlight before, well, we can't imagine what might happen at night tonight in Baghdad, but all of us are fearful. Bobby?
John, this may be a tough question, but is it likely that Hussein has moved his military and governmental functions out of Baghdad at this point?
No way to tell. As you know, we had not seen President Saddam Hussein on television in a live picture or in person for days. And this morning, our engineer, Nick Robertson, was at the TV station preparing to attempt to feed some pictures from CNN to you. And it turned out because of all that damage that I described to you in the communications building, he was unable to make a feed. But President Saddam Hussein walked into the building while he was there. And so Nick may well be the only Westerner to have seen President Saddam Hussein today. And he said that the president looked resolute, looked determined when he walked in. Today was not a day to stick out your hand and shake the hand of the president of Iraq. I imagine Nick didn't do that. He just stood and observed. But we don't know. The presidential palace, as I say, still seems intact from what we can see from outside. Anti-aircraft guns above all of the huge gates of the presidential palace right now.
John, what kind of restrictions are you all under now that you're venturing out into the street?
We cannot take a television camera with us, Bobby. For a broadcast journalist, a TV news reporter, that is the most horrible restriction there is. And in fact, until just very recently, they wouldn't let us go out on the streets at all. We were able to go through a special relationship we have with somebody here, and that's how we got to come back and report these things to you. But it's going to be very difficult for us to show you any pictures other than the pictures we take from the windows of our hotel, it appears, for the near future. We've been trying all day to make contact with an Iraqi government official to get the Iraqi government, to speak with us live here on CNN. We think maybe in the next couple of hours we'll be able to do that, but I don't want to promise that to you or our viewers. We're attempting to work that out, and there is an official who speaks very good English who will probably be in the vicinity of our hotel in the next few hours, and we'll try to bring him to this microphone and let him share his thoughts and impressions with our viewers.
All right, John Holliman reporting live from Baghdad. Take care of yourself. And when our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues, we'll be back with an interview with Senator Sam Nunn and also with a member of the PLO Executive Committee in Amman, Jordan. Stay with us.
saw before the president entered the chapel in Fort Myer was almost surreal, John. We had you holding your microphone out the window and giving us this very dramatic air raid siren as Iraqi TV broadcast pictures of President Hussein apparently meeting with his military high command and then leaving the room and being applauded by military men and others. John?
Bob, it's Peter Arnett and John here now. We saw some pictures on Iraqi television. It might have been yesterday. No, I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before, the past 48 hours of President Saddam Hussein, and we were told these pictures were made of the president at about the time of the United Nations deadline in Kuwait or on the front in Basra, which is down on near the border with Kuwait. And it sounds very much like the pictures you're seeing now might have been some pictures like this. We got a report. We didn't see this, but we heard from others that President Hussein might have been on the streets of Baghdad today meeting with people in Baghdad. We didn't hear anything about military commanders, so you giving us the news is often the case.
Well, you know, you may have given us a recount of some old pictures that Iraqi TV could be broadcasting today. We have no way of knowing whether these are live or shot within the past hour or the past day.
All right, Bob. My colleague Peter Arnett has gone to another part of our workspace here. He's been called over by engineer Nick Robertson, who has seen something interesting. I don't know what it is. I think what I'll do, if I may, is take about a minute and walk across to the other side of the building, and there may be something going on over there that we need to talk about. Just a moment. Here we go. I'll walk across the hallway. We put a 100-foot extension cord on our microphone so that we can get from one side of our work area to another. And the biggest problem working by candlelight, Bob, is trying to get the cord disconnected. Peter, what do you see?
Well, we see a sole light in the sky, John, making an arc. It looks like a sort of a dive on Baghdad. It could be just a surveillance aircraft. It could be an airstrike. It seems to me it's probably surveillance. It is flying very high and very fast and towards us.
Well, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney announced a little earlier today that the next phase of the operation, I guess as he put it, was that there would be some surveillance, some intelligence gathering from the coalition side to see what else needed to be done, not only in Kuwait, but I guess also here in Baghdad. So we can only speculate. We can only hope that this is a surveillance plane that doesn't have any bombs in the bottom of the aircraft, and we'll continue to be here to provide you with what information we can. Peter, go.
We've been asked frequently during the day about our own safety, and I can assure our viewers and our families that we are pretty safe here. There's a strong hotel, but I think we are here because we feel the story is important to us, and that safety is an important factor, but what we are viewing is more important to us than we're about to turn off the lights here because
the thing that we saw outside has turned its lights off. That's what Nick Robertson was reporting. All right, we'll continue to look out the window. If you think it's good to blow out our one candle, we can do that. But for now, Bob, we'll stay here and keep you posted for as long as we can.
John and Peter, while we are on the topic briefly of your own personal safety, let us just inquire briefly about Bob Weiner and Chris Krizmanich and the rest of your staff there. Are they all well?
Yeah, I'm looking at Chris right this minute. Chris, come over here. Tell your folks how you're doing. Robert Weiner's down in the lobby of the hotel. He hasn't had enough sleep, but he never gets enough sleep. Chris Krizmanich, we've been trying to reach parents on the phone. We don't know whether we've gotten them, but what message do you have for them tonight?
Well, of course, tell them I love them, I miss them. I wish I were in Cleveland, Ohio at the moment, but we're doing fine. We have a lot of support from each other here. And Bob, hello, and I know you're thinking about me too, and I'm thinking about you.
There you go.
Thank
Sounds
you,
like
Chris.
the soldiers in Saudi Arabia, doesn't it? Right here from Baghdad. On the streets right now, we see some automobiles with their lights on going down the main drag of town. Everybody on our CNN crew and all the other reporters who are here, although there's only a handful, maybe 25 left, are all in good shape. They're in good shape. Just a minute, a man has come into the room, and he's Mr. Allah from the government. Mr. Allah, tell me what you want me to do, sir. I don't understand. You got to talk to me.
Well, John, Mr. Allah is making a gesture that would requires us to cut off our communications. Is that right, Mr. Allah? Can you give us a reason for it, Mr. Allah, as to why we should close down now?
The duration of the PTT. What does that mean? What's the PTT?
Are we required to do so at what time, Mr. Allah?
Robert Wiener has just come back up from after his series of negotiations. Robert, tell us what is happening. Tell us what the situation is.
John,
we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience, and that in the future, taped reports will be subject to censorship. So that's, well, I don't know what to tell you, Bob Cainard and Bobby Batista and our viewers. This official, Mr. Allah, who's been a good friend to CNN for our time here, is now, demanding that we do something that we desperately don't want to do.
So, John, I will make the decision to cut the communications because I'm the senior man here. So for Bob Wiener and John Holloway and John Holliman and Bernie Shaw and myself, Peter Arnett, who is signing off from Baghdad for CNN, and I hope we can resume our communication with you in the very near future.
For those of you in Atlanta and up and down the network, we'll try to get back in touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
And you heard it then with correspondent Peter Arnett's explanation that he, John Holliman, Bernard Shaw, and the rest of the CNN crew had just been ordered to stop transmitting live communications from their hotel room on the 9th floor of the Al-Rashid Hotel in Baghdad, Iraq. We don't know whether there could be any reestablishment of that link, whether it'll happen or not. They broadcast the first reports. They may just have broadcast also the last reports live from Baghdad. We will keep you posted. They will, of course, continue to try to reestablish that phone link. Bobby?
Military censorship has cut off our communications with our correspondents in Baghdad. We, of course, will do everything possible to reestablish a link with them. We're working on that now. Now to Washington and Reed Collins.
Well, it was about 3 in the morning Baghdad time that Allied air forces assaulted targets in Iraq and Kuwait, jet after jet, missile after missile, bombing the Baghdad area and others, making good on the UN's promise to try to force Iraq from Kuwait if it did not leave peacefully by midnight January 15th. Operation Desert Shield, now Operation Desert Storm, and there have been some losses. Over the past hour, pan-Arab military personnel briefed reporters in Saudi Arabia. A Saudi Arabian general said Allied forces destroyed the sources of artillery fire in Iraq. He said also no Iraqi missiles were ever fired against them. Here in Washington, U.S. President George Bush calls the first phase of the Gulf Offensive a success. In Moscow, a senior Soviet official says President Gorbachev has sent a message to the Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, appealing to him to announce an immediate pullback from Kuwait. In Baghdad, broadcasts of patriotic songs, Baghdad radio praising Iraq's elite presidential guard, welcoming what it calls the mother of all battles that will free oppressed Arabs. More now on the events thus far and CNN's Don Miller.
From the Pentagon, a summation of the latest on Operation Desert Storm.
We've now flown over 1,000 air sorties in the first 14 hours of the operation. There have been over 100 T-LAMs, Tomahawk cruise missiles launched as well. So far, as of 0900 this morning, Washington time, there's been a single American aircraft lost and one British aircraft lost as well. At present, we are in the process of using our intelligence assets to assess the damage that has been achieved. As that process is completed, decisions will be made about going back to restrike those targets that require additional attention.
After 12 and almost a half hours of this campaign, I am very pleased that our initial objectives have been achieved. I am satisfied with the way the campaign is unfolding.
Full video from the USS Wisconsin shows the dramatic launch of a cruise missile, one of the many weapons in the Allied arsenal. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, assessed the cruise missile's performance this way.
Can you comment generally about cruise missiles, and how effective were the Tomahawk cruise missiles?
I'm extremely pleased with the effectiveness of the cruise missiles.
But while the Pentagon's initial assessment of the Allied operation was positive, U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney was quick to interject a strong note of caution.
This is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time. That there have been casualties, and there are likely to be more casualties. So while we feel very good about the progress to date, it is important, I think, for everyone to be careful about claiming victory or making assumptions about the ultimate cost of this operation in terms of casualties.
Saddam Hussein has delivered taped messages to Iraq via radio and television. The bottom line of his translated message, no backing down.
As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue...
We are interrupting now that report from Don Miller to go live now to Iraqi TV. We don't know if these are live pictures or if this looks like to be videotape on Iraqi television. President Saddam Hussein.
He is a traitor to the two holy mosques and the Arab nation. He and his likes will rot in hell. He is a criminal, treacherous, and sly. God is with us, dear brothers. God Almighty, with the patient, steadfast, holy warriors. And their victory is assured, God willing. And with the increase of the combat and the steadfastness of the faithful, success will be written, and the presidents and the kings, the traitors, will be overthrown. The traitors who have swerved from the right path will be overthrown. After the will of evil in the White House and hegemony, American hegemony, comes to an end. The time is nigh when before the whole nation will rise to overthrow the thrones and the chairs of those politicians who have betrayed their nation, and to get rid of those after we get rid of the Satan in the White House, the hornet nest in the White House, and the poisonous hornet nest in Tel Aviv. And so we will liberate our dear Palestine and restore its territory to its owners, and liberate Lebanon and Golan Heights. And the Arab person will be liberated. As long as there are such rulers, oh God, pray to you to give success to the patient, steadfast Iraqis. God is great, God is great, God is great. How beautiful triumph is with the guidance of God, and the traitors will be punished.
You're watching what is obviously a taped broadcast that was just being aired on Iraqi television. We were bringing you their signal live. So Iraqi President Saddam Hussein still saying that his forces in Iraq will succeed and be victorious in this current battle. Let's go back to Washington and back to Reed.
And the postscript, the he that Saddam Hussein was castigating so heavily at the outset is King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. Well, the man who made the ultimate decision to shift from defense to offense, President Bush, was up early today, as was, of course, our White House correspondent Frank Sesno, who joins us now live from the White House. Frank.
Reed, however much Saddam Hussein may rail at George Bush and those arrayed against him, George Bush is choosing his words this day very carefully indeed. He says, so far there has been great success, but in a meeting with congressional leaders just a short time ago here at the White House, the president warned against any premature sense of euphoria.
is I will not be commenting on the ups and downs, there will be some downs, or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment. But I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do. But I just think, for procedural reasons, I'd like you all to know that I'm not going to be trying to do briefings from the White House on the details of the operations over there. I have full confidence in our Secretary of Defense and in our able Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and, of course, in our General Schwarzkopf. So for the future, though I will be in touch with the American people, I think it's better to leave the details of the operation to the briefings over there. And, of course, I'll be available for questions from time to time.
At the conclusion of his meeting with congressional leaders, the president received understated endorsement from the Democrats and overt endorsement from the Republicans. He was meeting with Senate Republican leader Bob Dole and the ranking Republican in the House, Bob Michael, along with George Mitchell and Tom Foley, the leading Democrats. There will be resolutions of support and encouragement for the troops in the field from Capitol Hill. Here at the White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater says the president was up just after 5 o'clock this morning, came over to the Oval Office, then took a solitary walk around the South grounds before visiting the Situation Room himself to hear some of the early reports from the field personally. He will be meeting with the cabinet later this afternoon. I'm Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, thank you. Of course, quite a number of pilots were involved in the mostly successful raids last night on Iraq. We are going to hear now from one of the U.S. pilots who was involved in that raid last night. Let's listen.
When we're going up there, as we start to push, we can see the populous areas out in front of us, and AAA starts wherever there was populous, wherever there were city lights, town lights, or lights out there where a bunch of people were at. AAA starts with tracers. You can see them coming up shooting at you. We're egressing up there high, so we're not really worried about that until we get in the cap location. Then we have to get down a little bit lower, and we're a little bit worried about that.
Did you ever get a chance to see the enemy you shot down? Did you have him actually within your eyesight when you fired the missile?
No, not when I fired the missile, no. When he blew up, I could see pieces of the airplane blowing up. Obviously, it was at night. I couldn't see if a parachute or anything like that. It's a huge fireball. I don't anticipate anybody getting out of that. It could have happened.
Was he up there by himself?
I think that he had a wingman with him, but we couldn't find him, and AWACS was calling the picture clean right after that. So if he did have a wingman on him, he either dispersed and tried to go back to the base he took off out of or go somewhere else, but he certainly wasn't around the area for, he wasn't a factor threat for any of the package or ourselves. So as we're going up there, you can see the light, the city is just lit up with it looks like a bunch of sparkles just going off across the entire city. The AAA was incredible. We got lit up by a couple SAMs. It means that they were looking at us. We didn't actually see any SAM launches that I saw out there, although there's a lot of other things going on. There could have been maybe one. Other than that, we pretty much did our job, took the air-to-air threat out, even though it was limited. They don't like to fly at night, don't have the capabilities that we have. We're, you know, just superior technology, and they can't come up at night and do what we can.
Captain Steve Tate, one of the U.S. pilots involved in last night's raids. Our comprehensive coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue here on CNN. Stay with us.
Okay. Captain, thank you. You put on quite a show.
News out of Baghdad, news out of Kuwait is very difficult to come by. CNN's own line out of Baghdad has been shut down, and we've been trying to get more information from those two nations for you. With us on the phone right now from Kuwait City, inside Kuwait, is Ali Salem. And sir, thank you for joining us on CNN. Can you tell us what the situation is in Kuwait City this hour?
Well, it's calm in the city, but we've been hearing large explosions to the north of us from the sea, coming from the sea and coming from the north of Kuwait. There's a town called Jahra. They've been hearing large explosions since 5 o'clock this afternoon, and it seems to be continuous air raids to the north of them, which is that it's a small plateau that extends from Jahra all the way to Basra. Seems to be a continuous bombardment by air in that area since 5 o'clock this afternoon.
And it is about 9:40 p.m. now in Kuwait City?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us where you are, sir? Are you at your home? Are you at your place of business?
No. Yes, I'm in a home in the suburbs of Kuwait. And the city is calm. There's sometimes every once in a while there's intermittent machine guns in the streets, and there's some confrontation between the Kuwaiti underground and the Iraqi army, but on a very small scale in some areas of the city itself. But it's it's calm as such, except for those huge explosions we're hearing from the north and coming from the sea.
Have you seen any damage in Kuwait City itself?
No, we haven't got any damage in Kuwait City, and we haven't got any bombardment of the Kuwait City. But we've got, since morning, we had 3 attacks, air attacks on an area near the airport where there's a big Kuwaiti army camp that that is used by the Iraqi now, and it has in that area there's also a military hospital. And according to some eyewitness from the hospitals inside Kuwait City, that some injured had been moved into those hospitals, but not in large. They could, there's score of injuries, not in the hundreds, in the tens, 20 or 30. But they assume that all the injured Iraqis had been taken to that military hospital in that camp in the southern part of Kuwait City.
We have heard, Mr. Salam, some reports.
One in the morning, one in the afternoon.
Okay, sir, would you repeat that? I'm sorry, we didn't hear you clearly.
Yes, we got, there was, it began at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was firing in the city itself, but it's mainly tracer bullets that have a red light at the end of them. And there was no explosions, but at about 9 o'clock, we heard some aircraft noise in the south of Kuwait City, raiding that area near the military hospital. We had explosion for about 10 minutes, and then it disappeared. And then later, about 11 o'clock, there was a raid on a camp called G1. It's near the city proper, and it's also a huge camp. There was about 2 explosions, and some aircraft noises were heard in that area. And then later, about 5 o'clock, that military hospital area was also bombed for about 20 minutes. And since then, we had, nobody confirmed any raids, but it seems that the Iraqi short guns in the Salmiya area, which is the horn of the Gulf of Kuwait, seems to be bombing the sea. Nobody can see anything in the sea, but I don't know, is it that they're afraid of something or they see something? We can't tell.
Mr. Salam?
Excuse me?
We have had a number of reports about a varying number of Iraqi troops surrendering. Have you seen anything to that effect, or have you heard that yourself?
No, I haven't seen anything, but I have an eyewitness that said that they have about 15 in the town of Jahra, and they have about 10 in an area of Kuwait that had surrendered, and they're keeping them in a safe house. A friend of mine told me that, so I have to take his word on it. I haven't seen it.
Obviously, sir, your telephones are operating. How about power in Kuwait City? Do you have electricity? Do you have running water?
Yes, we have electricity, except in that Salmiya area, which I told you, the horn of, it's like the small horn of in the Gulf. And it doesn't have electricity. It went off for a while, and then it went back again. But the area that had gunfire between the underground and the Iraqi troops, they had the electricity went for a quarter of an hour, and they had a machine gun battle going around in that area, and then the electricity went on. And they said there's casualty in the street, but it seems everything is calm and safe for civilians.
Mr. Salam, you would feel safe on the streets right now? You would not be afraid of encountering one of those conflicts? Is there, how much resistance is going on in the streets? How much fighting in the streets?
There's no fighting in the street except for that isolated incident. And then there's 2 cases that I've heard about where 2 checkpoints were attacked. But it's isolated incidents, and it seems that everybody is keeping calm because we don't know exactly what's happening. It looks like, you know, everybody is expecting something, and we're waiting for it.
How are you getting your information, sir? How are you finding out what goes...
Telephones are working, and, you know, it's, everybody's contacting each other in different areas and trying to collect information.
All right.
There's unconfirmed information that Ahmadi area had been bombed, and that the governorate of Ahmadi had been, you know, demolished, and that the hospital had been hit. We just got it about half an hour ago. We haven't confirmed it yet, but we're trying to get somebody, you know, eyewitness to confirm that incident.
We will also try to get more information on that. Before we conclude our conversation, Mr. Salam, are you aware of any Westerners who are still in Kuwait, any Americans, any Europeans?
Yes, there's a guy that said that he's in contact with about 10 Americans in the city, and he didn't leave. He's a Vietnam veteran, and he seems to enjoy it. He said that he wants to see the end of it since he saw the beginning of it.
Those Americans are in hiding still?
No. The last time I saw him was 1 week ago. He had, you know, he moved from his house to another house, and he goes around without any problem. I think he has fake IDs. One of the European countries' fake IDs, a Swedish ID.
And Mr. Salam, you have everything you need where you are? There is enough food? There are supplies?
Yes, there's no problem for the next couple of days. I mean, everything is, everybody is well stocked, and food is plenty, water is plenty. You know, everybody is anticipating things to happen, and he's waiting and see what's going to happen.
We shall wait with you, Mr. Salam. Ali Salam calling us on our line from Kuwait City in Kuwait, where the streets are this hour quiet. Read.
Well, families at Langley Air Force Base in
Washington for the news conference. Take you now to Tripoli, Libya now for a statement by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi.
Yes, the situation in the Gulf is very serious, and I am afraid that very serious consequences may reflect on the relationship between Arabs and Americans in the future. I don't speak about Gaddafi or Bush or Hosni Mubarak or Hussein or Saddam or Fahd. I speak about the future of the Arabs and the Americans, new generations. And bombing Baghdad must stop immediately. It is in accordance with the will of the American people. If there is democracy in the United States of America and in Europe, the war must stop immediately, because all the peoples of Europe and America are now demonstrating in the streets saying war must stop immediately. It is the voice of peoples of America and the voice of peoples of Europe. It is the will of the peoples of West. They say war must stop, and I say war must stop. I support this message. I support these peoples. The bombing Baghdad must stop immediately. Otherwise, as I said, serious consequences on the future may reflect on the relationship between Arabs and Americans. For Kuwait, Kuwait must be liberated by people of Kuwait. Kuwait is for Kuwaitians, and our brothers in Baghdad must leave Kuwaitian people to decide its determination, self-determination for Kuwaitian people, not by force. If we have to unify Kuwait with Iraq, not by force. We are against the invasion of Iraq to Kuwait. Kuwait for Kuwaitians, not for Iraqis, in fact. But Kuwaitians, Iraqis are Arabs in the same time. No right for other foreign forces to interfere in this area. It is very serious on the issue of peace, international peace. And I am afraid also that Russia may interfere in any time if America and this coalition pass the red line in the Gulf. And some countries are now beating the drums of war. They must stop this beating the drums of war, like Turkey. Soviet Union now reconcentrating its troops on the borders of Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. Turkey now is beating the drums of war, as I said. And NATO now speaks about to spread its troops in the Mediterranean. What is the relation between Mediterranean and the Gulf? I am afraid that serious deterioration may take place in future, and all the world find themselves involved in Third World War. And this one is different from the Second World War, First World War. This age is very serious. There is nuclear weapons and chemical weapons and biological weapons, and we have to stop war immediately and to solve this problem peacefully. And we as Arabs, we have to do our best to solve this problem brotherly between the Kuwaitis and the Iraqis.
An emotional Libyan leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, saying there could be serious, grave consequences between the Arab and American people for years to come because of the Gulf War. He even touched on the possibility of a third world war. We should tell you that we had anticipated and hoped for an interview with Colonel Gaddafi. That was not possible. All we could bring you was this statement. Cheryl?
The Allied blitz against Iraq is drawing mixed responses from U.S. newspapers. Most agree that force could not be avoided, but some urge restraint in further military action. The Wall Street Journal says, to the many people in the world who still look to the United States for leadership, it is reassuring to have been witness these past months to a president who has the political skills to achieve serious goals. USA Today comments, there will be no Middle East peace, nor will this nation be at peace with itself until we know not just that the war thwarted aggression, but that it will bring lasting peace. And the New York Times says the use of force could not finally be avoided, but the use of too much force can be. A prudent regard for America's long-term interests in the Arab world counsels careful targeting and measured strikes.
I want to tell you that we shall continue to bring you more of our coverage of the Gulf War throughout the afternoon and the evening.
Thanks for watching. I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
I'm Ralph Wenge. We want to leave you now with some of the sights and sounds of the war.
Fred? Tom, a senior Pentagon official has just told us that they are confirming multiple launches of Scud missiles and probably mobile missiles from inside Iraq. The official said that Martin saying they heard 9 to 12 explosions. He cautioned us that there were secondary explosions also that Martin heard, so we may not have a full-scale, all-out attack of mobile Scud missiles on Israel. Some of the explosions that Martin may have been hearing would be secondary explosions according to the Pentagon. But satellite photography, satellite imaging has picked up launches, but not as many as the explosions as Martin has heard.
Yeah, but in fairness, Fred, the fact is it took us a while to get that confirmed at all, and they didn't pick them up until they landed, even though that they were able to get the satellite photographs. Let's go back to Martin Fletcher now. Martin, now you were listening to all of that. Some of those may have been secondary explosions. Any additional information on the ground in Tel Aviv?
Well, Tom, I wouldn't like to get into a discussion about how many, because frankly, I'm just not familiar with the sound of chemical explosions, because as nobody is in this city. Indeed, no, as you said before, no city has come under chemical attack before.
And we're not hearing, and I just want to keep monitoring, we're not hearing anything about an Israeli response at this time. It could already be underway for all we know.
It could be underway, Tom. As we said before, pilots in their cockpits rotating take 30 seconds to get off the ground once they get the order. But we haven't heard yet. Certainly, we would not know anyway now if they were attacking, because it's a 1 hour flying time to Baghdad half an hour to the area H2, H3.
Right. We just lost Martin Fletcher on the satellite from Tel Aviv tonight. He is there in his gas mat. He's been reporting to us. And Martin Fletcher, I think that we can get you back up again. We had a brief interruption. We'll tell you that NBC is now able to confirm that 28 U.S. war jets have now taken off from the Incirlik Air Base, which is near Adana, Turkey. Turkey, of course, has been a key ally for the United States as well. It is on the northern border of Iraq. It is a member of NATO. Martin Fletcher, you hear us, and I think that we can see you now as well. You were saying we do not know when or how the Israeli response will come because, after all, that's part of the secret to their military success in that part of the world. Any more information on that earlier explosion at the building and the reports of some chemical wounding?
I'm afraid no more reports, Tom. Our information came from our man on the scene. I don't blame him for leaving the scene, frankly. So I'm afraid no more information at this time. Nothing over the police radio, nothing over the radio. The national radio is simply telling the people to stay in their rooms. It's not reporting any of the explosions. It's just moving on to other subjects once it's warned the people to stay in their rooms.
All right. No other news about what may have happened or where it may have happened. It's been, what, now, about 20 minutes or so since you heard the last explosion?
Yes, about that time, 20 minutes, yeah.
So it may have been a single attack. They may have thrown everything that they had, but then we cannot say with any kind of a certainty at this hour, obviously.
I'd guess it was a single concentrated attack, Tom, because once those missiles go off, there's a pretty strong chance that their position can be located. So I'd have thought they'd get rid of them all in one go and then keep quiet.
All right, Martin Fletcher, we're going to go to a man by the name of Gary Milholland. He's in our Washington, D.C. studios right now. Mr. Milholland, what kind of capacity do the Iraqis have? You've heard this, I dare say, very lay description of what we believe is going on in Tel Aviv tonight. Based on that very sketchy description, can you at all share with us what may be happening there?
Well, it appears that the bad news that we've all been dreading has come to pass. That is, Iraq has finally launched its imported Scud missiles at civilian targets in Israel, and one of them, at least, it appears, carries a chemical warhead.
All right, but tell us about the capacity that they may have on that kind of a Scud missile and what kind of chemical weapon it would be and how much damage it could cause. Give us a description of that in as much detail as you can.
Well, it's hard to predict. They could have, the missile could carry mustard gas, it could carry nerve gas. Iraq is known to have both of those and to have weaponized them both. The missile probably would carry a fairly light warhead since it had to be modified to reach Israeli targets from Iraq, so that we're talking about maybe a 150-kilogram warhead, something like that, which would cause injuries over a few city block area, or possibly farther. It all depends on which way the wind blows, what the chemical is, how many people happened to be there when it landed. It's very hard to know with precision.
Gary Milholland, thank you very much. We're going to go back to Tel Aviv and NBC's Martin Fletcher, who is there in his gas mask. And we have, these are the injections that you're to take, Martin?
That's right, Tom. We have a positive identification by the authorities of nerve gas in a Tel Aviv suburb. Nerve gas. Nerve gas, I'm no expert, I'm told. It attacks the central nervous system. For instance, your muscles don't work, it kills you. There is in every gas mask kit that Israeli citizens are issued an antidote, an injection to nerve gas. This is it. They remind you, they tell you to remember what to do with this thing, because most people don't know what to do. The color green, down. That's the color of Earth. The color yellow, up. That's the sun. That's an easy way to remember what to do. Take this off. Take it out of the plastic first, of course. Take this green thing off.
Right.
Jam yourself in the leg. Hopefully you don't die.
Right. Martin Fletcher, should you be injecting yourself with that antidote?
No, Tom. As long as you're not outside, it comes down on you. And so if you're caught outside, then you've got to have this and do that to yourself. That's why they told Israelis, that's why there's a state of emergency. They told people yesterday already, stay in the room.
This has the air of surrealism about it, Martin, the idea that we are here late in the 20th century talking about a nerve gas attack on a major metropolitan area. It is happening, of course, in the Middle East, where if things can go wrong, they will. It It is a place where we have known no peace in the post-war years. And now tonight, Saddam Hussein has resorted to what we all believed would be the unthinkable. He has launched a gas attack. But then, of course, it's not the first time that he's done this. There are Kurdish tribesmen in his own country, and he gassed them during the war with Iran. Martin Fletcher, let's go back to you and talk about what is going on there now. If there had been no... Go ahead.
May I just say, Tom, you know, we were discussing the situation here just a few hours ago. One thing we thought of the tremendous technological advantage that the United States has over Iraq in military terms makes it almost like shit.
Well, I think that we just had another satellite cross paths there. We got another picture, and we have lost Martin Fletcher in Tel Aviv. So what we know is that there has been a missile attack of some proportion on, we think, principally Tel Aviv, although 3 may have fallen in the north of Israel as well. At least one of them contained what Israeli officials are now saying is nerve gas. There have been some citizens in the streets of Israel who have been affected by that. How much we cannot say. There is a hospital not too far from where the missiles fell. One building was collapsed, a sizable building. An eyewitness report from an NBC News cameraman who was forced to turn back when he began to get what appeared to him to be a reaction under his gas mask. He began to sweat, and that was one of the first signs that they were told to look for. And so he, as he should have, turned around and came back to the office. We are told that some people, however, were exposed to what now has been identified as nerve gas. Gary Milholland in Washington, D.C., who knows about these kinds of weapons, tell us about nerve gas.
Well, nerve gas, as we just heard, affects the central nervous system. The symptoms are sweating at first, then difficulty breathing, and then finally loss of control of bodily functions. And again, it depends on where you are and how quickly you're treated as to what the ultimate effects are. There can also be effects after you get over it. That is, there can be long-term effects. I think it's important to point out that, if I might, that Iraq's poison gas arsenal has been imported, as have its missiles. Right. So we're looking here at in a way, at a sort of a semi-international attack, right, by one country on another.
Well, there certainly has been complicity in the past, but that attack was launched, Mr. Mulholland, by Saddam Hussein. NBC's Robert Bazell is with us now, who has been keeping us up to date on chemical warfare capacity as well. Nerve gas, how quickly does it dissipate?
It depends, of course, on how much the winds are blowing and a lot of other things. I don't think that there's any way that you can quickly say. But it's most likely, there are 3 different kinds of nerve gas, and it's most likely that the Iraqis used one called VX, because that would give them the most bang for their buck in terms of that 150 kilograms that they could get into a missile. VX is a very deadly compound. A drop on your skin can cause the reaction that we were just hearing about. It's very severe. Atropine, the thing that we saw Martin with the injection, is an antidote that will cut it out. It persists for several days and maybe even weeks, but if it's dispersed over a large area, it's not a huge hazard to a large number of people. I think it's mostly a psychological thing here, Tom, that a lot of people fear nerve gas, and it obviously has upped the ante enormously.
With good reason. It rained today in Tel Aviv, we're told. Does that help the atmospherics?
That should have helped some in terms of the dispersal, but again, these things are designed so that they have an aerosol so that they stay in the air. I mean, Saddam Hussein's ability to do that was one of the things that had been discussed widely before this war, and one of the reasons why, of course, the United States wanted to knock out the Scud missile so badly, because we knew that he had developed the ability to put an aerosol spray in the air with nerve gas in it.
Where did he get nerve gas?
He got it mostly from West Germany through a plant that he was able to manage to manufacture there. Manufactured his own. His main feat was the weaponization, of course, to be able to put it on these missiles.
And if people are in their homes with windows sealed and they go to the top floors and they put on their gas mask, they can expect a reasonable measure of safety?
A reasonable measure, but again, if it's nerve gas, and as the Israeli radio reported, it can cause damage by just touching the skin. The gas mask alone is not enough, and that's why Israelis were told to have a room in their house which was completely sealed, and Israelis were told to have that room where they could go to and stay in the house and stay away from any possible skin contact.
All right, Robert Bazell, there's a man in Washington right now by the name of Seth Karras who knows a lot about nerve gas as well. Mr. Karras, this is a about as ominous a report as you can possibly imagine that we're hearing from Tel Aviv tonight. What's your immediate reaction based on the descriptions that Martin Fletcher and others have been giving us?
Well, I have to admit I still don't have a clear picture of exactly what happened, and I suppose it will be some time before we know the extent of the effects. That's really going to be the key, because if the effects are relatively limited, it might be possible to contain the consequences.
I suppose part of it for almost all of us is this, the unknown. There is no greater horror to most of us than nerve gas or chemical warfare of one kind or another. We live with the threat of nuclear warfare, and conventional weapons now have the capacity to kill a lot of people over a wide area with one single blow, but it is this kind of unseen evil that causes so much fear. Should we be worrying as much about nerve gas as, say, a bomb dropping on Tel Aviv?
Well, the potential for killing people, unfortunately, is much greater for a warhead with nerve agent than with high explosive. If the bombs just had high explosives, based on our experience from the Iran-Iraq War, at most you would expect maybe 10 or 15 people to be killed. Depending on the size of the warhead, it's possible that hundreds of people could be affected by the warheads in question.
All right, Mr. Karras, obviously Saddam Hussein is going to attempt to use this as some kind of leverage to get, as a provocation to get Israel into the war. You're with the Institute for Near East Policy. You study the political ramifications of what is going out there as well. What are the chances that he's going to be able to do this with this kind of a crude tactic, an almost unspeakable tactic?
Well, it really depends upon the Israeli response. It's quite clear that the Israelis are aware that a response that changes the character of the conflict from a multinational one against Iraq as opposed to a conflict that could turn into an Arab-Israeli one would not be in Israel's interest. Nevertheless, if there was a very severe result from this attack, I suspect that the pressures inside Israel to respond would be overwhelming. So really we have to wait and see how extensive the damage was, and then what the character of the Israeli response is.
All right, Seth Karras, we're going to go back to Martin Fletcher. We now have reestablished telephone contact with him at least. He is in Tel Aviv tonight. He is still wearing his gas mask, as we have instructed everyone there. We didn't need to do that. They knew better themselves. Martin, any additional information, and have you heard any more missile explosions recently?
No, we've heard no more missile explosions, Tom, and no more information, actually. But just so that you know, I hope you don't think I've done the wrong thing. We don't hear. I've taken the gas mask off. We're told that because this is a sealed room and because it's so terribly uncomfortable to wear it, I've taken it off. There's another reason, which is that it's only actually the filter in this gas mask is only good for 6 hours. So when we only have one. So I'd rather take it off now and spread those 6 hours over time when I definitely really need that. I don't know. Now it's a precaution. It could become more urgent.
All right, Martin, we've had a call from someone who knows something about this, and he said as you were demonstrating the injection procedure, you were putting it in the wrong part of your leg just for demonstration purposes. He recommends that you put it just below your buttocks and your leg in the back. I don't know what the instructions are there, but, and we believe that this man does know what he's talking about, and I know that you have no medical degree, so I would, if I were you, I'd read those instructions very, very carefully indeed.
Don't worry, Tom. I've just made a cross on my leg. I admit I know very little about this.
All right, our cameraman who went toward the scene, first of all, which one was it? Which of our cameramen went down there?
Well, actually, two did, Chaim Deckel and Yossi Muller. Yossi Greenberg's in the studio with me, or he would have certainly gone too.
And what about the reaction? They began to perspire as they approached the area and then turned around. Have there been any additional symptoms? I hope not.
Yossi, 1 second, Tom, just hearing. We've just heard that the radio has announced that the Israeli citizens can take the gas mask off. So we assume from that the gas attack is over. I'm not sure exactly why that would be, but the radio has made that announcement, Tom.
All right, well, that's the most heartening news that we've heard in the last hour, certainly.
And for the time being, the reason is that they've identified the agent. They know how long it takes to evaporate, and they figure that the scare is now over. There definitely was nerve gas here. But maybe that shows that there was only one chemical warhead, but I wouldn't like to commit myself to that, Tom.
Yeah, but it was about 45 minutes ago. Seth Karras in Washington, is that long enough for it to dissipate?
Well, it depends upon the kind of agent that it is. Some nerve agents dissipate relatively quickly. The Iraqis are known to have an agent called sarin, a World War II vintage agent, and that does dissipate relatively quickly. However, even if it was a persistent agent, if it remained localized in a particular area, it would not necessarily pose a threat to anybody even 10 or 20 feet away from where it is. So once they know where it is, the threat to the public at large could be contained by just routine civil defense measures.
And Seth Karras, if you are exposed to nerve gas and you're rushed to a hospital, what can they do for you in an emergency treatment? Because we understand that they do know what they're doing in Israel when it comes to a chemical warfare attack.
Well, I'd rather defer to somebody who's more of a medical expert than myself. There are treatment methods, but I'm not sure I could give an accurate description of them.
Yeah. We're going to put up Bob Bazell here in our studios in New York and Martin Fletcher in Israel at the same time. And Martin, first of all, if you'll tell us what you're hearing there right now.
Well, we've just heard, Tom, that the radio has announced that Israeli citizens can take their gas masks off, that the scare from that the effect of the nerve gas attack has ended, which suggests to me that there were not many chemical warheads involved in that attack.
There would be no doubt in your mind, however, that the Israelis tonight must be preparing some kind of a retaliation. The question is, what is the scope of it?
Israel is so concerned with not upsetting the American coalition against Iraq. They've been told so sternly by the United States not to retaliate that there will certainly be, all I can say is they'll certainly be bearing that in mind. But I've just had one conversation with a political source while I was off the air just now, Tom, who said he believes that Israel will retaliate.
Yeah. We have Robert Bazell sitting here in the studio with us, your friend and colleague, and we're going to keep you on the line there, Martin Fletcher, while I ask him about treatment. If you go to a hospital, what can they do once you have been exposed?
Well, with nerve gas, Tom, there are specific antidotes that stop the action of the gas on the body. One of the things that's significant is that Mike Betcher reported earlier today that American troops in the field, infantry, were beginning to take pills which are an antidote. Now, you can take pills in advance in preparation for taking nerve gas. And to many people that I spoke to today, that was a very ominous sign because they thought that there was a fear that the American troops might be receiving a nerve gas attack. Saddam Hussein is known to have much more nerve gas in artillery shells than the few that he had in long-range missile shells. So that from that standpoint, it indicates that at least the infantry, the American command is thinking about the possibility of our troops becoming engaged and also receiving a nerve gas attack.
This has raised the stakes beyond what we could have imagined. If he, in fact, now has shown the will and the desire to launch a nerve gas attack on Israel, we cannot rule out at all that American forces will be exposed to that as well, but we do not want to get ahead of ourselves on this. We do know that they're well prepared with chemical warfare suits, with gas masks, and as you say, with these chemical antidotes of one kind or another. NBC's Martin Fletcher in Tel Aviv, still on the telephone with us, and still no additional explosions. It's now been about an hour by my reckoning, Martin, since you first reported to us that there were explosions heard and air raid sirens going off in Tel Aviv. Nothing more, right?
Nothing more, Tom, although I can amplify what it means here when they tell you on the radio to take off the gas mask. They said take off the gas mask, but stay inside the room that is sealed against chemical warfare. Stay inside the room. If you hear an explosion, put the gas mask on immediately. That's what they've told us.
And Israeli radio gone back to regular programming at this hour?
Israeli radio, I'm not sure, to be honest. I can't. We're monitoring it all the time. I didn't ask that question. The regular programming. Well, you know what, Tom? I can answer. They've had regular programming the whole time. They announced that the explosions, but then they didn't amplify that and went straight on to regular programming.
And Martin, what about
Israeli television right now, Tom? And there's a singer on. Music.
That is amazing. Here we are in the United States going wall to wall with coverage of what is going on in Tel Aviv about a nerve gas attack, and on Israeli television, they've got a singer on the air.
Here's a guy playing a flute, Tom.
It's part of the psychology of living and dealing in the Middle East, I guess, Martin. You can play the flute while a nerve gas attack is underway, part of the coolness of it all. And the decisions that are being made now in the apartments of Yitzhak Shamir on a hill on a street in Jerusalem, Moshe Aaron's the defense minister as well, and we can only imagine what they may be planning now for Iraq. Martin Fletcher, we saw an awful lot of reports from you and others with the distribution of gas masks throughout Israel. Was it pretty complete? Did everyone get them, including the Arab citizens who are living there?
Well, Tom, if every Israeli citizen got a gas mask, Jews and Arabs. The problem is Palestinians, who do not count, of course, as Israeli citizens, living in the occupied areas of West Bank and Gaza Strip, did not get gas masks, although Moshe Aaron told me, the defense minister told me, for instance, that every person, including Palestinians, would get those masks. They didn't get the masks. They were not going to get the masks. A lady in Bethlehem, a Palestinian woman, sued the Israeli government in the Supreme Court, saying that Arab life was as dear as Jewish life and that they should get gas masks too. The Supreme Court overruled the Israeli army, and the Supreme Court ruled that every Palestinian should get a gas mask. What happened then was that gas masks were issued to Palestinians. However, of the 1,750,000 Palestinians, only 1/10, 175,000 gas masks, 175,000 Palestinians got gas masks because the Israeli government ran out of gas masks.
All right. Martin Fletcher, we're going to go to Washington now, and Robin Wright, who has written widely about the Middle East after having spent a lot of her journalistic career there. Robin, the big question tonight, of course, is will the Arab coalition hold if Israel does make a retaliatory strike against Iraq as a result of this nerve gas attack? And it does seem almost certain that Israel will strike back.
Well, it will be the ultimate test of the coalition. I think the best hope is for the Egyptians to remain partners. The great test will be, of course, the Syrians. They have indicated that they may break with the coalition if there's a new component, if the Operation Desert Sword is expanded to become the Middle East's sixth modern conflict.
Yeah. Hafez al-Assad is hardly the Boy Scout of the Middle East. He is the dictator, the strongman of Syria. He has made some overtures in recent days to Saddam Hussein in Iraq. But would he, at this point, when his reputation is a little bit on the mend, would he want to identify himself with Saddam Hussein after a nerve gas attack on a city?
Well, that's the ultimate question for him. His participation in the coalition has been very controversial at home. He is, in effect, pulled in both directions. It's not advisory for him to become affiliated with Saddam Hussein, but he also can identify with a broader Arab-Israeli conflict on the American and Western side.
Robin, what about Saddam Hussein? We have asked everyone who has had any 30 minutes of study of this man, met him or has been a student of him, about what he is likely to do next. This was the kind of unthinkable episode that we didn't want to believe would become reality. But can he go farther than this in your judgment?
I think he can. I think he is sending a signal that he's prepared to unleash everything he has in order to stave off a Western attack, to hold on to Kuwait. There were indications that there was limited use of biological weapons, anthrax. At the end of the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, it is possible that he will try to go one step further and unleash something containing biological weapons as well.
All right, Robin Wright, Washington, thank you very much. Bob Bazell, our medical expert, is here with us in the studio, and he has been reading up on and making himself expert on. There are some late developments. The story may have taken another very sharp turn. NBC's Martin Fletcher is there. Martin, we are reading on the wires here that Israeli radio reporter says no casualties, and you have some additional information?
Yes, Tom, I've just heard from an extremely high military source, a completely reliable source of ours, that there was no chemical attack on Tel Aviv, no nerve gas on Tel Aviv. That, of course, goes in complete contradiction to the reports earlier from the Wilson Hostel in Tel Aviv that they were accepting victims of nerve gas. But I'm not sure how to juggle that information, but my military source really is quite impeccable.
Right. All right, well, we would think that the Israeli military, if no one else would know what is going on, so that changes the equation again very dramatically here, Martin. Wouldn't they have been able to tell almost instantly with their monitoring devices whether or not it had been a gas attack?
Well, that's what they say they can do, and we've had reports from the police band that they know of nerve gas, reports from the hospital of nerve gas, and now we have a report from this military source, no nerve gas. So I can only say, Tom, it's confusing at the moment, very confusing.
It certainly is, but if in fact this is the accurate report, we can all breathe a little easier, I think, at this hour. A, that there was no nerve gas attack used by Saddam Hussein. It does lower the possibility that the Israelis would then feel compelled to get involved in some way, especially with this Israeli radio report that there may have not been any casualties as a result of those missiles landing there. So, Gary Sick, it takes a little turn for the brighter side, but then we do not want anyone to believe that we are on any kind of a certain course here.
Absolutely not, and
Now, Tom, there's a very big bang right out the western side of the city. And now guns, there you go. You can hear that, Tom. There are guns, and there's more explosions on the western edge of the city. There's red tracer, white tracer. It's going up all over the place.
Sirens are still going. Often intermingled. And in a situation where Israel has time and time again declared that it is not part of the conflict with Iraq, it is not part of the coalition, and as a matter of fact, it has remained with a low profile, if you remember that term, for all these months, since the beginning of the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. We don't have exact details as of yet. We understand that there's a possibility that more than 10 missiles were actually launched at Israel. Probably 2 hit the Tel Aviv area, and another one hit the Haifa area. There may have been another hit, but that is not clear as of yet. The missiles in the Tel Aviv area hit a neighborhood in the southern part of the city, inhabited mostly by elderly people and laborers, people who toil for their livelihood. We have so far, and we hope this is a final count, received information that there have been 6 or 7 injured, fortunately not seriously injured, but I don't know the exact details. And there has been considerable damage in property. Among other things, because that area where the missiles hit, it does not usually contain the best of housing, and therefore these houses were probably damaged more than perhaps other houses would have been. Immediately after the information about the missile strike became known, I was in contact with the Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of State and with the White House, all of whom conveyed their sympathy in the strongest possible feeling, in the strongest possible language. The word mentioned was devastated, and I must say, listening to their voices, they were indeed. And I was asked to convey this message, as well as others, to my government, to my Prime Minister, which, of course, I promptly did. I know that the two governments, or their representatives, have been in contact and are in contact since then. I would like to add only two further comments. Number one, that the government of Israel, and let me add, fully supported by the opposition in Israel, has declared that, of course, Israel reserves the right to respond in any way it would deem fit, without going at the present time into particulars what the decision of the Israeli government in that respect will be. My final comment is that Israel took a very tough decision, knowingly, to risk a first strike on it. We knew that we might be hit. I myself was often asked on TV, do we take these threats seriously? I did say, we all did. We take these threats very, very seriously. There's no reason whatsoever to doubt these threats. Nevertheless, the Israeli government, supporting America's political aims and complying with the United States government requests, decided to refrain from a preemptive attack on those launching pads, on those missile launchers from which we were threatened. We knew that this was a calculated risk. We have now, unfortunately, been forced to give the proof that this actually happened. So far, the state of Israel and the people of Israel, and thank God the casualties were not more numerous, but so far the state of Israel has paid the dearest price of any of the countries in the Middle East which have faced Iraqi aggression, except Kuwait itself. And Israel, as I said in the beginning, was not a party to this conflict at all. This is all I have to say. Thank you very much, and good night.
Mr. Ambassador, has Israel decided to retaliate?
That's Ambassador Zalman Shoval, who is the Israeli ambassador to the United States, setting out the position of his government, saying that Israel has paid the dearest price. It had no part in this feud, but he did not answer any questions about whether Israel might in fact retaliate for the launch of what may be as many as 10 missiles into Tel Aviv and the port of Haifa, which is in the northern part of Israel. NBC's John Dancy is at the State Department right now.
Israel has willingly taken throughout this crisis. He did say that there is a chance that a decision will be taken to retaliate. He of course did not say if there would, and he did not say when. Catherine.
And a live update from our correspondents in Israel when our coverage of the crisis, the war in the Gulf, continues.
We have pictures of Baghdad this morning in the dark when the early on, well, right after the attacks of the dark, when the damage was first, if going to be available and visible, was in the morning of Baghdad, a foggy morning. All night long, our Bernard Shaw and his team there were reporting until the plug was pulled on them this morning by Iraqi officials. And James Blackwell's here with me. We don't see too many signs of damage in the city of Baghdad around the hotel, which was our headquarters, the Al-Rashid Hotel. It's in the center of town, And the center of town was pretty much avoided on purpose by the Allied coalition.
And in fact, we're seeing people walk around. We see traffic. This particular piece is a little is a little bit dark, but I don't see any rubbling or cratering that would be indicative of damage, or what the military would call collateral damage.
You see those tall buildings barely make them out? Not a crack in the wall unless it's a poor mason. I mean, look at those buildings.
Now, in the distance, we see some taller buildings. This may be one of the directions that the reporters were looking at last night, and it's clear that if the bombers hit targets in the midst of all of that, they were quite good indeed.
It was apparently a surgical mission that struck all over the country, but spared significant cultural sites.
Including a photograph of what appears to be Saddam Hussein in the middle of town.
I guess so. There are a few mustaches in the world I recognize, but that's one. Dawn, just after dawn this morning in Baghdad, pool videotape from our vantage point. Our vantage point there in the Al-Rashid Hotel. We're going now to some words and pictures put together by our Brent Sadler. Let's watch.
Baghdad's lights were still blazing when the strike planes from Desert Storm found their first targets. It was a crystal clear night, making the pilot's task a little easier. The attack planes were at high altitude. I only heard the engines of one. Seen through a night sight lens, the scale of attack and defense can be seen much more clearly. The illuminated sky was filled with a star-spangled display of lethal force. It was terrifying to watch an attack on this scale and so close. Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners probed the sky with trails of tracer bullets, but no attacking aircraft were visible to the naked eye. Behind this curtain of light, the electronic guidance systems of planes and missiles sent their payloads to Saddam Hussein's front door. Those who were caught out in it ran for cover, but at the time of this report, I do not know the extent of Iraqi casualties. The bombs and missiles targeted Saddam Hussein's palace, his communications centers, his warfare production plants, and his missile bases. They were destroyed by high-tech weapons in a theater of war hitherto unwitnessed. It was impossible to pick out all the weaponry, but I saw cruise missiles skidding across the skyline to their pre-programmed targets. The Iraqi defenses were spectacular in their intensity. But where was Iraq's iron fist, its air force, and much boasted defense plan? To all intents and purposes, it was non-existent in this crucial phase of the war. Minutes after Baghdad erupted into battle, the Iraqi authorities ordered all the journalists they could find to stay in a deep bomb shelter. It was safe from the falling explosives, but pitched foreigners and Iraqis side by side. The Iraqis responded with a song of defiance. There was no hostility on these faces. There was disbelief that a real war had broken out, and misplaced confidence. By first light over Baghdad, the mayhem had silenced. The attack formations and incoming missiles had stopped. There was an eerie calm. This was a city stunned by the gravity and speed of action.
And that report from Brent Sadler?
That report, as the gentleman was saying, was from ITN's Brent Sadler, to whom we're grateful for the words and the pictures. A lot of outgoing from the Iraqis at that time, but couldn't see much incoming at that time.
Tel Aviv. Gas masks were put on because it was initially believed, gas masks and chemical suits, it was initially believed that one of the warheads did contain some kind of chemical weapon. Later, it was determined that it did not. The Israeli, the IDF, as they're called, the Israeli Defense Force, out. Tel Aviv is a large seaside city, not a high-rise town. It's got some high-rise hotels right along the coast, but in the area where it hit, there are some seaside restaurants, and it is a working-class neighborhood described by the ambassador Chaval as a place where a lot of elderly people live. We do not believe that the casualties were very great there. Pretty considerable damage there, as you can see in the building. Rabbi Saperstein, what can you tell us about what you think that the Israelis will do now?
Well, again, if they can, they have a political decision to make, Tom. There'll be many considerations. If they believe they will be hit again, and they can pinpoint where some of the remaining missiles are, I think not only it is likely, but clearly they're right to move to try to mitigate that possibility. After all, the whole country, as I think the whole world, has a strange mix of feelings. Intense relief that so few were hurt, but this enormous sense of outrage over the choice of targets. It's an enormous contrast between the U.S. and the Iraqis. The U.S. targeted military targets and did everything to spare innocent civilians. The Iraqis targeted only innocent civilians. And if anyone had any doubt that there are profound moral interests at stake in this crisis, this incident should put those doubts to rest.
Back to you, David.
Catherine, it's been a wild night in Israel and in Jerusalem, where it's starting to become dawn. Linda Scherzer has had her masks on and off quite a few times. Linda, how are you doing now?
Well, David, it is now just about a few minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning. The state of alert is still in effect in Israel. The Army is still telling people to stay in their homes until the Army has issued a clear notice. We know that in Tel Aviv, civil defense and emergency workers are on the scene trying to deal with the aftermath of the damage of those missile attacks. It is still nighttime in Israel, so it is difficult to assess exactly what the damage is. But we were in touch with somebody who was listening to a police scanner, who was listening to where emergency workers were being sent. We understand that a movie house may have been hit, that there have been several buildings that have been damaged. We do have the locations of the neighborhoods, but we are being told at this point not to give the locations of those places. David?
Linda Scherzer reporting from Jerusalem, where it has been quite a night indeed. We're glad to hear that in the country there were only 6 or 7 minor injuries. That concludes my segment. I'm David French in Washington, sitting in for Bernard Shaw, who's in Baghdad with the boys.
Good night, David, and I'm Catherine Cryer in Atlanta, and our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
And tonight, he did. Up to 10 Scud missiles hit Israel tonight, and Israel says it reserves the right to launch a retaliatory strike against the country of Iraq. Reports have been fluctuating much of the night, but this is what we think the situation is. Iraq fired 2 missiles into Tel Aviv, and you are looking at pictures just in by satellite of the fire and explosion and damage in that city, Israel's largest. 1 or 2 other missiles hit the port city of Haifa, and up to 5 missiles apparently hit other parts of Israel, less populated areas. In Tel Aviv, one hospital first said that 20 people were being treated for effects of nerve gas, and at the time we thought that indicated that Iraq had used chemical weapons. But government sources in Israel are now saying that the missiles that hit Israel were not loaded with chemical weapons. ABC correspondent Dean Reynolds was on the air tonight when Israelis first got the word to don their gas masks. Reynolds was talking to Peter Jennings.
Peter, there's no way to talk through the thing.
Well, put it on, Dean, first of all, and then we'll figure out whether or not you can talk through it.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Okay.
After an hour, people in Jerusalem were told they could then take the masks off. This was the scene at the CNN bureau in Jerusalem, but at 9:30 our time, the order went out to everyone in Israel to put the masks on again. Air raid sirens also rang out tonight in Duran, Saudi Arabia, and for a time there were conflicting reports as to whether a missile actually hit there. Pentagon sources told ABC that this picture shows a Scud missile coming into Duran, but being intercepted and blown up.
Again, that was videotape that CNN just received of the missile attack, the Iraqi Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. You have heard the Israeli health minister telling CNN's Linda Scherzer in Jerusalem that 7 people have been...
Tel Aviv tonight, in the aftermath of several Iraqi missiles, Scud missiles hitting that city. And Baghdad, last night, as one of the most intensive aerial bombardments in...
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. It has been an incredible day again. After a morning of euphoria, this evening things suddenly turned sour when the word came out of Israel that apparently some Iraqi Scud missiles had struck not only Tel Aviv but also Haifa. The early reports out of Israel suggest that the casualties have been miraculously low. Initial reports suggesting that perhaps there were chemical or even biological warheads on those missiles seem to have been inaccurate. We're going to try to pull together not only this evening's story, but also some of the political repercussions that may flow out of an Israeli reaction, if indeed there is one. At this hour, we do not know if the Israelis have reacted militarily. And also, we will discuss what will happen throughout the region, whether or not there is a reaction. As all of this goes on, the American bombardment, the British bombardment, the Saudi bombardment, air sorties continue to flow out of eastern Saudi Arabia against Iraq and against occupied Kuwait. We're going to begin, however, by first taking a look back at what has happened this evening, beginning with what happened during World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
It is just a little more than 24 hours since the first missiles and warplanes began attacking positions inside Iraq and Kuwait. The Bush administration expresses cautious optimism about the initial effects of what is now called Operation Desert Storm, but the president has warned against taking anything for granted, and we are reminded constantly that this is the beginning of what could be a very lengthy fight with the Iraqis. Air raid sirens, you can hear them in the background. Those are air raid sirens in Jerusalem, and ABC's Dean Reynolds is there. Dean, it's yours.
Peter, the air raid sirens began about 30 minutes ago. The Israelis had said that they would not sound the sirens unless they believed missiles had been launched in their direction or were about to be launched. Peter, I think we really should head inside. The sirens are starting again, and I think that's what we will do, and probably talk to you from inside the next time we chat.
One report, unconfirmed, that there has been an explosion in Tel Aviv. We will do our best to confirm that just as quickly as we can. But as you heard just a couple of moments ago from ABC's Dean Reynolds, the air raid warning sirens were going in Jerusalem.
Peter, if you can imagine, we are in a small edit suite, about 6 of us just about to seal the room. Everybody has their gas mask at hand as per instructions, but so far I can't confirm that any attack of any kind is underway.
Dean Reynolds, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Peter. I don't know if you can hear me through this contraption.
Yes, I can hear you just fine, so don't worry about your ability to communicate with us at all, and we can hear your radio in the background. I gather that people throughout the country have been ordered to put their gas masks on?
That's correct. And to go to a sealed room.
You could hear it now.
Peter, we are hearing explosions now in Tel Aviv. Radio confirms, Peter, that it was a missile attack.
Well, there is a missile attack.
Or actually, the way they're putting it is there is a missile attack.
The Iraqi ambassador to Belgium was saying earlier today that the attack on Israel is coming, and nobody quite frankly, paid very much attention to him at the time. He
The
said
U.S. government is now confirming there have been 6 missile hits in Tel Aviv, number one, and the reason they do not believe they are chemical attacks are the following reasons. Number one, the explosions are too big for chemical warfare weapons, so they believe they were just a conventional high-explosive warhead. Number two, there has been no indication of anyone coming down with the normal symptoms that a chemical attack would indicate.
Saddam Hussein is one of the leaders of the last decade who signaled us every time publicly exactly what he was going to do, and when he does it, we tend to be surprised because it's all so outrageous.
2 of them were directed at Haifa, and they hit that target. 2 of them hit Tel Aviv. Haifa is, of course, north of Tel Aviv. 1 of them fell between Haifa and Tel Aviv, and 1 to the south of Tel Aviv. So they sort of worked their way down the coast from Haifa to the north, 1 between Haifa and Tel Aviv, 2 on Tel Aviv, and 1 south of Tel Aviv.
And there may have been as many as 20 nerve gas victims taken to a Tel Aviv area hospital this morning.
The Israelis have informed the U.S. that at least some of the Iraqi missiles that landed in Israel were in fact nerve gas.
I'm sorry, say that once more.
So the Israelis have informed the U.S., according to my military sources, that at least some of the missiles that landed in Israel were of the nerve gas variety.
Secretary Baker is touching base with the key Arab coalition partners, in addition to the Israelis, of course, and making sure that they are willing to live by the agreements that they made when he was in the region just a week ago. And those agreements were that if Israel was attacked and then responded, that the Arab partners would stick with the U.S. and not pull out of the coalition.
The Israeli Army spokesman is categorically denying that chemical weapons were used. He says that in fact what has hit the Tel Aviv and Haifa and coastal area, each one amounted to the equal to a small bomb, and there's no mention of unconventional weaponry.
The Israeli government supporting America's political aims and complying with the United States government request, decided to refrain from a preemptive attack on those launching pads, on those missile launchers from which we were threatened. We knew that this was a calculated risk. The state of Israel has paid the dearest price of any of the countries in the Middle East which have faced Iraqi aggression, except Kuwait itself.
And that was the Israeli ambassador to Washington earlier in Washington this evening. As you can see, it has been an up again, down again kind of evening. The first part of the evening filled with uncertainty and just the horror of not knowing what was going on in Israel. As the evening has progressed, it appears that the damage was mercifully small in Israel and that the number of casualties has been mercifully small. Indeed, by all accounts, it appears that no one was killed in the attack by those Iraqi Scud missiles against the state of Israel. Joining us now live from Jerusalem is the Deputy Foreign Minister of the State of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, I realize that there are going to be limitations on what you can say and what you will say, but to the degree that you can give us some kind of assessment of the damage in Israel, most particularly with regard to human life, I wish you would.
Well, I think your description, Ted, is correct. This was a criminally designed attack. Criminal because it was aimed at our populated coastal plain where 80% of our population live, cities, no military installations. The missiles hit. I'm not going to give the exact coordinates because the last thing I want to do is help Saddam Hussein improve his aim. But he has targeted neighborhoods, places where not only civilians, but elderly people live, families with babies and so on. Happily, at this moment, I don't think we have any loss of life, but not because he hasn't tried, and he may still try again.
Do you have any reason to believe, and I know you can't look into Saddam's mind any better than we can, but do you have any reason to believe that these missiles were in effect sent into Israel as a means of sort of gauging the range, and that there is still a likely possibility that more missiles will be coming and that those in fact could hold either chemical or biological warheads?
So far he hasn't used chemical or biological weapons. But Dick Cheney said at the early stage of this conflict, before the military confrontation took place, he said, Saddam Hussein has never had a weapon that he hasn't used. And we definitely think that he may very well, if given the opportunity, if he feels that he can get away with it, he'll do it. He is a man who will just stop at nothing. And this is not the first time, I can tell you, that the Jewish people have been threatened by mad tyrants who are out to gas them. But as I can tell you, and I can tell your audience, this time we're prepared. The difference today is that the Jewish people can do something about it, and we reserve the right to self-defense. We will exercise it if necessary.
Now, if there is something that has always been predictable about the state of Israel, it is that in the past, any time that Israel is attacked, it responds, and it usually responds with a multiple show of force. What is most striking, and I realize that we're only talking about events that are a few hours old, but what is most striking at the moment is that apparently the state of Israel has not yet responded. And there seems to be reason to believe that in so doing it is at least complying with the wishes of the United States, which wants to keep that coalition, among which there are some Arab states, together. Should we expect that Israel will continue to show restraint if there are no further attacks?
Ted, I'm not going to say what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, if we're going to do it, over what targets, at what timing. That's the last thing that I want to say on this program, especially for the benefit of Saddam Hussein. I will say that from the start we have assumed extraordinary risks by knowing that this man threatens and means his threats and not taking preemptive action. We have also been very sensitive, I think understandably so, to the concerns of the United States, to the complexity of the American leadership position here in this most difficult international alliance against Saddam Hussein. But as I've said at the start of this program, we reserve the right of self-defense. It is something that, of course, any country, and especially the Jewish state, cannot forfeit, and we, of course, will not forfeit it.
I'm sure Israel always has excellent intelligence. That, first of all, I'm sure you have some reports from the United States and from your colleagues over there, and also independent reports. How successful do you think the first 24 hours of Allied raids against Iraq have been?
Pretty good. Pretty good, and I'm still very impressed with the results, even though, of course, some things have gotten through. But it's clear that there are many possibilities still left over. We said repeatedly over the last 24 hours that this is perhaps the end of the beginning, to borrow Churchill's phrase, but that he still had the capacity to launch attacks against us, and presumably not against us alone. That assessment has been proven correct by the firing of these missiles, and we cannot say that he has been eliminated or his other capacity has been eliminated. I would say that as long as Saddam Hussein has any way, any capacity to fire weapons in our direction, we have to expect that he might use them.
You'll have to forgive me. My mind is not what it sometimes is, and I've forgotten the name of what those anti-missile missiles are, but I know when I was in Israel just the other day, there was a shipment, a C-5A from the United States that delivered some
Patriot missiles.
The Patriot missiles, thanks very much. Delivered some of those Patriot missiles to Israel. There was a C-5A that landed there while we were there. Is it that you haven't used them, that they didn't work, or that you don't yet have them in place? What's the story there? How did those Scuds get through?
Well, you know that there is very little conventional up-to-date technology to stop missiles. The Patriot is the most advanced. It's being assimilated now into our defense system. But I don't think that we should discuss, not even on Nightline, the nature of our defenses and the nature of our responses. That is something that will become evident as time goes on.
All right, Minister Netanyahu, it was good of you to come in, especially after such a night, and I thank you very much for joining us. ABC's Bob Zelnick, our Pentagon correspondent, is standing by now at the Pentagon. Bob, has there been another backgrounder briefing? What do you have?
We have some diplomatic and military source information, Ted. First of all, let me go to how you opened the program by saying there was no knowledge as to whether the Israelis had in fact, or were in fact, in the process of responding to tonight's events. My information is that at the current time, there is no Israeli action underway, nor has there been one up until now. Number two, it was a night of great confusion. I have confirmed at one point the report did reach the Israeli embassy in Washington that one of the missiles had been, in fact, chemical or nerve gas, and Americans were informed about that. Everyone was relieved later to find out that that was not the case. Then the U.S., when the full situation was known, in many conversations with the Israelis, actually continuing conversations this evening, promised that U.S. planes, extra sorties, would be sent out immediately, and in fact they have been sent out to try to search for those mobile Scud launches in western Iraq and to take them out. Now, my understanding of the Israeli military assessment was that there was some initial doubt amid the period of euphoria throughout the day, because many Israeli combat veterans said that the night reports of pilots who fly these missions are not always reliable. And in fact, the Israelis are not convinced even that all the permanently based Scuds were taken out, let alone the mobiles. And the Israelis are very anxious to see the results of tonight's work in western Iraq to make sure that that threat has been substantially diminished. My own intuition, and I stress the word intuition, based upon tracking this story not only tonight but over the past several weeks, is that the Israelis are not anxious at all to involve themselves in a crisis which is one that, for a change, looks to be working out fairly well for them as the United States and its allies break the military back of a powerful, putative enemy.
Since the Deputy Foreign Minister, I understand, is still standing by in Jerusalem, let me at least give him an opportunity to respond to you. I think you might want to leave what Bob Zelnick has said all by itself, but in case you want to react, let me give you that last opportunity.
Well, Bob Zelnick is always a good correspondent, but assessments are assessments, and again, I don't think that we should contribute more than I've said here. I do think that what's instructive here is that aside from the immediate question of what will happen here, what we will do, what will be done, I have two observations. The first is that we're in close consultations with the United States throughout. We are allies. We are talking to one another. We are trying to explain the positions of each other to each other. We're sovereign states, but we are very close allies. So we are independent and we act independently, but we try also to make sure that we understand and consult with each other. Secondly, I think that this is something that goes beyond the moment. Here you have, I think, a demonstration of what we've been up against all these years. These people, these Saddams, the Saddams of the Middle East, of this world, are raining down TNT onto our cities. My parents are, well, my father is over 80 years old, my mother is slightly younger. They get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to put on gas masks, and so do millions of others in Israel, young and old alike. This is what we've been facing. This is the kind of tyrant that is in collusion with the PLO. People have been asking us, why don't you talk to the PLO? The PLO is asking Saddam to gas us. This is what we've been up against, and I hope that this is the final, perhaps the dramatic opportunity for the world to understand what it is that we've been talking about all these years.
Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us. When we come back, we'll be joined by the former Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger.
Nightline. ABC News coverage of the Gulf War will continue in a moment.
In Tel Aviv, the damage from the missile attack earlier. Sources tell CNN's Steve Emerson that Israel fully expects another missile attack. It takes 90 minutes, by the way, to replace the fuel in the mobile Scud missiles. Again, there was lots of concern that the Iraqis would launch an attack on Israel, specifically Tel Aviv, some 300 miles away from the mobile missile Scud sites in Iraq. And apparently the missiles did not, repeat, did not contain chemical warheads. You saw earlier in the evening when the attack happened, CNN's Richard Ross, who is in Tel Aviv, you saw him literally dive for cover, get into the sealed-off room that the Israelis have advised all of their citizens to go to and put on their gas masks. Again, this is unedited video from Tel Aviv, the Iraqi Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. Let's listen.
Again, these were the Scud missiles, and as you probably know, or we were informed by the Pentagon, or at least last night at the briefing this morning from Secretary Cheney and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Colin Powell, that these Scud missiles were wiped out. However, it seems that at least the mobile missiles, we're not sure whether these were mobile or were from fixed sites, but nevertheless, some 8 of these missiles were fired from Iraqi territory into Israel, from Haifa in the north down to Tel Aviv in the south in Israel earlier in the evening. Again, there were some earlier reports that chemical weapons were used in these chemical warheads. However, as Susan just pointed out, and we've been hearing from Wolf Blitzer, our Pentagon correspondent, throughout the evening, the Pentagon is discounting that. No chemical weapons were launched into Israel, and certainly the casualty reports of the injuries, there's been no word that anyone was suffering from any aftermath of the Iraqi attack of Scud missiles into Israel, and they hit some 8 of the Scud missiles hit. This is Tel Aviv. It was shot, as I said, about an hour ago. There were a number of different areas that were hit. Jerusalem was not.
To the Scrambler. Call your local cable operator or satellite dealer to find out more information on the Scramblers. To order CNN and Headline News.
As specified from Israeli defense officials, Israel was, of course, expecting some kind of attack. Saddam Hussein, Iraq's president, had said that if push came to shove, he would certainly attack Israel. Tel Aviv is some 300 miles from Iraq's western province.
There was a great deal of surprise that the Iraqis, based on some, I guess, preliminary euphoria, you could call, as far as the success of the multinational force, their airstrikes knocking out their Scud missile capability, but obviously these pictures right here, this video shows that that was not the case, and that these Scud missiles were able to be launched from Iraqi positions, whether they were mobile or fixed bases. There's been some reports and some speculation that 80% of the fixed missiles sites were actually wiped out in that massive air attack last evening. However, as I said, this obviously shows that there were some missiles that survived, and they were able to be launched toward Israel and strike Israel. Again, they did not have any chemical warheads on them. You can see the destruction in areas was very significant, but there was no chemical warheads on any of these missiles.
Now, reportedly, there is no sign as yet of Israeli retaliation. We have heard various Israeli officials saying tonight that Israel reserves the right to act however they feel is in their best national interest. Sources tell CNN Steve Emerson that Israel is expecting yet another missile attack. It does take 90 minutes to replace fuel in the mobile Scud missiles.
And of course, we will keep you updated as more video comes in. We will show it to you as soon as we get it. Susan?
The Allied forces are continuing their barrage, meantime, of Iraq tonight, while Iraq made its first counterattack
in Jerusalem. Linda, what's the latest?
Well, Patrick, we just saw some of the first pictures out of Tel Aviv of the damage caused by the missile attack. I have some new information to go along with those pictures. Israel radio reports that 12 people now were wounded in that attack. We know that at least 7 of them were wounded only lightly. We are told that 1 man has died of a heart attack and that dozens of people had injected themselves with the atropine anti-nerve gas agent. They are also being treated at hospitals for the side effects of that injection. With me right now is Avi Posner, the senior advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir. Mr. Posner, can you tell us, please, Israel has or had promised massive retaliation if the Iraq were to have attacked Israel. What will Israel do now, and has the United States asked Israel not to retaliate?
We are in close
touch with the United States, and the Prime Minister has spoken today, this morning early, with Secretary Baker, who told him that the United States is now taking care of revenging what happened tonight. But something has to be clear here. It is Israel, and Israel alone, which will decide on how it will react. Israel has a right to legitimate defense. And as somebody who has spent all the night with my family in a shelter, wearing one of these, with an 80-year-old mother choking on that, and an 8-month-old baby, I think that it is our people who have the right to think what to do and to react to that.
Well, at what point would you decide that Israel has a right to get involved and to retaliate? And are you braced for another attack? Is Israel prepared now for a possible attack by chemical weapons?
We are prepared for the worst. I mean, Saddam Hussein has threatened Israel with missiles. He has launched them. He has threatened Israel with chemical gas. He may very well launch them. We are prepared for the worst. Our population is ready. Our population has behaved marvelously tonight, with calm, in spite of this brutal, unprovoked attack by this brutal dictator of Baghdad, and we will react in the best way for our interests.
Avi Pazer, thank you very much. I know you're a busy man tonight, and you have to leave in order to consult, I'm sure, with other officials in the government. Thank you very much for joining us. We have with us as well tonight Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, can you tell us, please, first of all, your assessment of the attack, an update on what the situation looks like right now, damage to neighborhoods, casualty rates, those sorts of things?
Well, it appears that we've been extraordinarily lucky. If there haven't been any fatalities, it's not because of lack of criminal design on the part of Saddam Hussein. He has launched his missiles directly into the heart of Israel, the coastal plain where 80% of our population live in crowded cities. Those missiles did considerable physical damage, but miraculously no one was killed. We cannot rule out that he will not launch other missiles. In fact, we assume that if he has them, he will launch them.
Mr. Netanyahu, there are a lot of people who want to ask you questions. Please stand by. I'm going to throw this back to Atlanta now. Patrick?
Linda, let me just have you ask Mr. Netanyahu. Excuse me, Linda, we're going to go. We have reestablished our link with John Holliman in Baghdad. We'll be checking back with you, Linda Scherzer, a little bit later. Let's check in with John Holliman right now, some 13 hours after the last words that we heard from John Holliman as our link was shut off, and now he is back on the line. John, how you doing?
Patrick, good morning. I wish I could tell you how I'm doing. I'm not allowed to by government censors, but I'll tell you we're all right here. All of us are okay. I have some specific words that I'm allowed to read to you into the microphone right now, and I'm going to do that. There's a government official watching us. We're being carefully monitored for what we report from now on, and the government has to approve what we say before we say it. So this is what I can tell you. The Iraqi government tells CNN it has shot down 55 airplanes since the hostilities began. These figures say the Iraqis are valid through 11 o'clock local time last night. They also say that 23 cruise missiles have been downed, and some of the cruise missiles, the Iraqis report to CNN, did not explode. The Iraqis say Iraq will make use of this information. Journalists remaining in Baghdad, and there are about 25, I suppose, spent the night in the bomb shelter of our hotel, and hotel employees and government officials spent the night with us. From the shelter, we could see nothing. I mean, it's a totally enclosed place, so there is little to report about anything that might have happened here in the past 12 or 13 hours that we can tell you. All the journalists still here are well, although to tell you we had a good night's sleep on the hard floor of the shelter, for any of us, I can't do. For CNN to report now, we must allow censors to look at our words and approve them. So what you will hear for the immediate future from here will be subject to censorship. Again, after a great deal of negotiation, I can report to you the following. Looking out the window, it appears quiet in Baghdad right now. Patrick, I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could answer some questions, but I'm not allowed to do that. John Holliman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John Holliman, great to hear your voice and great to know that everybody is still okay. And as soon as we can get more from John Holliman and his colleagues, of course, we will bring that to you. And before we went back to John Holliman in Baghdad, we were talking with CNN's Linda Scherzer live in our Jerusalem bureau with the Deputy Defense Minister of Israel. Linda, go ahead.
We are back in Jerusalem with Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and our apologies, Mr. Foreign Minister. We had to go to Baghdad right at that moment. We were told that phone contact had been established again. We had to do it at that very moment.
I was delighted to hear that your brave crew is all well and safe.
Well, thank you. Again, turning back to Israel, can you tell us, please, if you think that the worst is over? Do you think that Israel still is vulnerable to another missile attack? And what do you expect Israel would do now if that were to happen?
It's clear that Saddam's missile capacity has not been fully destroyed yet. He fired those missiles, first of all, because he had them. He may very well have some missile capacity left, including the capacity to launch chemical gas missiles. We are going to wait, and we will judge our responses accordingly.
I will ask you the question that I asked Avi Posner. Israel has said that it would respond massively with a massively retaliatory blow were Israel to be attacked. Can you tell us, please, what sorts of consultations have been going on between the United States? Has the U.S. asked Israel not to retaliate, and is it a fair request?
Throughout the night, our leaders have been talking. Mr. Baker and Mr. Shamir have been in consultation. Our defense establishments have been talking to each other, as has been our practice since the beginning of this crisis. But as far as the precise decision by Israel, how to respond, against whom to respond, that is, which targets, at what timing, and so on, we reserve, of course, not only the right to exercise our own self-defense, but to exercise the right of discretion. We will choose to act when we will choose to act.
There is a report out of Washington that Israel had advance warning time of only about 4 minutes. Can you confirm that?
In general, in the case of missiles, there is there's precious little response time or warning time. If at all, sometimes you're talking about 3, 4, 5 minutes at best. Happily, we had some of those precious moments, and perhaps that's one of the reasons that the casualties are relatively few.
On a personal level, can you tell us what went through your mind, what you were doing when the air raid siren sounded?
I was sleeping heavily, but I woke up, and before I went to the Situation Room in the Foreign Ministry, the first thing I did was I called my parents. My parents, too, are, well, my father is over 80, my mother is slightly younger. Both of them are very young. They were very calmly telling me that they had apparently slept slightly more lightly than I have, so they woke up to the siren. They put on the gas mask. They've been through a lot in their lives, and they can take things calmly. But this is the kind of thing that we are facing. These are the kind of dictators and mad despots who are trying again to gas the Jewish people. But this time there's a Jewish state. We won't let them.
Mr. Netanyahu, I want to thank you for coming into our studio today. We'll certainly be talking to you throughout the course of the day, and for now, I will throw things back to Atlanta.
Mr. Minister, Linda Scherzer, thank you very much, and of course, you'll keep us updated on the latest developments from Jerusalem. Susan?
And as you know, missiles were also fired at Saudi Arabia. CNN's Charles Jaco is in Saudi Arabia. We will be speaking with him right after this break.
Sources in this building say that a second Navy plane is missing and in all likelihood shot down over Iraq as a result of action this evening. The first one that you reported was shot down by a surface-to-air missile over Iraq last night. As far as any other details, they're just not existent right now, not even whether it was an A-6 or an F-18 or whatever type of plane.
But you're still under the impression, Bob, as we are, that the sorties are just continuing in an almost endless stream. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. In fact, if anything, we've heard that the bombardment and number of sorties over Iraq may even be greater than last evening. Not only are they searching for additional targets and going after additional targets, but there are some that are being revisited because they were damaged but not fully destroyed in last night's action.
All right, Bob Zelnick, thanks very much. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more.
Well, good morning. The latest we have here is the first word of U.S. troops, ground troops, wounded in this action. The latest report we have from a correspondence pool, a group of reporters that go out with a specific unit, is that 2 Marines, 2 U.S. Marines and 1 Navy corpsman were, quote, slightly injured by Iraqi artillery fire about 14 hours ago in forward positions near the Kuwait border. This report comes from the 1st Marine Division. Apparently, the Navy corpsman and the 2 U.S. Marines were wounded in the arms and leg. The injuries are not thought to be serious. However, these are the first firm reports we have of U.S. ground forces incurring any kinds of injuries here in Saudi Arabia. As to the Scud missile and the confusion that resulted from what we now assume was an abortive attack last night, at the time, we really didn't know what was going on. All we knew was that the sky lit up over eastern Saudi Arabia. An amazing sight Thursday night at an Allied air base in eastern Saudi Arabia. A ground-to-air missile streaked skyward. It disappeared into the clouds, followed by a bright flash. Pentagon spokesmen claim it was an incoming Scud missile from Iraq being intercepted. Other military officials, though, disagree. Whatever it was, journalists and others were rushed into a basement shelter prepared for a possible Iraqi chemical attack. The chemicals never came, but the air war against Iraq and Kuwait continued as squadrons of Allied F-15s and other jets screamed north toward military targets. Among those flying into Iraq, these pilots of the Royal Saudi Air Force who pounded an Iraqi airbase with bomblets that cratered the runways.
I was really, really proud of what I'm doing to destroy these bad people there, preventing them from attacking our country and killing our civilians.
Well, if you're going to war, you will be worried, but the main job for me is to go and defend my country, which is make it very easy for me there.
And as Friday morning dawned over the Gulf, the air assault continued, with jets continuing what's described as the largest aerial bombardment since World War II. Yeah. The best estimates we get here are that approximately 1,500 missions have been flown so far by fighters, fighter bombers, and bombers of all sorts of at least 5 air forces against Iraq. Right now, over to our right here, some sort of jet is cranking up. We're not sure if this is a transport plane or if it's going to be a jet fighter. Actually, it's slowed down right now. We've had fighters taking off on both sides of us, generally Tornadoes taking off, British-made Tornadoes taking off to the right, U.S.-made F-15s taking off to the left. This morning, the air traffic has been a little heavier than usual. That plane, it turns out, we can see it on a monitor here, taxiing, was a U.S. Air Force C-141. One interesting sidelight to the issue of Israel being hit and the possibility of Israel responding. I talked to a Saudi official about that this morning after we got out of the chemical shelter and asked him about it. And the Saudi official, I said, well, if Israel struck back, would it destroy the Arab alliance? This man was so mad, he was practically spitting. And the quote I wrote down was, "Damn Saddam Hussein, I would open my airspace to anyone who would go and get that guy." And that's a direct quote from a moderately high-ranking Saudi official. So passions are running very high. And a number of Saudis I've spoken to here are very upset because of the missile attack against Israel. One might think they're ambivalent, but they think it was a cowardly attack. And a lot of people here are extremely upset, among at least the Saudi Arab allies we've spoken to. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia. Charles Jaco, thank you very much. We'll be back with more of our coverage of war in the Gulf coming up right after this.
There will be obstacles along the way. And war is never cheap or easy.
The question now is, how much can air power achieve alone? And how and when will the tens of thousands of ground troops be used? We'll look at the latest reports from the Gulf in a special edition of Nightline tonight.
This is an expanded edition of ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
Wednesday night, just after the war against Iraq began, an ABC News Washington Post flash poll found that 76% of the public approved of the president's decision to send bombers over Iraq and occupied Kuwait. A fresh ABC News poll just conducted finds that, if anything, the first 48 hours of combat have strengthened public support. Take into account that these polls have a margin of error of plus or minus 5 points, but the latest survey finds that 83% of all Americans now support the war, only 14% disapprove. Interestingly enough, while forcing Iraqi troops out of Kuwait has been cited since last August as the principal reason for sending U.S. troops to the Persian Gulf, only 34% of Americans polled believe that this should be the final objective of the war. 65% believe that the final objective should be forcing Saddam Hussein out of power. That objective, it should be noted, is not even mentioned among any of the UN resolutions that President Bush has repeatedly invoked as providing justification for military action. But as Nightline correspondent Jeff Greenfield observes, when a nation is at war, things change quickly.
Well, we're now some 37 hours into Operation Desert Storm and the liberation of Kuwait. And so far, so good.
At about noon today, the president wrapped up his press conference.
That out of this, there's a chance for a lasting peace. Thank you all very much.
With that, the TV broadcast networks decided that it was safe to take a breath and return to their daytime diversions.
We will be leaving some stations now so that they can resume their regular programming.
And all was normal again, until 1:43 p.m.
We said we would interrupt our programming if anything happened, and it is happening. The air raid sirens are wailing in Israel again, in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem.
This time, the reports from Israel were false alarms. No missiles fell. But these chilling moments served as a symbol of a country caught between the desire for normality and the pull of the news. America woke up today to headlines with a grimmer tone than yesterday's reports of air triumphs. The president himself was trying to damp down euphoria by reminding the public of the potential coming costs of the war.
There will be losses. There will be obstacles along the way. And war is never cheap or easy.
Some of that cost was being paid today by Americans inconvenienced by the demands of security. It took a lot longer to check in at airports. In San Francisco, where the 49ers were getting ready for their NFL playoff game against the New York Giants, the combatants tried to keep their minds on their battle.
We got our war to fight. That's this Sunday. I'm pretty sure everything will work out well for, you know, the United States.
It's a major event taking place in history, but it's also when you get out there, you know, your mind goes back to what you have to do.
That concern sparked the spirit of entrepreneurship in a New York newspaper some 6,000 miles from Baghdad. And in Charleston, West Virginia, at Aaron's Army and Navy store, they were doing a land office business.
Yes, we sell the gas masks. They sell them for $19.95, but at the present time, we've sold out. I should have some Monday or Tuesday.
In Chicago, there was a search for security of a very different sort, at a synagogue and at a mosque. From the war today, the news, apart from the chilling alarms from Israel, came from General Norman Schwarzkopf, commander of Operation Desert Storm, who presented remarkable videos of the Allied bombing runs.
More than 80% of all of those sorties have successfully engaged their targets.
But by this evening, 48 hours after the war had started, such reports seemed almost commonplace after the last 2 nights of bombing runs and missile attacks. There were dates for dinner and for movies, and a sense as well of a weekend where the cares of the week would not easily be put aside.
I think it helps to go about the normal business and just pretend that maybe things will get settled soon.
Well, I don't think anybody can be relaxed right now knowing what's going on over there.
We're very concerned with what's going on in the Mideast. However, we do need some time to enjoy what's very beautiful about the world, which is something like the opera music that takes your mind a little bit for a while away from the crisis that's happening.
It's our duty to be there, and I think we have to back our fellas. And God bless them, and coming to the opera. They're still in our hearts.
Because now it's so depressing with all the stations, and you can't do anything but think about it. Makes you feel bad, so that's why I came here.
At New York's Lincoln Center tonight, there was a ballet by Tchaikovsky, and Pavarotti was singing an opera by Verdi. Audiences were witnessing works that had endured through all of the disasters, natural and man-made, that this century had produced. And after listening to some of the best that mankind can do, they went home to watch more news about the rest of what mankind can do. Jeff Greenfield for Nightline in New York.
When we come back in a moment, we'll be joined by Joshua Epstein, a military analyst whose new book focuses on war with Iraq, by the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral William Crowe, and by ABC News Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick.
This is ABC News Nightline.
Third time. We assume that Mr. Hussein has some idea of the damage done to him. We don't know how much because we don't know what his communications capability is at this time.
Military commanders said 80% of the raids were successful. This one on Iraqi Air Force headquarters sent two 2,000-pound bombs deep inside the building, devastating it. This is the reason the intensity of the air war increased. Mobile missiles used last night on Israel and Saudi Arabia. 10 mobile missile launchers were destroyed today, but 24 remain somewhere in the western Iraqi desert. And also hidden, according to Pentagon officials, many of Saddam's best combat aircraft. They fled to northern bases where they are protected by hardened shelters. Those Iraqi jets may be ordered into the fight soon, but U.S. officials say they will present no significant challenges to the Allied air forces in an air war expected to last at least another 10 days. But officials say victory will not be cheap. Those 7 U.S. pilots who were shot down went down in the first 45 hours of combat, and officials say there will be more losses. Fred Francis, NBC News, the Pentagon.
Of course, the pilots do know the danger when they take to the skies. However, after waiting in the desert for 5 uncomfortable months, many were more than ready when President Bush turned Operation Desert Shield into Operation Desert Storm. NBC's Arthur Kent is in Saudi Arabia tonight. He's been talking with some of the pilots. Arthur?
Tom, it's been the most intense bombing campaign since World War II. More than 2,000 aircraft, led by the U.S., hitting Iraq night and day.
Great. They say it is nerve-wracking and exhilarating, but most of all, these pilots say it is satisfying to use the skills they've practiced for so long.
You plan for the worst and hope for the best.
We've done this, practice this strike 4 or 5 times, you know, and every time you're like, well, what if we had to go north instead of turning around and coming south?
The aircraft fly in from the sea, lift off from desert airstrips, all thundering toward one destination, Saddam Hussein's Iraq.
The AAA fire was excessive. To say incredible would be an understatement.
I was pretty nervous, but just seeing Baghdad lit up like that was incredible.
It's awesome. It's blue sky. You can see those little white contrails. It's all right. You ain't never seen nothing like that before, have you? Not my lifetime.
But today, broken skies, lots of cloud in the region, less than perfect conditions for locating and destroying Saddam Hussein's mobile rocket launchers. Tom?
Thank you, Arthur Kent. It is worth pointing out that the pictures that have been provided us by the Defense Department are only the pictures that were successful. We do not know about any misses or what they call collateral damage, the possibility that some civilians were hit as well. That we simply do not know because we haven't gotten that information from the Defense Department. What are the special challenges facing American pilots? They're living on the edge of fear, a restless night of anticipation of sirens blaring, sirens signaling another Iraqi missile attack. For the second straight night there tonight, this is just as what has happened. However, there were no incoming missiles from Iraq, just a very unsettling false alarm. In fact, at one point, a re-entering Soviet space satellite touched off the alarm. What is the mood among Israelis on this, their Sabbath? Well, we'll go now to Tel Aviv, and on the telephone with us is the Deputy Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, I trust that you can hear me at this hour.
I hear you fine, Tom.
That's very good. Defense Minister Moshe Aarons today indicated that Israel, in fact, will retaliate for the Iraqi missile attack on Tel Aviv last night. Can you describe when that might come?
Well, you know our policy is to ensure, A, that Israel is safe, and B, that everybody knows that it has to be safe. For that purpose, we will take whatever action we think is necessary, but when, how, and against what targets is something that we're not going to disclose.
Has President Bush pleaded with you not to take any action whatsoever?
I I don't think President Bush is in the business of pleading. He's spoken very forthrightly, I think very boldly, very courageously, as a leader does in times of distress yesterday. In fact, on your program, when I first heard what he said. But what we say to each other and the close consultations between these two allies, the United States and Israel, is something that we're not going to disclose either.
We understand the grave danger that Israel is in almost constantly there, and we understand the dilemma of all of this. But in effect, aren't you not playing into the hands of Saddam Hussein if you do retaliate and then jeopardize or at least put in peril the Arab coalition that has been standing so firm?
Well, I think that regardless of what and when we do anything, I think that all the members of the coalition understand that Israel has been aggressively provoked, in fact, without any reason, that this was a criminal terrorist attack, precisely as President Bush described it, and that Israel, of course, does not wish to be drawn into this. In fact, is doing everything it can and showing, I think, considerable restraint in doing everything it can not to get into this in any significant way. But I think equally, these countries have been there before. They've seen one or two Arab countries attack Israel. They've seen Israel respond. Sometimes they may have said statements against this, but sometimes secretly, and sometimes not so secretly, they applauded it. They all know what Saddam is trying to do. I don't think they're going to be fooled by it.
All right, thank you very much, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the Deputy Foreign Minister of the government of Israel.
At a live picture from Jerusalem as the new day dawns. It is now coming up on 7 o'clock in the morning. Overnight, there was a false alarm, a false air raid alarm. It was a false alarm. There was no attack on Israel. Still, the city is understandably tense as this new day begins in Jerusalem. In Saudi Arabia, it is coming up on 8 o'clock in the morning. CNN's Brian Jenkins is in Saudi Arabia. Brian, as the new day dawns there, does it bring an understandable sense of relief?
Yes, it certainly does, Susan, because we had anticipated that the Iraqis may have thrown whatever Scud missiles they had left, some of them in this direction overnight, because there was a Scud missile launch toward Saudi Arabia the night before. However, there was only one air alert early last evening. People called down into the bomb shelters. In the mid-morning, the British command here called a yellow alert, but only a limited number of people actually went to the shelters. So as it turned out, there were no confirmed reports of any Scud missile launches to the south in this direction. It's a hazy morning here in eastern Saudi Arabia, a hazy sun in the eastern sky. You may hear behind me some rumbling of jet engines. We've had a wide variety of aircraft taking off from these runways overnight. Cargo planes, American F-15 fighter bombers, British Tornado fighter bombers. One of the prime targets of the air campaign, as Jeff Levine reported just minutes ago from the Pentagon, will be the mobile Scud missile launchers possessed by the Iraqi troops. The Scud missile, of course, is a missile that was developed by the Soviets in the late 50s. The Scud missiles fired on Israel the other day did not contain any chemical warheads, we have been able to ascertain. But there has been a certain amount of fear about the possibility of chemical warheads. One of the prime weapons being used in the air campaign to search out and destroy these Scud missiles is the A-10 tank killer. This was an aircraft first built in 1975. It has never been battle tested, but it has performed fairly well, we understand so far, in searching and destroying these Scud missile launchers. The latest information is that the A-10s have destroyed 8 Scud launchers, locating them via the imaging infrared system on the Maverick missiles that these aircraft carry. Out of 400 total sorties since yesterday, according to officials, only 2 A-10s have been hit, and they were scarcely damaged. There are no reports of injuries. The A-10 is called the Warthog because it's known to its pilots as an ugly and mean machine, but apparently it's being fairly effective in locating and bombing these mobile launchers, which can be camouflaged, can be hidden under highway overpasses, and brought out during the nighttime by the Iraqis to fire. So at this point, this is the information we have on the attack against the Scuds. We'll bring you more information as we receive it. For now, reporting live from Eastern Saudi Arabia, Brian Jenkins, CNN.
All right, thank you, Brian, and we will take a break. Our coverage of the Gulf War will continue right after this.
Delimitation of you know, the normal lens. So then I switch to a night lens. You will see the difference. And there was
crucial development. Pentagon sources tell CNN the Allied air war against Iraq is likely to continue into February before there is a ground attack. These Pentagon sources tell CNN's Wolf Blitzer that they doubt Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is going to surrender despite the pounding his troops, equipment, and the capital are taking.
The capital, Baghdad, along with the rest of Iraq and occupied Kuwait, is being bombed for the third straight day. Several hours ago, the Pentagon announced that 2,100 combat missions have been flown since the war began Wednesday night, and at least a half-dozen mobile missile launchers reportedly have been destroyed. CNN's Jennifer Michael reports on how the war is changing the look and feel of Iraq and Israel.
The most recent pictures of Baghdad by day, quiet and calm. But the sight of soldiers perched on the rooftops and clouds of black smoke are reminders. This is a city in the midst of war. ITN correspondent Brent Sadler says the scene in the Iraqi capital is very different after dark.
Shortly after sunset, areas in Baghdad were attacked by a massive bombardment from more high-altitude flying aircraft. We think it must have been an attack by B-52 bombers. I could also see a heavy missile attack in progress on what the Allies claimed were strategic targets.
Now out of the war zone, Bernard Shaw, John Holliman, and 3 other members of the CNN news crew. They traveled by car from Baghdad to Jordan. CNN still has 3 people on the scene in Iraq, including correspondent Peter Arnett, whose reports now are being censored by the Iraqi government. In Saudi Arabia, Allied warplanes come and go in the continuing air blitz on Iraqi targets. Pentagon sources say it looks like the air war may continue into February before there's any ground attack.
We're going to fly until General Horner tells us to stand down. But as far as the targets go, until he's ready for us not to fly anymore, we'll destroy our targets, he'll give us more targets, and we'll go out and destroy those.
Right now, Allied fighters are zeroing in on Scud mobile missile launchers, trying to wipe out the Iraqi threat to Saudi Arabia and Israel. Air raid sirens wailed again in Israel, but they were false alarms. Adding to the jitters, the flash of a Soviet booster rocket burning up as it fell back to Earth. It was the real thing early Friday when Scud missiles struck Tel Aviv. Israel's defense minister says his nation will respond to the strike, though U.S. officials believe Israel will continue to hold off on any retaliatory strike, at least for now. Diplomats say Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev is working on a new appeal to Iraq to get out of Kuwait immediately and restore peace in the Persian Gulf.
It's a direct initiative. It is something which, a message which President Gorbachev has sent to President Saddam Hussein. That's all I know. But it is not through the UN.
At the United Nations, Algeria and India are promoting a pause in the Gulf War to give Iraq time to rethink its hardline stand. Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
Once again, let's check in with CNN's Jeff Levine, who is live at the Pentagon right now. Jeff, into February, as that report said, and also an earlier report from Wolf Blitzer, as you know, one of our colleagues. Obviously, that's another 2 weeks at least, and perhaps much longer than that if it goes the whole month of February.
As indicated, Operation Desert Storm may continue for a while. One of the signs that we've heard tonight is that Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney has activated a plan that would allow him to commandeer up to 181 civilian airliners as needed. The planes could carry cargo and military personnel to the Persian Gulf. There are other things that indicate tonight that the campaign to liberate Kuwait could go on for a while. More now from CNN's Wolf Blitzer.
Pentagon sources tell CNN the U.S. and Allied air war against Iraq is likely to continue into February before ground forces are finally ordered into battle. They say the Allied planes will continue to go after strategic Iraqi targets patiently and methodically as part of a nonstop effort to pave the way for an eventual U.S.-led ground assault. U.S. commanders say the war so far is going just about as planned. They say in the first 48 hours, U.S. and Allied warplanes have flown more than 2,000 missions. But the bombing has failed to knock out many of Iraq's mobile Scud ballistic missiles, and some officials fear they won't be discovered until they're fired again against Israel or Allied forces in Saudi Arabia.
They can be put in buildings, they can be put in aircraft shelters, and that's why we're keeping assets out there looking for them all the time.
Pentagon planners say they're especially pleased by the performance of nearly 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from battleships in the Persian Gulf. But they say while air attacks, including those with U.S. laser-guided bombs and missiles, have had an 80% success rate, many hardened targets may have to be hit several times, and damage to underground bunkers hiding planes and missiles is uncertain. Another sign that the war is by no means over is that while Iraq's air defense headquarters in Baghdad took a direct hit, the Pentagon concedes Saddam Hussein can still control and communicate with his million-man army.
We think Saddam Hussein is still in charge. I don't know how effective his communication is. We've taken a lot of it out, but there are other means that he retains.
While the Allied air forces appear to have nearly complete air superiority, by Friday night, the Pentagon could confirm only 11 kills out of Iraq's 700-plane air force. And probably the hardest Allied challenge lies ahead, defeating Iraq's toughest troops. U.S. B-52s have been carpet bombing areas in northwestern Kuwait and southern Iraq, trying to destroy the heavily fortified positions of Saddam Hussein's elite Republican Guard. Earlier, one official privately said that large chunks of the Guard had been decimated by the B-52's pounding. But public assessments after 2 days are cautious, with officials conceding U.S. and Allied ground forces may yet have to engage in heavy fighting that could cause heavy casualties.
The conclusion I would draw as a soldier is that that large army is still sitting there, and it has to be rooted out.
Pentagon sources doubt that Saddam Hussein is going to surrender despite the pounding. They believe he will fight to the bitter end, setting the stage for a difficult and perhaps prolonged war. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
Operation Desert Storm has taken its toll on U.S. forces as well. 4 U.S. aircraft are missing, as well as 7 crewmen. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff Levine, thank you very much, and of course he will keep us updated. Susan?
It is now just past 7 o'clock in the morning in Jerusalem. That is where CNN's Linda Scherzer is stationed. Linda, what's the latest there?
Good morning, Susan. Just about 2 hours ago, we were jolted out of our beds again by another air raid siren. This time, the siren rang only in Jerusalem. We are told that the alarm went off after authorities heard an explosion somewhere in Jerusalem. At this point, we're still not exactly sure what happened. Authorities are checking into it, but we were advised as a precautionary measure to put on our gas masks again for about 30 minutes before we were told it was safe to take them off. This is about the third alarm now, the third false alarm that has sounded in Israel over the past 10 hours. At about 20 to 9 Israeli time last night, this is what Tel Aviv looked like. The sirens sounded across Israel. A source told me that authorities had false U.S. intelligence information that another missile was about to be fired from Iraq, and they wanted to increase the warning time. You may recall that after the first siren, it was only a few minutes. Some people say just a few seconds before the missiles landed in Tel Aviv. And among the people that were caught outside their homes when this siren sounded was Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. You see him now. He was in our CNN studios doing a live interview when the siren sounded. A little later, the siren sounded again in Tel Aviv. People report they saw what looked like a missile streaking across the sky. We should be seeing that tape very soon.
It's going overhead. It's making no noise at all. We don't know what that is. It's headed over our heads.
That was my colleague Richard Blystone reporting seeing this missile streaking across the sky. What it turned out to be was bits of a Soviet booster rocket that was burning up overhead. As you may imagine, people here are feeling a little bit unnerved by all of this. Many residents of Tel Aviv are now moving to Jerusalem, checking into hotels to live in a city that is considered a lot safer than Tel Aviv right now. The Israelis believe that there is a good chance that Saddam Hussein may launch another missile in this direction, and the Israeli authorities are trying to decide right now what they are going to do. There are conflicting signals that are being heard in this country. However, one of the strongest messages was heard last night by Defense Minister Moshe Aarons, who appeared on Israeli television.
Are we protected enough? Yes, we are. The U.S. government, they know if we're going to be under attack, we're going to react. You're saying we're going to react? Yes, but you can't expect me to say the exact time and date. Has President Bush asked Israel about giving a directive for an attack? We both understand one another. He went to the government of Israel, but he didn't get an answer.
There was deep appreciation expressed by Israeli leaders here after President Bush's comments in Washington, appreciation for his strong condemnation of the Iraqi missile attack, for his sympathy for Israel's position, but at this point we're still not exactly sure what the Israelis plan to do. It appears that they may in fact respect the U.S. request to hold off on retaliating for that first missile attack, but we still don't know what Israel's next move may be, and certainly if another missile is fired in this direction, it is very clear that the Israelis will retaliate for that. This is Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
Linda, we have watched, and the world has watched, you and the rest of the CNN crew in Jerusalem as you have scrambled for your gas masks. We have seen the fear on your faces and in the body language. It must be exhausting to continue to have these alarms.
Well, it is, Susan. Of course, we're all operating on very little sleep here. When the air raid sirens sound, we have to dash for our gas masks to put them on before we even think about covering the story, because we, of course, are part of the story at this point. But we are doing the best that we can, and certainly considering all the risks, and have our gas masks close to us, and of course trying to find out what happened as quickly as we can so that we can report it to you.
And we certainly appreciate it. CNN's Linda Scherzer keeping us up to date from Jerusalem. We will take a break. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues right after this.
On the latest sirens in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem. I'm being told in my ear right now, in Jerusalem. Also in Tel Aviv or just Jerusalem? Just in Jerusalem. We will keep you updated. We're going to take a break right now, and we will be right back with more on the latest sirens in Jerusalem right after this.
As you just heard, air raid sirens have gone off in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv in Israel. The sirens have reportedly just stopped in Jerusalem. As you are looking at a live picture, it is now 20 after 7 in the morning in Jerusalem. Again, the sirens have just stopped. We will go to CNN's Linda Scherzer in Jerusalem just as soon as we can, as soon as we get a full report. Again, the sirens have gone off in Jerusalem. Just moments ago, the air raid sirens went on in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. The sirens have reportedly gone off now in Jerusalem. We will go to Jerusalem and CNN's Linda Scherzer just as soon as we can. Patrick?
In the meantime, the Gulf War has given the U.S. and allied military forces an opportunity to show what their multi-million-dollar hardware can do. CNN's Dan Blackburn reports much of the high-tech hardware is capable of doing a great deal of damage.
This is the view from an F-117A stealth fighter over Baghdad.
Representative of the new weapon system seeing full-scale use in the Middle East, the plane is proving to be a key first-strike aircraft.
If you go back to the CNN interviews, the reporters were saying, we can hear air raid sirens, we can see the anti-aircraft guns going off, we cannot see or hear any aircraft. Chances are very good what set the sirens and the anti-aircraft guns off were the stealth fighters leaving the bombing area or leaving the target area. They had already delivered their first packages of bombs.
Many of those bombs are what are called smart bombs, which use computers, sometimes linked to small television cameras with night capability, including forward-looking infrared systems known as FLIR, which literally can see in the dark. Smart bombs also are carried by the F-15 Eagle, which is seeing heavy duty in the airstrikes on Iraq and Kuwait. These all-weather fighter bombers are equipped with the Lantern guidance system, which almost flies the plane on its own and permits round-the-clock operations.
It's a system that uses both radar and infrared imagery to give the pilot a presentation so that he can fly the aircraft very close to the ground without really seeing the ground. It actually projects a picture of the terrain, an infrared picture of the terrain in front of you onto your heads-up display.
Joining the F-15 in the air over the Persian Gulf is a plane with the unlikely name of Wild Weasel. Officially labeled the F-4G, this updated Vietnam-era plane is loaded with electronic radar jamming equipment and carries missiles designed to knock out enemy radar.
It's comparable to what most folks would call a game of chicken. The F-4G with the HARM missile goes out and detects, identifies, and locates these surface-to-air missile radars, and then plays a game of chicken with them. If they're going to come up and try and shoot a surface-to-air missile at them, we in turn can shoot a high-speed anti-radiation missile back at them, a HARM. So it's a matter of how close do you get them to look at you, and then shoot them before they shoot you.
From warships offshore, including 2 surviving World War II battleships which have been converted to huge missile platforms, batteries of Tomahawk missiles have been erupting to rain destruction on their targets.
We're going to interrupt that report. As we told you, the sirens have been going off in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. For the very latest on that, we're going to go to Tel Aviv, and CNN's Richard Blystone is on the phone right now with the very latest. Richard, what's happening?
Well, Tel Aviv has just had, I think, 2 salvos of quite a lot of missile hits. I'm looking out the window of the hotel room. There are helicopters patrolling around in the sky, and I can see smoke arising from one building. I think the shots were pretty widely spaced. None of them was very near me. From the size of the detonations, I would have said they were 500-pound payloads or over. There are birds flying up around in the air in panic. Very few people were out. It's only 7:30 in the morning here, and it is still the Sabbath. People would have stayed home in any case, and today, of course, they had all the more reason to stay home. I think a lot of people were relieved here when the dawn came after having 2 false alarms last night and thought that the Iraqis would not be able to launch any more attacks today, Patrick.
Richard, just to clarify for us, how many detonations did you actually feel, and what can you see?
I heard, I think, 2 very loud ones to start with. Then what seemed to me quite a large number, but it might have been reflected sound, so I was not hearing so many. But if every concussion that I heard was something going off, I would say there were more than a dozen. I would say it was around a minute or a little more. I was actually asleep when it came, and so I'm not terribly sure, I'm sorry to say. I can't see a great deal going on here. The detonations have stopped. There are no sirens at the moment. All I can see out my hotel window, it looks as though nothing had happened at the moment, except a pall of smoke from the center of the city to the east of me a little bit.
Richard, at this point, obviously, you are not any way to determine whether or not there were chemical weapons on those warheads at this point.
No, Patrick, no way to determine at all, except I don't know, there was quite a lot of smoke from one, and I have very little to compare this with. I was at Halabja in eastern Kurdistan of Iraq 2 years ago when almost 3 now, when Saddam Hussein used chemical artillery and bombs against his own population up there. At that time, I seem to recall I only saw some Iranian-made pictures of the main attack on the town. I did see a few late attempts at dropping things on military targets after that, and it seems to me the smoke that I saw mostly was lighter colored than the smoke I'm seeing here. My guess would be, and it's only a guess at this point, that this is high explosive, just as it was a little more than 24 hours ago.
Richard, I don't want to interrupt you, but put on your gas mask, of course, and we're going to go back to into Jerusalem, where CNN's Linda Scherzer is, and let's check in with her to see what's happening there. Linda?
Patrick, you can see I'm already sitting here with my gas mask on. As Richard told you, the sirens went off just a few minutes ago. In Jerusalem, this was what it looked like when the sirens went off. You can see the picture that we took from Jerusalem. The military censor has told us that we may not say where the missiles may have landed, how many there are. We don't know exactly any of that information at this point. All we are able to tell you, all that Army Radio has reported so far, is that missiles have landed somewhere in Israel. One thing that I can add, something that somebody told me yesterday, is that if there is fire seen after a missile is hit, that would indicate that it is a conventional type of warhead, not a chemical warhead. So we can add that. At this point, we're just waiting for more information to file in, Patrick, and we'll let you know when we know.
Linda, we were just talking with Richard Blystone. I'm not sure if you heard that. He did say that he has seen smoke and did feel some detonations in the Tel Aviv area and could see them from his vantage point. And he did say that he could see smoke from those detonations and did not mention fire. And obviously, we're not trying to alarm anyone about this being chemical weapons or anything, but that's what Richard was saying. As you look out the window behind you there or in the bureau, have you seen any smoke or anything from your vantage point in Jerusalem?
No, again, we have not seen anything. It's been very quiet in Jerusalem. About 2 hours ago, there was another alarm. We were told that there was an explosion somewhere in Jerusalem. We didn't hear that. We haven't seen anything. At this point, whatever is happening, again, I have to be very careful with what I say in terms of location, but from where I'm sitting here, there has been no sounds of any missiles hitting. Everything is quiet right now.
Okay, Linda, if you'll stay there, we're going to switch back once again to Tel Aviv, where Richard Blystone again is on the telephone. Richard, any additional information at this point?
It's quiet now. There are spotter aircraft going around, and the streets are all quiet. I've seen no sign of panic or anything. The people of Tel Aviv were well braced for this, not only by weeks of, or probably more than that, of instruction and training by the government, but they've been well warned and trained certainly in the past few days, and they had 2 false alarms to get their vigilance.
Landing in Tel Aviv. If you would recap for us, you were asleep, and take it from there and what you've seen and what you felt in the lobby. You're in a sealed room, and if not, you certainly should be there, and you know, you can continue this report later if need be, but we want to make sure you're okay.
No, I'm fine,
okay.
Patrick. I'm fine. There's nothing much I can see. Well, anyway, there were the sirens, and then after a period that I can't really describe to you very accurately, there were the first detonations, and they rain. I really can't tell you very well how many I heard, but quite loud, and then pause and some more detonations. But
Richard, can you tell in terms of where you saw the smoke in relation to where they landed yesterday, assuming these were missiles, where were they in relation to that? In other areas of Tel Aviv or in the same area?
Well, Patrick, I wasn't here when the first attack came, and I didn't visit personally the neighborhood, so I have no idea. And I've only been in Tel Aviv for about, goodness, well under 24 hours, and so I don't know anything very well. All I can tell you is I'm in a city, and there were some missiles hitting here, and I did see some smoke. Really unable to tell you what kind of thing was hit. I'm sure our crews are probably out on the street now if they're not in the shelter, and we'll be having some pictures for you a little later in the morning.
Okay, Richard, just stand by there, and certainly if you're in a sealed room, and again, Israeli radio is warning everyone to don gas masks as well as to get into a sealed room. We're going to go back to Jerusalem once again, where CNN's Linda Scherzer is standing by, and we saw her a couple of minutes ago in her gas mask for the very latest from there. Linda?
Yeah, Patrick, not a whole lot to add from Jerusalem. As you can see from the picture, things are rather quiet here. There has been no evidence of any missiles landing in Jerusalem. Of course, this is the Jewish Sabbath, was set in several hours ago, and things are quiet anyway. People are, of course, in their houses. They are in their sealed rooms at this point. As I mentioned earlier, it was the fear of a missile attack on Tel Aviv that has driven many people from Tel Aviv to this city, to Jerusalem, checking into hotels. Of course, the feeling is that because this is the home of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in all of Islam, that Saddam Hussein would not be directing his missiles to this city. And there are many Tel Aviv residents who are feeling that they are a lot safer here right now. If, in fact, the missiles did land in Tel Aviv this morning, I'm sure that they're breathing a sigh of relief that they are indeed here.
Linda,
that,
go ahead.
Yes, Patrick.
I'm just saying we can't hear any sirens in the background now, and certainly you've become an expert on those warnings in the last few days. I hear, I think, some sort of an emergency vehicle or police vehicle behind you, a siren from that. Why are they not on? I mean, they have not given the all clear at this point, and did you get much of a warning in terms of, obviously they haven't hit in Jerusalem, but we did talk to Richard Blystone, and he said it didn't seem like it was more than a couple of minutes or so.
Well, again, I think what you did hear, Patrick, was an ambulance that went by. Beyond that, there is nothing else that would indicate that there is anything going on here. The air raid sirens have stopped. They stopped several minutes ago, although the all-clear sound has not been heard. Of course, we've been listening to the radio, which would also tell us if the danger had passed. But we have not heard anything from the Army to indicate that we should be taking our gas masks off at this point.
Okay, Linda.
Linda, this is just...
Linda Scherzer is in Jerusalem, as you just saw, and also Richard Blystone in Tel Aviv, and we will be going back to them momentarily for the very latest information from there. But we have an update now from Susan and at the Pentagon.
We are going to CNN's Jeff Levine, who is standing by at the Pentagon. Jeff, what is the latest there?
Susan, Pentagon officials greeted word of this latest attack rather grimly. What it indicates clearly is that not all of the Scud missiles in Iraq and Kuwait have been wiped out. That in spite of intensive bombing raids in the last couple of days. Best efforts of the Allied Air Force have not neutralized the Scuds as a threat. The other interesting aspect of this is, what does this do in terms of the Israelis' need or desire to retaliate? In my 2 years working in Israel, I witnessed numerous examples of the Israeli military's efficient retaliation to provocations or terrorist attacks. In effect, the Israeli philosophy has been, if we're attacked, we're going to strike back and inflict even more pain than we've suffered. And in effect, this has been a successful philosophy for the Israelis over the years. Clearly, the Israelis are holding back in terms of their military efforts, because this might have a disruptive effect on the coalition, including a number of Arab nations. But now there has to be domestic, political, and military pressure building in Israel to retaliate to this second attack, and we don't really know what the toll, if any, has been. So I would say the bottom line here at the Pentagon is that this puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the coalition to seek out those remaining Scud sites and get rid of them, because with each attack on Israel by a Scud missile, that incident will create a lot more pressure for the Israelis to get into this war, and that again would have unknown consequences. So Pentagon planners are going back to the drawing board to see if they can find out where these Scuds are. It isn't easy. They're mobile, they're on trucks, they can hide any number of places, they can sneak behind who knows, a rock or a tree. This is not an easy task.
Jeff, you were bureau chief for CNN in Jerusalem for 2 years. How is the city reacting now?
Well, I can think back to terrorist attacks when we were in Jerusalem, and it is an all-consuming thing in the Jewish state in the following fashion, in that if there is a terrorist attack in any place, the event is felt throughout Israel. It's a small place. In a way, it's an extended family. If someone is injured or killed, it is an event that has repercussions, emotional and political, everywhere. And I recall when several soldiers were killed and injured at the Wailing Wall in a terrorist attack, and we were sitting in the office in Jerusalem. We heard the emergency vehicles like Linda Scherzer heard tonight. You know what the feeling is in Israel. It's quite intense, and we understand that they're undergoing a great deal of pain and a lot of anger. And the question is, how will that energy be focused? Will the Israelis be patient and wait for the coalition to, in effect, do the job for them, or are the people going to demand that the Israeli military take matters into their own hands? That's the way they're used to doing it, Susan.
Jeff, as we are talking with you, we are looking at live pictures of Jerusalem, where it is now coming up on 8 o'clock in the morning. We should point out that all of our crews in Tel Aviv are in sealed rooms right now for their protection. That is why we are looking at live pictures from Jerusalem. We will, of course, bring you pictures from Tel Aviv just as soon as possible. Now, it is my understanding that we have CNN's Richard Roth on the phone with us now from Tel Aviv. Richard, what are you able to tell us?
Well, Susan, very terrifying moments here in Tel Aviv. I'm in a sealed room that I'd rather not say the location of, with about hundreds of other people, and the sounds of explosions rocketing through. Difficult to hear any in the last minute or so, but I heard at least 5 to 6 to 7 explosions, though it's hard really to tell, to be precise. With me here in the room is a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Force, Ronan Gisin. He may not know much more than me, but he can certainly describe what's happening as best he knows it. Ronan, can you tell us what's going on?
Well, this has become common practice in the past 2 days. We're in this hotel, and every time we hear the siren, we go into the sealed room. We put on our gas mask, and we await until we can return back to normal. I can only confirm that we did hear a few explosions. I cannot state the location of the explosion at this stage, but all the residents of the hotel are safe and calm, I should say. As I said, this has become sort of common practice. People just wake up, and after they brush their teeth, they hear the siren, they put on the gas mask, and they go to the sealed room and await any further notice. At this stage, we haven't heard yet the call on the radio, which would indicate that we can take off our gas mask or leave the sealed rooms and return back to normal. But we'll be waiting, and I believe that it will come any moment now.
Richard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Has the IDF spokesman been able to call the situation room, the control room? Do the phones work? Is he able to talk with anyone?
Well, he talked on the radio when the alarm was sound, and the minute there will be any change, he'll be calling us after he gets the announcement that we can return back to normal. I know that for a fact because it has been done yesterday when we had a false alarm. So there's no reason to believe that this will not happen now. We just have to wait a couple of more minutes, and then we can return back to normal. And I'm sure that in the next few minutes after we return back to normal situation, we will be able to brief you and the rest of the foreign press, which is congregated here in the hotel, about the current situation and what has happened.
But yesterday, it was not a false alarm. I mean, yesterday it was a false alarm. There were no explosions, and apparently you have heard explosions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In this kind of a situation, when you have something like 5 to 6 minutes early warning time, you don't take any chances with human life. And therefore, the minute we get any kind of indication that missiles have been launched or missiles are about to be launched, we give the order for the whole population to go into the sealed room. So while yesterday it was a false alarm, today apparently it isn't. And therefore, I think our best bet and the best policy, which has proven itself, is clearly not to take any chances and to order the population into the sealed rooms. As I pointed out, in the next few minutes, once the alarm is set off and we can return back to normal, we will be able to get a better picture of where and when and what happened. And of course, to the best of our ability, we will inform you.
Tell us about the sealed room, if you would, please. If you could set the scene for us, if you will, there.
Well, this looked like, I would call it a Halloween or, if you want, a gas mask party. It has become common practice in this particular hotel that in certain rooms, particularly on the floor where we are, those people that have congregated in the first days are congregating also here today. And so you look around you and you see people with gas masks on. Although, you know, this room is sealed quite well, so some of the people don't have their gas masks on. And the atmosphere is very calm. People crack jokes. Some people, those who don't have their gas masks on, are eating. I can see it right now. And waiting for the call on the radio that they can leave the room and sign off the gas mask. It's not that uncomfortable, you know. Once you get used to the gas mask, you put it on, you can breathe very easily. It's just an eerie look, you know. You got people with gas masks on, and you hear them talk. You don't see their lips move.
Sir, if you could stand by, please. We also have CNN's Richard Blystone, who is also in Tel Aviv. Richard, what is the latest from your vantage point, please?
I have gone to a place where I have a little better view now, but I can tell you there's nothing much more to see. The smoke from the detonations has dissipated now, and I think you can pretty confidently say that it'll be like yesterday, a bit of damage and hopefully very light civilian casualties. I'm really unable to, you know, make any sound prediction on this as of yet. Out on the street, this city is eerily calm. I am hearing sirens, but I think those may be police or ambulance sirens. There's no one on the street. It is like a ghost town, and here we are well past the dawn, nearly 8 o'clock in the morning. Nothing moving on the street. People.
Richard, you mentioned that you had spent an 11-hour vigil overnight waiting for perhaps a missile attack. As the dawn rose, you went to bed. Did you think that the threat had passed?
Yes, on the basis that I calculated wrongly that the ability of the Gulf Allied forces to suppress the launching of any missiles like this would have been enhanced in the daytime, which it now fully is. I thought that it was probably we were all clear for the day at least. Certainly now Israel will be thinking very seriously about taking action on its promise to deliver retaliation for this strike.
Yeah, but listen to all of it.
How big a likelihood there is of that, I'm not really able to say. The Israelis have said firmly and definitely that they will retaliate even for the previous strike, but said they would choose in the time and the place as they thought appropriate. Certainly they will see it as imperative that they do something to assure themselves and the Israeli people that this will not go on.
Richard, stand by, please. We are going now to CNN's Linda Schertzer, who is in Jerusalem. Linda.
Yes, Susan, I just wanted to tell you about some of the pictures that you were seeing. Of course, this is the Jewish Sabbath here. This is Jerusalem. There are many people who are going to synagogues in the area just outside our studio, actually. It's quite extraordinary that people feel so safe in this city that they are actually going to worship without their gas masks. Although I do recall seeing one man in a prayer shawl carrying his mask with him as he went to pray. There is some information we could pass on, but at this point the military censor has told us that we can't. We are trying to report things as quickly as we know them, as quickly as they're reported on Army radio, which at that point we are allowed to pass them on to you. In our office at this point, and perhaps we can get a picture of it, we are still with our gas masks on. We are not in our sealed room, but at this point we don't have any reason to believe that if there were missiles that arrived in Jerusalem or other parts of Israel, that those missiles contain chemical warheads. Again, we will pass on to you what we know when we know it, and when the military censor allows us to say it.
All right, Linda, we are going to break away from you, and we ask all of our correspondents in Israel to stand by, please. We will be back to you. Patrick.
Right now, we're going to talk live. What's the latest?
Patrick, it's dead quiet in the streets of Tel Aviv. Again, I have seen a couple of police vehicles patrolling the street. I can see a couple of men in green uniform and gas masks looking around. Nothing near me has been touched, and in a city this size, a few warheads, detonations of conventional weapons like that probably won't have done a great deal of damage. As to what Israel's response might be, they're very determined, obviously, that this must stop. They have aircraft capable of reaching Iraq, certainly. And if aircraft are not able to do the job, and this morning's raid would seem to indicate that they are not, I would not find it out of the question that the Israelis might try to insert ground troops into western Iraq and do some mopping up that way.
Richard, well, what about as far as any damage at this point? Have you been able to ascertain any kind of damage reports from your vantage point?
Nothing at all, Patrick. I'm not in a visual position to be able to see damage that would be more than a couple of 100 yards from me. So as it happens, just from my position, I couldn't tell you a thing.
Richard, let me just follow up on something that you just mentioned before, and I want to, obviously it's a very significant point. You're saying that there could be retaliation in the form of Israeli ground forces. Obviously, a lot of people or experts think if there were some sort of retaliation, of course, it would be coming from the Israeli Air Force.
Obviously, that would be the first thing, Patrick, but Israel, I think, has to consider all the options. I was not saying they would do this or that I know anything about it authoritatively, but I'm taking that merely from their determination to do something to put an end to this, and I was saying I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, Richard, stand by there if you would, and we're going to go right now. We're going to go back to your colleague and our colleague in Jerusalem. Linda Schertzer is standing by there with the very latest. We are looking at a live picture of Jerusalem. Linda?
Yes, we do have a little information that we can pass on to you now that has been cleared by the censor. The censor has told us that there was indeed a missile attack on Israel today. The entire country, with the exception of the people in the Hadera and Ashkelon regions in the central part of the country, have been told that they can take their gas masks off. However, once again, residents of Israel who live in the Hadera and Ashkelon regions in the central part of the country are being told that they must keep their gas masks on to stay in their sealed rooms. Apparently, the danger has not passed for these folks, and they're being told to take extreme caution.
So obviously in Jerusalem, as we look out the window and saw a number of people, as you mentioned before, walking around without even gas masks on their side. So obviously they're not concerned about some sort of, so those people at least that we saw walking around on the streets are not concerned necessarily about another attack.
I think it's an example of how safe people feel in Jerusalem, that they truly believe that Saddam Hussein wouldn't mess with this city, given the fact that the third holiest site in all of Islam is centered here. Again, this is Saturday. This is the Jewish Sabbath. There are many people who are going to synagogues to pray. We did see some of them, but certainly not all, carrying their gas masks with them. Interestingly, the chief rabbi has told observant Jews in this country that they should be listening to their radios on this day in order to be updated on what is going on because of the threat to life. Of course, on the Sabbath, observant Jews are prohibited from using electricity, but of course in these times that is not the case.
Okay, Linda Scherzer and Richard Blystone, if you will stay at where you are, of course, we will be getting back to you momentarily. And now we're going to go to Susan. Susan?
CNN's Pam Olson is standing by at the White House. Pam, has there been any Bush administration reaction to this latest attack on Israel?
Susan, so far there has been no official reaction, but we do know this. A short time ago, just a few minutes ago, a White House spokesman told us that the president, who is spending the weekend at Camp David, has been awakened. He was awakened shortly after the attack began. He was awakened and was given a briefing by his National Security Advisor, General Brent Scowcroft. But so far, no statement, no words from the president as we speak, but we do know that he was awakened and told of this attack. As I said, he is spending the weekend at Camp David, but something you might find a little bit interesting. And Tony, the photographer, I don't know how easily we can show this to you, but we're standing in front of what contains the Oval Office, and look up there on the top floor. I'm not sure exactly to whom those offices belong, but they are very, very close, I believe, to the Situation Room and to the Oval Office. And even though the president is spending the weekend at Camp David, the lights are on here at the White House. And interestingly enough, these weren't on until just a few minutes ago. Last night, those lights were on almost all night long, but they only came back on again just a few minutes ago. Once again, no official reaction here from the White House, but the president has been advised. Susan?
Thank you, CNN's Pam Olson, who will, of course, update it as soon as there is some word from the White House. Patrick.
Once again, we're going to go back to our Los Angeles Bureau, where we have military analyst and expert on weaponry, Professor Tom Grant.
At that time, beginning to smell the acrid smell of smoke. Dissipated smoke is characteristic of a high explosive, I suppose, or any other explosion. At the moment, I was thinking to myself, does this smell like mustard gas? But I'm very pleased to hear that it isn't. Nothing much has changed here as far as I can see. No large buildings were hit so far as I can see. I've seen military patrols on the streets, and I've seen helicopter patrols in the air. Now people will be coming out of their shelters, taking off their gas masks, and starting to have a look at the damage. And so will we. Patrick?
Okay, Richard Blystone. That's Richard Blystone. If you'll stand by there, we will be coming back to you in very shortly. Susan?
CNN has just contacted the Israeli embassy in Washington. The Israeli embassy apparently has no comment at this time. They hope to have a comment as soon as possible. Meantime, CNN's Jeff Levine is standing by at the Pentagon. Jeff, what is the latest word there?
Well, Pentagon officials were certainly disturbed to hear of this latest attack. It indicates, of course, that all the Scud missiles have not been dealt with in spite of the massive reactions of the last couple of days from Allied forces. So that's going to make the work of the coalition a bit more difficult and a bit more urgent. And I was listening to what Professor Grant had to say, and I think that that theme is quite important. How do... Well, I guess we're looking at Tel Aviv on the air now. And I gathered that the all clear has been sounded, which, of course, has got to be a tremendous relief. In effect, living in Israel is living under the gun. It's something that we did for a couple of years, and the Israelis are always thinking that something could come at them from a number of different locations and a number of different enemies. In fact, the home that we had in Jerusalem had a bomb shelter in the basement. We lived there in a bit more sanguine time and didn't have to use it. But the point is that that threat is always there. Again, there's a picture of Tel Aviv Live. In a sense, that's the heart of the Jewish state, the biggest city in Israel, and the most vulnerable to terrorist attack in the sense that they're the most targets there. And I think it's an interesting point to keep in mind that this attack came on the Jewish Sabbath, and a number of terrorist attacks against Israel over the years have come on the Sabbath. This is an attempt, traditionally, to demoralize and dispirit the people, and it's not unknown to Israelis to sustain these sorts of incidents. Again, the Pentagon is looking closely at the situation. They're going to want to try and wipe out whatever Scud missiles are left in Iraq and the Kuwaiti area. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
And Jeff, just go ahead and stand by there at the Pentagon. We will get back to you in a minute. Meantime, Richard Blystone is back with us from Tel Aviv as we see some of the first pictures of Tel Aviv. Richard, what can you tell us?
Well, I can't see those pictures, of course, so I don't know what's in them, but I'll wager that our camera was nailed down up on the roof of the building from which we watched for the raid all last night, and it was being recorded as it took place automatically inside the building. The engineers, of course, had to go to the shelter. Once the all clear sounded, they came back and started feeding those pictures to you. So those pictures are only something around a half an hour old. Now life is returning to the streets of Tel Aviv. I see people with their gas masks around their necks venturing out again onto the streets, and the business of cleaning up and taking care of anyone who was injured will begin.
Richard, are you able to hear Israeli radio or television?
No, I'm not, and unfortunately I couldn't understand what they were saying if I could. I have been for most of this time out on my hotel balcony in defiance of we have something going. That sounds to me like another all clear. Although people are apprehensively now starting to come back toward the hotel. But this constant tone, according to my understanding, should mean all clear. The second all clear, perhaps there were two stages. Yes, people are still staying out and relaxed. Gas masks not going on. I think they've concluded, as I have, that this means that it's over, and they can get on with their lives.
All right, Richard, go ahead and stand by there. We are going back to the Pentagon and CNN's Jeff Levine. Jeff, what is the latest there? Have U.S. officials said anything to you yet?
Yes, they have, Susan. We have confirmation now that 3 missile attacks have been launched against Israel from western Iraq. The Pentagon says that the attacks were launched from western Iraq. The Joint Chiefs of Staff were notified of this latest assault at 12:20 Eastern Time this morning. Again, the Department of Defense says that there were 3 missile assaults launched from western Iraq toward Israel. The Pentagon isn't saying exactly what kinds of missiles were involved, but we can infer, based on what's happened in the last couple of days, that they were probably Scuds. But the point is, the Pentagon is confirming that this has happened, Susan.
Jeff, are American officials telling you anything about Israeli retaliation, the possibility of Israeli retaliation? Israel, of course, has said that if there is another attack, which there has been, that there would be retaliation.
Well, what they're telling us, Susan, is that they're very, very concerned about what the Israelis might do, and they hope that the Israelis will stay out of it. However, the fact is that the Israelis have, in effect, made their military reputation in the Middle East since 1948 on the basis of retaliation. What they effectively have said is that if you strike at us, we're going to strike back at you even harder. And that has established their credibility and their effectiveness. Now what they're saying is, all right, well, we're going to hold back here for political and diplomatic reasons, but from what I know of the Jewish state, there is going to be a tremendous emotional pressure building on Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir and his cabinet to do something about this. This is an outrage. A missile attack, this latest missile attack launched against the Jewish state on the Sabbath. It's blasphemy in addition to being a terrorist attack. Obviously, the concern here at the Pentagon has got to grow even greater, and military officials are going to be urgently seeking out the locations of these Scud missiles or whatever they may be, and the pressure is going to be on these folks to get rid of them in a hurry or face the consequences of what Israeli retaliation might mean. You can only wonder how long the Israelis are going to hold back in this situation. Susan?
All right, CNN's Jeff Levine, thank you very much. We will let you go back and check with your sources and try and find out more from the Pentagon as Israel has been hit by a missile attack. Patrick.
Once again, let's check in with CNN's Richard Blystone, who is on the phone with us from Tel Aviv. Richard?
Hello, Patrick. I don't know if you can hear in the background the sound of another siren, this time either a fire or an ambulance or a police siren. I'm unable to tell from where I am. People are venturing out on the streets once more. Their gas masks in hand or around their necks and not on. The scene out here is starting to come to life. I can see no damage from where I am. Undoubtedly, there will have been some. And that is a car burglar alarm. There have been, since the alarm sounded or since the missiles hit, military people out and about, and now the civilians are out. The smoke has dispersed where I'm standing on my hotel balcony. I can smell a faint, acrid whiff in the air. There's going to be a lot more action today for sure, but I doubt it's going to be here. This is Richard Blystone reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Richard, once again, tell us how many missiles you actually, or explosions did you actually see or feel?
Well, two things about that, Patrick. One is that the Israeli censors are very sensitive about talking about numbers, and so I should be reprimanded thoroughly if I gave you an accurate count. Secondly, I'm really not able to give you an accurate count. I was asleep when it started, and there are tall buildings around here capable of, bouncing echoes off to confuse. So a few would be about the best I could do with any hope of accuracy.
What happens next then, Richard, at this point? I mean, after, damage assessment, et cetera, I mean, politically speaking, you're in Tel Aviv. What's going to happen next? I know you're not able to listen to Israeli radio and you're sort of isolated, but, from your expertise, what happens next?
Well, the very first thing, and it happened quite some time ago now, of course, this well-drilled civil defense machine has gone into operation. If there is anybody injured, they will be in hospital by now, you can be sure. And the rubble will...
Richard, wrap.
It will be started to be cleared away. As for what happens militarily, we'll just have to wait and see. Patrick, I'm Richard Blystone reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Okay, Richard. Thank you very much. We're going to check in with Richard Blystone's colleague, Richard Roth, who's also in Tel Aviv. We don't have him quite yet. We're going to go, in the meantime, let's go back to CNN's Jeff Levine live at the Pentagon. Jeff?
Well, Patrick, Pentagon officials are confirming that there were 3 missile launches directed against...
Screen here, pictures from Tel Aviv. These are pictures taken Saturday morning. These are first pictures in of the Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. Let's watch and listen for just one moment. Air raid sirens sounding. In the distance, you see where one of the Scuds struck. It's our belief that, and our information, that where you see that smoke in the distance is where one of them struck. This videotape is just into us here. You can see a helicopter going to take a look at the site where one of the Scuds apparently struck. Tom Fenton reports that he heard 4 explosions.
We can say
I can confirm that.
Yeah. Well, that's all either one of us can confirm at this moment. But when you put it all together with everything else that we know, I guess it's reasonable to assume that that may be the consequence of an
It possibly could be.
Yeah. I guess the only encouraging note that we can sound at this moment is there has been great concern in the weeks leading up to this war that not only that the Iraqis would do what they have now done, but that they would put either biological or chemical warheads on those missiles. And I guess we can conclude from the fact that the Israelis have already sounded the all clear in Tel Aviv that there has been no such warhead on those missiles. Now,
war thus far, as we look at these fresh, unedited videotape pictures of the Israelis in the immediate aftermath of today's missile attack that you recall the other evening, burned in my memory, that mother trying to put gas masks on her 2 children, at the same time put chemical weapons protective gear over a baby in the cradle.
Tom said earlier that he thought they only had 3 or 4 minutes warning. So you can imagine the panic and the concern that people would have with that little time. I think at best the time is, what, only 6 or 7 minutes.
And there was the report, tragic report, that one Arab child had suffocated as its mother tried to put on the gas mask. That, as I understand it, was not actually during the Scud missile attack, but it was during one of the drills and one of the many alerts. These pictures, no matter how many times you see them, are eerie pictures of the Israelis with their gas masks on. Tom Fenton, if you're still there, we are looking here in New York at the unedited videotape. I don't know whether you see it there, but these eerie, bizarre scenes almost, and also heartbreaking scenes of people in gas masks trying to cope with another Scud missile attack.
Dan, I can't see the pictures, but I can tell you that we've just heard from our cameraman in Jerusalem. He has been monitoring police radio and says, as far as he can ascertain, there were no hits in Jerusalem. That is, no hits in Jerusalem. My assumption then is that people there must have heard the reverberation of the hits here in Tel Aviv and perhaps some echoes and counted up to 7. But he says there were no hits in Jerusalem.
Well, we'll be monitoring this as we go along, and we've tried to underscore from the very beginning that information is slow coming in. It's hard to confirm. The Israelis have said, they have confirmed that there definitely was a Scud missile attack this morning. The U.S. Defense Department, Mark Phillips, a few moments ago said that the U.S. Defense Department was confirming that Scuds had hit Israel. The question is, where did they hit, how many did they hit, and what are the casualties?
Well, Dan, I can tell you that there were hits in Tel Aviv, one of them quite close to where one of our cameramen was. He has the picture of the crater. It's about 5 yards across. I cannot give you exact locations of the hits in Tel Aviv for not only for censorship reasons, but for obvious reasons. We don't want to help them correct their aim. There have been some casualties from the report from the Red Cross, and that's the sum of what we know at the moment.
These photographs, videotape, taken by our crews in Tel Aviv of the Israelis in their gas masks.
No, Dan, what you're seeing there is WTN. We have our own video. Unfortunately, we do not have access to a satellite at this point, and therefore we can't show them to you.
We've noted a couple of times on this broadcast tonight that the Israelis are understandably sensitive about not giving any geographical location. You know, I think it'll be enough if you just sort of point in a general direction and tell us what you see or what you know without specifically giving any notion as to where these missiles landed.
All right, and I think that's a fair comment. In any case, the only activity we do see is some helicopters circling over an area, but we see no smoke coming from that area, no fire, no signs of an explosion. Otherwise, it's a very quiet Saturday morning here in Tel Aviv.
Our guest to please stand by for a minute. We are going to CNN's Richard Ross in Tel Aviv. Richard, what can you tell us? What's the latest?
Yes, I'm on a street here in the middle of town, or somewhere in town, and the streets are deserted, naturally. Very few people on the street, police emergency vehicles. I happen to be near a building that I can look at, which is cordoned off with officers. It's believed that there might be an unexploded device inside. There are ropes up, and there are several military officials there. With me, though, on the sidewalk, a man who witnessed what happened just a short time ago in one of these areas, and he can tell you what he saw. He may not be able to describe in full detail, but he can tell you what he saw. Mr. Joseph Bentavim.
Yes. Hello. I see it. It's coming the sky, very, very fast, and he go inside the building, and now she's there, and all the police is here. That's what I saw.
Well, I think Mr. Bentavim doesn't want to give full details based upon requests of the government here that we're not able to give, we'll be too precise here. One government official, one military official did tell me on the record, with full knowledge of what he was telling me, that he believes that the Iraqis are trying to focus in on one area of Tel Aviv, and the government would not like to help them through our reports or through any other areas. So this was the second missile attack, and in as many days. It occurred early morning after 2 false alarms during the night, warning sirens going off. And right now, the streets are very empty, and we'll throw it back to you, and we'll have more as it develops here.
All right, Richard.
Thank you, Patrick. A White House spokesperson said just a few minutes ago that President Bush, who was spending the weekend at Camp David, was awakened and received a telephone briefing. He was telephoned. He was awakened shortly after the attack occurred in Israel. He was given a briefing by telephone by his national security advisor, General Brent Scowcroft. Now, Mr. Scowcroft has remained here in Washington to monitor the situation. Mr. Bush is spending the weekend and most of Monday at his Camp David mountain retreat. It's about a 25-minute helicopter ride from the White House. The spokesperson here at the White House says that no statement is expected for some time. No statement likely coming from the president or from the White House. Now, later today, Mr. Bush will be hosting a war briefing at Camp David. Attending that briefing from Washington, expected to attend General Scowcroft, Vice President Quayle, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Defense Secretary Cheney. Will be briefing President Bush later today at Camp David. Patrick?
Okay, Pam Olson, thank you very much.
This is the second time in just over 30 hours that Israel has sustained a missile attack from Iraq. First, sir, your reaction and your assessment of what happened today in Israel.
Well, if you remember, we talked precisely 24 hours ago, and I told you that I'm afraid that it will be done second time. That's not the end. It's not over yet for us, and I think we were correct. We had another attack tonight, early morning, with few landings. I would not say now how many and where for obvious reasons, but it was very unpleasant, and we have some casualties, the number of which I can't tell you now. And it's indeed getting increasingly difficult because it's been 3 times that the people of Israel were awakened tonight because of the sirens. 2 times it was false alarm, but the 3rd time it was for real.
Mr. Arnett, Israel, of course, refrained from retaliating after the first attack yesterday. Can there be any doubt that Israel will retaliate now?
Well, I don't want to make announcements. I don't want to give early warnings for Saddam Hussein. I can only say this, that we relied very much on the American operation, the alliance operation. I think this is a great military action, but it seems not to have succeeded entirely in destroying all the launchers, because they are still launching missiles, and the missiles are still landing here. So someone has got to do something, and I think that this is a primary responsibility for the Israeli government to protect its own citizens. So we will have to do something. I think that the main objective has got to be to stop the missiles. That's the threat. That's what really bothers the Israelis, and that's what got to be stopped. Unfortunately, the Americans couldn't stop it. So I think we will have to stop it.
Do you have any information, I realize this is all classified information that you probably can't tell us, but how soon we might expect something like that?
Do you want to know the location? Do you want to know the measures? Do you want to know all the other details? One thing I want to say, though, I know that there is a great expectation amongst many in America and in Europe that Israel will not retaliate, and we can understand it and appreciate the sensitivity. But one must understand there is a certain inadequacy here. On the one hand, there are many countries which were not directly affected at all, and they are fighting and they are sending soldiers and they are very much involved. On the other hand, some of these countries come to us and say to us, don't be involved. I mean, get out, stay out, but we are not out. Israel is already in the war because we were attacked 2 times, not just in the Israeli army, but the Israeli people. Thousands of people are exposed. The fact that so many were injured for the time being is not a proof for anything. It destroys the balance of life, it affects the many people, and it becomes increasingly difficult not to respond in such a manner that Saddam Hussein will rethink twice and reconsider his position before he continues his shooting at Israeli citizens.
This is what defense officials here were saying was a worst-case scenario, drawing Israel into a war. Why do you think they're doing it, and what do you think this may do to the Arab coalition? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, why they're doing it is obvious. They're doing it because they want to pull Israel in, and they hope that it somehow will destabilize the very delicate balance of coalition governments and the United States and Europeans. However, my prediction is that the Arab countries will behave in a different way. They are realistic. They understand that had they been attacked, they would have responded. I mean, this is the most natural thing for any country to do. I mean, how can anyone come to us and say to us, it's none of your business only because Syria may react or Egypt may react? Can you imagine Egypt being attacked in Cairo or in Alexandria and they are not responding? Can you imagine Syria being attacked? Can you imagine the United States being attacked and not responding to protect its own citizens? So what really we are doing is a very elementary thing. We are saying the coalition has been very, very consistent in its attempt to destroy the missiles and the launchers. And we are very thankful for it. I think you have done a great job. I think you're trying your best. But it appears that as of now, it hasn't been entirely successful. And the question is, what is the Prime Minister of Israel going to say to his constituents, to his citizens? The America failed, and I'm not doing anything. I think that it's not easy. And therefore, we urge our friends and allies in America to understand that we have got to do something, that it's not something that can be acquiesced with. We have got to respond. How, when, what measures, this is something that the government of Israel will have to address itself to.
But will you be looking now with a more concerned eye towards Syria, towards Jordan, perhaps even towards Egypt, that Saddam Hussein may indeed be turning this Gulf crisis into an Arab-Israeli conflict?
What I suggest is this. I think that what is important is that America will come to these countries and tell these countries, hang on, don't draw any conclusions, don't come to the Israelis and attack them. You have to understand that Israel has been put in a terrible situation. If you are really true allies of the United States in this war, then you have got to understand that the Israelis must react, and this is the only possible way for them to react. I think this is something that the American diplomacy has now to address itself to. Instead of leaning on us not to react, is perhaps leaning on the other side to understand why Israel has to react.
One thing that has been suggested is that if Israel were to attack, that the retaliation would be proportional to the attack on Israel. Can you comment on that suggestion?
I don't want to go into these details. Let's assume that the Israeli reaction will be smart. If it will take place, when it will take place, it will have to be smart, and I trust the judgment, the combined judgment of the political and military leadership to find the proper answers.
Ehud Olmert, Health Minister with the Israeli government. Thank you, sir. I know you have places to go, and for that reason, I will send things back to Atlanta.
All right. Thank you, Linda. We're going to go back to Patrick.
Susan, thank you. We're joined once again here by General Perry Smith, the U.S. Air Force retired. Your reaction to what you just heard?
Well, it's a difficult situation for the political leadership of Israel. It's very difficult. It reminds me of when I was a child and I watched the Japanese drop bombs on Pearl Harbor. Enormous frustration that you can't do anything really quickly and really with great impact right away. But I think you got to take a strategic view here. What we are doing in the coalition forces is taking out the most significant problem that Israel has, and that's Saddam Hussein with the potential for a nuclear weapon. Now we're talking about really serious problems. And the coalition is doing that. It's a slow campaign. It's going to take a while. But if the Israelis can reach beyond the emotion and the moment and look at the strategic view, perhaps they will make a choice not to retaliate and let the coalition continue.
As I listened to this, though, it seemed like the Israeli government official was telling Linda Scherzer and telling the world through CNN here that basically the Americans and the coalitions have failed, and that they somehow know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, that's sort of the impression, that they know where these mobile missile launchers are and they can knock them out. And the Americans failed and the rest of the coalition.
Well, I think that's a little unfair. I don't think the Americans are failing at the moment as far as the Iraqi situation is concerned. I mean, that's a fairly unfair kind of criticism. I don't think the Israelis could do any better than we could because they don't have the intelligence that we have. There may be something they have, but if they had it, I would thought by now they would have shared it with us. So I think it's not likely they'll find those missiles. We're going to have to find them ourselves and knock them out.
And again, I mean, just to reiterate the problem with them. We're talking about the mobile missiles, so they do move around. They hide under bridges. They're in different places, and it's very difficult to find them.
It's very, very difficult to find. We will find them, and they'll all be gone. But in the meantime, we just hope that the Israelis will restrain themselves.
Is it not ironic somewhat, though, I think because of certainly the reputation of the Israeli Air Force and their military strength in the Middle East, that the Scud missile, I mean, there was so much talk before the actual war got underway about the size of the Iraqi ground forces and their armament, particularly their tanks and that kind of thing, and artillery, and here we are, and this is what's happening right now is something that could tear up the entire Middle East and certainly destroy the coalition.
Yeah, it's very, very disturbing. The one thing, the point was made a little earlier, and it may be a prevalent point here and one to think about, and that is, if the Israelis do retaliate, how much damage will it do to the coalition? I'm really concerned about that. It could be that the damage would be minimal, but I really hope and pray that George Bush figures out the right arguments to convince the Israelis one more time to show restraint.
Once again, if you would, for some viewers that just joined us, and I know we've been going back and forth. Okay, Professor Grant, sorry for that interruption, but go ahead if you could answer.
Taken just a short while ago. Now, it's somewhat dated. You heard the mayor of Tel Aviv say that so far as he could determine, there had been 2 hits. We're looking at some of the neighborhood survivors of this Scud missile hit. 3 casualties mentioned by the mayor that Tom Fenton, our CBS News reporters in the Tel Aviv Bureau, have confirmed. Let's pick up, see what this woman is saying. Well, Tom Fenton and crew have confirmed. They've eyeballed 4 separate Scud hits in and around Tel Aviv. The strike was, what, about 2 hours ago, not quite that. As we continue to look at these pictures of the damage in Tel Aviv from this morning's just after dawn Israel time strike with the Scud missiles, Bob Simon, if you're still there.
Yes, Dan.
You were discussing that the Israelis, the Israeli pilots were saying, well, they thought they were better qualified to take out the Scud missiles. I'm saying with a slight smile, it may indeed be true that they are, but it's in the nature of fighter-bomber pilots. They have to be confident. They have to even be cocky. So in the same way in World War II, you found British pilots saying, well, we're better than the Americans and vice versa, and the Australians and one thing and another. It's in the nature of friends and allies to, in effect, say, well, we might could do it better. In the case of the Israelis, they have a point when they say they have more experience at doing it, and until at least very recently, they did have more at stake.
That's right, Dan, and I think one of the reasons there'll be a lot of pressure on them right now is the pressure to maintain the faith of the Israeli population in their Air Force. In this terribly divided and divisive nation, one of the things that's held it together, one of the fundamental pieces of cement, has been the faith that the Israelis have had in their military, but primarily in their Air Force, which has never let them down. And now the Israelis have given the Americans a chance. Whether or not the Americans think it's enough of a chance, enough time, I think the Israelis will feel pressed to go into action to make sure that their population doesn't lose faith in them.
Bob, as we continue to look at the fresh but unedited videotape these eerie sights of the workers going around a partly damaged gymnasium in that working-class Tel Aviv neighborhood in their gas masks. That was before the all-clear was sounded and before the Israelis were told officially by their government that none of the new Scud missile hits involved chemical weapons.
Preemption because they have something in mind. There's no question about it.
This is where, if I can interject something here.
Go ahead.
I think that it's important to notice that the onus right now is really in the Bush administration. Right now, the thing which everyone has been worried about happening from the beginning, horizontal escalation, the involvement of more and more countries in this conflict, is becoming a reality before our eyes. And it's imperative then that the Bush administration, if it wants to stay in control of events rather than having events control the Bush administration, that it had better do some pretty fast diplomatic action here to make sure that things continue to work according to plan and we don't see the terrors of horizontal escalation beyond anyone's control.
Yeah. And
once again, excuse me, we're looking at this video from Tel Aviv, and we did see some broken windows and obviously an injured woman right here. Are either one of you surprised, though, if there were as many as 5 or 7 or 3 or whatever number of missiles? Obviously, this is not all the video that has been shot and showing all of the damage, but even yesterday, I think a lot of experts, after seeing the other 2 missiles that hit Tel Aviv, were surprised at the lack of damage that they actually did.
Well, I wasn't surprised by the lack of damage. What I am surprised is by the number of missiles that reached Israel. Sources within Israel have assured me before the war started, I mean, that means, yeah, before the war started, on the part of the United States, that they expected at the most 5 missiles to hit Israeli cities. So we're already talking about now, what are we talking about, 8? Yeah. We're talking about, you know, a dozen, you know, at least a dozen missiles. And I think that that was the kind of thing that they did not expect. There's no question about it.
I would have expected this, actually, because, you know, we've had now 4 months to plan this entire operation, but so too has Saddam Hussein had several months in which to consider what we would do against him, and that certainly communicated to him the possibility that the Americans would try to take out the missiles as soon as possible. So he located them in places that would be difficult to get at, difficult to destroy, and difficult to verify their location.
Yeah, but I may add, you know, that what we're seeing right now may be the last 3 missiles that Iraq is going to launch against the state of Israel. But I want to remind you of what I said at the beginning of the program, and that is that the Israelis are very concerned about what Assad is thinking when he's looking at the state of Israel and he's seeing that the state of Israel is not reacting to an attack on Tel Aviv. I mean, that is something that they're very worried about, because they know that Assad is going to be the next bully on the block that they will have to confront. And if we're not...
Gentlemen, as we continue to look at this unedited videotape from Tel Aviv this morning, are you surprised that these missiles were conventional warheads as opposed to chemical warheads? That there has been a lot of speculation that if Saddam Hussein would go out, it would be an Armageddon type of nothing left to lose.
Well, not really, because we knew that the Iraqis were having engineering difficulties in trying to make the adjustments in the navigational systems and also the propulsion of the missiles so they could adjust from carrying a conventional warhead to a chemical warhead, which is a much different weight than conventional munitions.
And my understanding is also that it has to release the gas, you know, before impact. You know, that will be more difficult, particularly under the conditions that they are operating with mobile launchers and worried about attack by the coalition Air Force. Now, as I said, you know, it may be that what we're watching are the last 3 missiles, and even if the coalition could assure the state of Israel that this were the last 3, I think that in the mind of many Israeli politicians, and definitely in the mind of many people in the Israeli public, they're watching in terms of the other Arab neighbors, that they would feel that if they can put enough pressure on the Americans to put pressure on the Israelis not to react, a day may come that Israel may find itself defenseless, and that is part of the problems that we're facing today.
Let me tell both of you and our viewers, as we continue to watch this unedited video, we are expecting to see the mayor of Tel Aviv and conductor Zubin Mehta. When we do see them, we will, of course, take it live. Let's just listen here for just a minute and just listen to what's going on.
רצו לפנות אותנו שם, העדפנו את הפגזים, להיות במקלטים, לא להיות למעלה.
English.
לא. למעלה, אתה רואה למעלה את הפיצוץ פה? פה אמרו לנו תעלו. לא עלינו, ירדנו למטה, באנו לרדת למטה, אמרו לנו לא פה, שנייה, לא פה. במקלט הזה רצו, תראה מה הולך במקלט הזה, תסתכל עליו. כל המקלט הזה התפוצץ, כולם העדפנו את המקלט של בית. לא, הוא אמר לא ניכנס לפה, נכנסנו לפה, גם אכלנו אותה. ולא רצו בכלל לתת לנו מקלטים. עכשיו אנחנו לא רוצים, לא בתים, לא תריסים, לא רוצים כלום, קחו אותנו מפה. לא רוצים להיות, אין לנו בית, תריסים, לא רוצים בתים.
To either of our guests in Los Angeles, are you able to translate this? Can you tell what they're saying?
He was complaining. He said that they told him to go to the underground shelters and not to go to the underground shelters, to go above, and they were hit there. And then when they went to the underground shelters, they were hit. Now they're very mad. They just want to be taken away. They don't trust, their buildings, and they're very, very upset, And this is the kind of thing that you're going to see in Israel. That's what I was talking about. If the Israeli government is not going to take action, they're going to have a problem with its public.
There's the mayor of Israel.
If I can add something here, too.
There's the mayor of Tel Aviv right there, as you can see in the blue sweater.
Right, that's Lahat.
Right.
He's a former general, and he's a mayor now.
CNN's Richard Roth was speaking with him last night. Wait, let's just listen.
Three people who were slightly wounded. Thanks God. And by this missile. And how many rockets actually fell on the city? From what I know, according to my information, practically on the city itself, 2. And in the general area? I don't know. I see. And how serious is this damage, would you say? It's not serious, yes. According to what I expected, it's thanks God not serious, as long as people were not killed and were not severely wounded. This is the most important indication. Did you ever, as a mayor of Tel Aviv, imagine that your city would one day be the target of rocket attacks? I took it. I took it into consideration since the last 5 months. It's not a miracle practically that we are ready and we are prepared. The miracle is that the missile didn't do any damage, but the fact that the city of Tel Aviv, Jaffa, is ready and prepared was done by a very major effort, and thanks to our people, our major officials of the city, they took care of it. Thank you, sir. CNN, זובין. כן. טוב. דקה, חבר'ה, דקה.
Can you give me a reaction to what happened this evening, today?
Today at approximately 7:30, we had a missile in this area, as you see, and thanks God, no casualties, 3 slightly wounded. The buildings which were damaged will be renovated and repaired. This we can always do. Life of people who can never bring again. This is not the last missile. Yes. What I want to draw your attention is to the Maestro Zubin Mehta, who was standing close to me. He came by himself. I want to be aware of it, yes? Nobody brought him. He heard the siren. He asked where was the damage. He was told, and he came here as a matter of solidarity. And I think that the whole country of Israel and the Jewish people all over the world and the whole world should respect and salute for Maestro Zubin Mehta, the way that he feels with us.
Thank you very much.
The mayor of Tel Aviv, we're going to listen to Zubin Mehta. I guess he's going to say something here.
What's your reaction to what you saw today here?
Well, as the mayor said, this is one of the most congested and poor areas of the city. For the rocket to look for an empty spot and dig a crater, we're all very grateful. The windows have been shattered, water mains have burst, but no lives have been lost as yet. Thank God.
What did you decide to come here?
To Israel? To this morning? Oh, well, my room had so shooken up in the hotel, and after the alert was called off, I wanted to be with my friend the mayor to visit, because people, seeing us consoling them, have such a boost of morale that it is more than any psychologist can do for them.
Well, why are you in Israel now? You live here, or are you visiting?
Again, just to recap, we have just received the first word of casualties from the missile attack on Tel Aviv. The mayor of Tel Aviv reports that 3 people have been slightly wounded. He reports that 2 missiles fell on the city itself. CNN's Jeff Levine at the Pentagon reports the U.S. Pentagon is saying that 3 missiles were launched from Iraq. The mayor of Tel Aviv reports that 2 missiles fell on the city itself. Of course, these are preliminary reports. They also are unconfirmed. But the mayor of Tel Aviv says the damage is not serious. And he says that, thank God that people were not killed or severely wounded. Again, this is the first reports that we have had from the mayor of Tel Aviv. Let's just go ahead and listen.
All the windows and doors are shut. And we go out. No, we don't go out. We heard the orders in the radio that we have to take on the mask and stay into the rooms. And after we heard that we can go out, we came and see all this catastrophe.
Did you hear anything?
Yes, of course, got big explosion.
You scared? What did you feel?
Of course we're scared. Of course. Now here and after tomorrow on our iHearts.
Okay, thank
of
you.
course. I think that the America must go somewhere, must do something. Maybe throw the atom like in Japan. That's all.
Mr. Shabtai, let's bring you in. He is expressing the sentiment that you were just talking about, that perhaps Israel will have to retaliate for political reasons.
Well, it's more than that. It's not just, retaliating. If you heard what this person just said, he is worried now about the possibility that Iraq may use a nuclear weapon against the state of Israel. What has happened is that the confidence of the Israeli population in Israel has been undermined. They have been told that this is not going to happen. They have been told that the Iraqis do not have nuclear weapons. Now they're starting to question it.
Simply because the missiles were able to get through?
Simply because so many missiles...
Excuse me, let's just listen to this for a minute. Okay. Excuse me.
In 7, we heard a
siren.
Yes, and we get into my room, and then we heard a boom, and everyone sit in the floor and try to be a little not confused and all that. And then we heard that it's near our home, and some people in my neighborhood ran to close to the place that the bomb fell, and that's all. We hope that it will be all right now.
How did you feel?
We're scared. Everyone's scared, and we try not to panic, but it's usual that everyone get in panic, but we try to be okay and not to do things special and try to be safe.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dalla.
Again, to recap, CNN heard
just about 7 hours ago, and in that group, 2 of CNN's correspondents who had been reporting from Baghdad from the time the bombs began falling. Bernard Shaw and John Holliman talked to us after getting to their Amman hotel.
I imagine the best thing for us to do for our viewers, and others along the network line may have their own ideas about this, but is to talk about some of the pictures that we brought back with us. This is a view out of our CNN bureau in Baghdad, just looking out. There were still some lights on in the city of Baghdad at the beginning of the air raid. The Iraqis had several practices in weeks before about how to do a complete blackout. But, well, you can see what happened. These pictures were taken just a few minutes after that blackout using a night scope camera. We believe that there are either 5 or 10 bullets that you can't see. So the anti-aircraft guns were really going wild, trying to hit the Allied coalition planes.
And what is deadly about what you're seeing and hearing is that for every
round you see going in the air, it obviously has to come down. And one does not know how many Baghdadis were wounded or killed by anti-aircraft fire that returned to Earth once it had expired in its trajectory. On the streets of Baghdad, people just scampering, scurrying, trying to run for cover.
The sky was lit up like the 4th of July, Bertie. We mentioned this several times the night of this in our live coverage. It was, you know, it looked like a terrific fireworks show, but obviously these were fireworks that had death connected to them in some way.
On the horizon, when you see those
knocks you had on the door? You had people coming to the door a lot. Who were they?
Sure, David. In the middle of the night, at one point, there were hotel security people who said it was their job to get us out of there and down into the bomb shelters down on the in the sub-basement of the hotel. And we obviously didn't want to do that. We wanted to be where we could find out from you what was going on and where we could report to you.
Look at the horizon on your screen. What you're watching there, in many instances, are the explosions of the bombs as they're hitting. And this sound, these sirens, are very eerie. Throughout the last 3 days, John, in Baghdad, in broad daylight, I have slept in my clothes for the last 2 days.
Absolutely. I remember, Bernie, I was on the communication system with CNN, and you had been on it for about 20 hours straight. You'd go down to lie down and get a little sleep, and another siren would come, some more anti-aircraft fire would come, and these huge, loud explosions out in the distance would occur. That's a revolving restaurant, by the way, that you saw there. It looks a little bit like a mushroom lit up by the blast of a bomb in the background.
Is that Peter saying this is it?
Once again, thousands of refugees are streaming into Jordan. Camps there shelter exiles fleeing the war in Iraq. More are expected in the coming days. Jordan reopened its borders to refugees yesterday. It had closed them 9 days ago, saying it could not handle the flood of people expected to come from Iraq and Kuwait. But UN relief organizations said they would help care for the crowds. Jordan estimates it has spent $65 million to house and feed the first wave of refugees who arrived in the fall, about 850,000 people. And the numbers are growing. A security source says 3,500 people entered Jordan by Friday afternoon. As Jordan tries to prepare for the latest influx of refugees, other countries are stepping up security amid the possibility.
The sirens have just started. It is nighttime. It is dark in Tel Aviv. Apparently, there are also air raid warnings in Jerusalem right now. We have heard from several authorities and officials from Israel today saying they fully expected perhaps another attack of missiles from Iraq tonight. Didn't indicate why they thought so, but they said it was very possible that this could happen again. There has been speculation also that if another attack from Iraq came tonight against Israel, that quite possibly these missiles could be equipped with chemicals. We don't know that for sure, but there has been a lot of speculation throughout this day about what would happen, not only if there were another attack on Israel by missiles, but indeed if they were equipped with chemicals. There was an earlier that indeed the options are still open. CNN's Richard Blystone is in Tel Aviv right now. Let's go to him on the telephone. Richard?
More sirens tonight in Tel Aviv, the second time in just a little over 13 hours, I think. And Tel Aviv waits for yet another missile attack, which the government has warned could happen. Earlier today, after some missiles hit in northern and central Israel, the government warned Israeli civilians that the threat from Iraqi missiles was not over, and they would not discount even the possibility that although they had not been used, there still could be a chemical weapons attack. Right now, the sirens have died down, and Tel Aviv is waiting. People have put on their gas masks and gone to their shelters, and we wait.
Richard, are you in a position where you can see outdoors?
I can see a little bit. Nothing much is happening. People are off the streets, the lights are still on, and nothing is happening.
And you can hear nothing except the natural sounds of the people outdoors. Is that correct?
That is correct. Those few vehicles that are still on the road are heading for shelter.
How long would it normally be, Richard, from the air raid warning to an all clear?
That's varied a great deal in our experience here, but we're expecting something, if it happens, almost momentarily.
Is this another warning now, another air raid warning that we're hearing in the background?
I'm not quite sure what you're hearing in the background.
Okay,
I'm hearing
Richard.
Tones, but I think that may be the same sirens from farther away.
All right, let's go to Jerusalem now, and Larry register. Larry?
Yes, we're in Jerusalem. The sirens started going off here about 4 minutes ago. It seems like it's become a regular occurrence here. We thought last night we had made it through with no sirens. When the sun came up, we had a peaceful calm about us, and then as the sun rose, the sirens went off. They're going off earlier tonight than usual. They normally go off between 2 and 4 a.m. our time. It's now just about 10 p.m. our time. And the sirens have been going on for quite some time now, for about 5 minutes, both here in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Due to new censorship restrictions, I'm limited in what I can say to you. And that's all that I really have to report at the moment. The sirens have started to go off, and we'll just have to wait and see what will follow.
Larry, are you, are you able to see out the window?
I'm able to see out the window, yes.
All right. We will try and keep in touch with both Richard and Larry. Right now, let's go to Saudi Arabia. Charles Jaco is there frequently. Usually when there have been air raid alerts in Israel, there have also been simultaneous alerts in Saudi Arabia. What's happening there, Charles?
Nothing at all yet. Hold on just a moment, please. We heard some sounds behind us. Sometimes that indicates people from these housing areas behind us are being scrambled into the shelters. No sirens in the city, no sirens at the hotel here, no warnings. However, in 30 minutes, 8 pair of tornado jets came screaming off of the runway behind us, which is a fairly unusual level of activity. Right now, that sounds like a larger jet landing. We're not sure how unusual that is. That was a fairly closely packed scramble for the tornadoes, 16 jets in about a half an hour. But there's been an unusual heavy level of activity here for both the tornadoes and the F-15s over the past 24 hours or so. But no sirens here yet.
Okay, we are hearing audio right now, Charles, from Jerusalem. That is a long, steady siren sound, and that indicates an all clear. That apparently is not Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. We are hearing those sirens. Right now, we've got Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Wolf?
Well, here at the Pentagon, we really don't know whether this was a real alert or whether it's another false alarm. Yesterday, there were, I think, 3 false alarms in Israel, so everyone is waiting to get the reports. Based on what happened yesterday, we should know fairly soon whether this was a real Scud coming in or whether it was just another false alarm. One of the false alarms yesterday was the result of U.S. intelligence information that was provided to Israel. There was a fear that a Scud was moving towards Israel.
By telephone, we now have Richard on camera. Richard, go ahead, please.
Hello. The all clear has just finished sounding, and Tel Aviv is quiet again, but it certainly is a nervous quiet since nobody can be sure. The Israeli government has said do not discount the possibility of more Iraqi missiles being able to fire at this part of Israel or other parts of Israel. Don't discount the possibility of chemical weapons being used, even though they have not been used to date. And the Israeli military is telling civilians do not even discount the possibility of air raids, even though Israel has a formidable air defense with Hawk missiles up front, a powerful air force, and even, it may be even now, new Patriot missiles. Those missiles arrived today along with American technicians to show the Israelis how to operate them. And the Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told CNN just recently that the missiles would be operational within hours. This is a very new missile. It's only been tested in real circumstances once. That was yesterday in the early hours when it knocked down a Scud missile on its way to Saudi Arabia.
All right, Richard, thank you very much. We have just learned that Jerusalem also just had a ceasefire. We, of course, will continue to monitor both cities through the night there. The big the big problem, of course, has been the concern about retaliation. This is what we've been talking about all day. A lot depending on how the missiles come in and what they carry. Frank Sesno is now at the White House with more on this. Frank?
Well, Ralph, the nervousness that is felt in and throughout Israel is certainly felt in a much less direct and menacing way here within the compound of the White House and the Bush administration, but it's felt nevertheless. President Bush called Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir of Israel for a second time today. Around 11:30 this morning, he had spoken to him previously at 3 o'clock in the morning after the most recent missile attack, speaking to him again at 11:30 to go over with the Prime Minister, according to White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater, the sorts of efforts and bombing campaigns that were being carried out by U.S. and coalition forces to rid that western portion of Iraq of the Scud missiles that have been threatening Israel. According to Marlon Fitzwater in a statement, the president told Shamir, quote, "I understand the anguish of your people and your government. We will use every resource possible to suppress and destroy the mobile Scuds." That being said, Fitzwater said in comments just a few moments ago that all the Scuds have not yet been located, have not been destroyed, and the air raid sirens that just wailed prior to the all clear in Israel indicate that there is considerable nervousness there still. This is interesting. The relationship between President Bush and Shamir had been very strained indeed before this whole crisis. They've now had 3 conversations in less than 24 hours. U.S. officials say the irony of this whole thing is that U.S. relations are pretty good right now. An unprecedented move, sending in U.S. troops with those Patriot missiles, something the Israelis have long resisted. It's something the president offered to show that he is prepared to back up these offensive actions against the Iraqi threat with some immediate help on the defensive front as well. It is not described as a quid pro quo for Israel sitting low, however. The understanding is that Israel will not retaliate, at least not now, try to stay on the sidelines as it has. But a senior administration official tells CNN that the Patriots are, it's hoped anyway, will increase Israeli patience and keep them on the sidelines, something the U.S. would like to very much to see happen. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, a lot of people have already indicated that that Israel has shown amazing patience. Are you hearing anything from the White House, or is there any indication there just how long this patience may last?
No, there's no real sense of timing put on the patience, but it is a remarkable achievement, and virtually anyone you talk to, an observer or an official, remarks on this, because it is, after all, Israeli policy to retaliate when attacked. This is seen as a major diplomatic accomplishment for President Bush and a major piece of sensitivity from the Israelis to step back from that policy and lay low even when under attack.
All right, Frank, thank you very much. We are getting word that there may be some more military activity going on, and we get that information from Charles Jaco. Once again, let's go back to Saudi Arabia. Charles?
Well, we're not sure if it's still going on, but we have gotten reports from the pools up with the U.S. Marines near the Kuwaiti border today that there have been the first reports of skirmishes between U.S. Marine patrols and Iraqi Army patrols near the Saudi Arabian-Kuwait border. The nature of these skirmishes is not confirmed. It's assumed they were light, small-arm skirmishes between small patrol-strength, probably reconnaissance units. This would mark the first time Iraqi and U.S. troops have met in any kind of ground-to-ground fire directly. Of course, the Marine units stationed up near the border with Kuwait have been taking incoming rocket and artillery fire for about 3 days, but we don't want to mislead you and make you think those have been gigantic barrages. Some nights there'd be maybe shells, as we understand it, maybe 15, 20 shells all night long. The Marines up there say it's mostly harassing fire. Nothing's been hit. A few Marines have been injured, but nothing serious has occurred. No equipment has been hit. And the Marines say they're confused about the artillery fire because the Iraqis are wasting ammunition, and it enables the Marine Corps Harrier jump jets and helicopters to go in and take out the artillery positions. But again, reports of small-scale patrol-strength skirmishes between U.S. Marines and Iraqi forces near the Kuwaiti-Saudi border. The first time, if the reports turn out to be true, that U.S. forces and Iraqi Army forces have met directly on the ground. Ralph?
Charles, are you surprised at all that this would happen as quickly into this campaign as it has?
Not really. A lot of military people here aren't surprised at all, because you have forces that are fairly near one another on the border, and you will always send out reconnaissance patrols to kind of sniff out one another's positions. Those patrols come upon each other, they exchange some small arms fire generally, and then withdraw. So this kind of thing, it's hoped to be avoided because you certainly don't want your reconnaissance patrol running into anybody else because they're supposed to get information and bring it back. It's not a terrible surprise or a shock to anyone in the military that's here.
What about reports, I don't know if you're hearing much about this, about our air power, instead of concentrating, as it has all along now, on military installations, now perhaps going after Iraqi troops on the ground?
Well, we hadn't heard that specifically, but, you know, this has been a mixed bag of airstrikes. Most of them, we've been led to understand, were concentrating on positions like the mobile Scud sites when they can find them, chemical plants, artillery emplacements, and we had heard earlier that B-52s were, B-52 bombers were hitting the elite Iraqi Republican Guards, but we have not heard anything specific about most of the airstrikes now going after ground troops, although, as I said earlier, within the last 30 minutes, 16 Tornado fighter bombers took off from this runway behind us. Even given the increased level of air activity here in the past 24 hours, that was a very large number of jets to take off in such a short period of time.
Charles, thank you very much. We shall keep in touch. Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia. Cheryl?
This news is just in from CNN's Candy Crowley at the State Department. Apparently, there has been some sort of meeting with an Iraqi official and someone from the U.S. State Department. The Iraqi official is the Deputy Chief of Mission, Khalid al-Shawaish. That is according to the Iraqi embassy. There's not certain whether he was called in for the meeting or whether he came on his own. He met with someone from the State Department and came out with a letter. We don't know what are the contents of that letter. We're trying to find out what's going on here. CNN's Candy Crowley is at the State Department, and we hope to go to her with more details as soon as we can get them. Ralph?
All right, we're also getting information that apparently the Pentagon is sending in new missile, the familiar and well-known Tomahawk cruise missile, and to be used in the defense. Missile that, as you can see there, can be launched either from ship or submarine. A fairly substantial range, and can be used either with conventional warheads or nuclear. But the Pentagon has apparently decided now to send in the Tomahawk missile. We're going to continue with more of our coverage of the war in the Gulf right after this. CNN's John Sweeney is in Riyadh. He has a guest. Let's go to there now. Maria? John?
Well, Ralph, like no other conflict in history, this has indeed been a media war. If Saddam Hussein praised before cameras just before calling for a holy war, he is seen around the world doing so. There are thousands of journalists in many countries in this region, often describing the momentous events as they happen, even in the enemy camp, as was the case with my colleagues Bernie Shaw, John Holliman, and Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Well, Saudi Arabia, for so long a country virtually closed to the Western press, now plays host to about 800 journalists these days, and Shihab Jamjoon, a deputy minister of information, has found himself in the unfamiliar position of having to deal with that huge onslaught of journalists. From a Saudi point of view, has this media attention had an effect on the war? Would it be different if there wasn't this kind of attention?
Well, I think so, for sure. I mean, without it, the war would be different.
In what ways?
Well, because now all heads of states are getting their information from the media, I mean, especially CNN. And if I want to say, now Saddam have been getting a lot of advices from CNN of what to do tomorrow. And I think we have overestimated his power also through media, and we fulfilled his ego because, as you know, he's a megalomaniac. And by the media, we have done all this. So the war would have been different without the media.
He has sent missiles to Israel the past 2 nights. There's a great concern he will do so again tonight. Has this media coverage had an impact on his decision to do so?
Well, I think so, because we have been repeating if he would hit again, we will retaliate and all this. So it's giving him more ideas of what to do about next. And we give him advices by this way, and which is sometimes positive, sometimes it is negative.
Saddam Hussein is a leader who is quite provincial, actually. He has not been out of his country that many times. He has not experienced the West. So I suppose if he watches television as much as they say he does, he must get an opinion of the West and the power of the American military from television.
Yes.
How does he make his decisions based on television, do you think?
Well, I think for sure he watched television very much, and I think he did not expect that that we will hit. Maybe because of the last days riots and that it happened in the West. It gave him some kind of relaxation that we might not do it, or we are hesitant to do it, or we are a little bit worried to do it. But, you know, we did it.
The latest word we have from Israel is that they will not retaliate for the second day of missiles coming into their country. Everyone's being asked this question. I'll ask you. Is there, if they enter this conflict, is there any chance that this coalition of which your country is such an important part will fall apart?
Well, I think it's unwise for Israel to get involved in this, because they know and we know that Saddam he does not mean to hit them. He just wants to break the coalition of the group.
The Israelis have described these attacks on residential areas as large-scale terrorist attacks. From your point of view, would you say that's correct?
Well, I mean, we don't like to see any that it happened, but we hope that, as I said, that there will be no interference in this war.
Someday this conflict's going to be over. The experts say it will be over successfully for your country and the United States, and Saudi Arabia is going to have to emerge as some kind of a society. Will this experience with journalism and Western media, will that have an effect on your society eventually?
Well, there will be some effect, but I hope it's our way, our own way, through our traditions, through our customs, through our religion, because we don't like interference, and we like to do it our own way.
Do you think it will be, you say there will be an effect to some degree, you think? It's inevitable.
Yes, I mean, we are changing. Every day we change. And I think what happened will have an effect not only on Saudi Arabia, but to the whole world.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned that Israel had ruled out retaliation after the second day of bombing. I've now informed in my right ear that officially they have not ruled that out, so I should set the record straight. But still, there's this whole situation with the missiles going from Iraq to Israel, you feel, is influenced to some degree by the attention the media has given to this man.
Well, I'm just thinking, this is just a thought, because there's so many instances that we found out the second day after seeing what's in CNN, Saddam will do it. So this is what I thought, maybe he's going to follow your advices.
One more question. This man is so unfathomable to Western minds. We cannot figure him out. Can you, is he any easier to describe from your point of view?
Him?
Saddam.
Well, as I said, I think to us he's a megalomaniac, and he wants now to be a hero and to be another Hitler. And
all right, Dr. Jamjoon, thank you for being with us. I'm John Sweeney, CNN, reporting live from Riyadh.
Thank you, John. We reported a moment ago that there has apparently been some sort of interaction. We don't know if it was a meeting, a discussion, or just a visit between an Iraqi official and a member of the U.S. State Department. CNN's Candy Crowley is trying to get information on that story. She's live now at the State Department. Candy?
Let me give you what information we do have at this moment, and that is that the Deputy Chief of Mission of the Iraqi Embassy, Khalid al-Shiwaish, was indeed at the State Department. He left here carrying a note about 10 minutes ago.
Can you tell us what the topic of your meeting was?
I have to read the letter first.
You don't have a clue what it's about?
Well, we are still functioning as an embassy, no? So...
Are you talking about prisoners of war?
I have to read this first.
Who is the letter from?
I don't have any comment now. Perhaps you could call me later.
We do happen to know what was in that diplomatic note that was given to the Iraqis from the State Department. It was a note reminding them that Iraq is a signature to the 49th Geneva Convention dealing with prisoners of war. It reminded Iraq that it had signed that convention and that the U.S. expects Iraq to live up to those, to the convention which spells out how prisoners of war should be treated. So far as we know, as of yesterday, there had been no U.S.-Iraqi contact other than on the battlefield. So this is the first diplomatic contact between the U.S. and Iraq since the war started. Candy Crowley, CNN Live at the State Department.
And this would seem to be an admission, and the Pentagon itself admitted that there is a possibility Iraq has captured some U.S. and allied air pilots and is holding them.
Certainly it would seem that way, or at least it's just setting the stage for the possibility. I don't think we can take quite that leap and say, well, yes, it means that Iraq does have prisoners of war. It may mean that, but certainly there is no harm in reminding Iraq that it was a signature to the Geneva Conventions dealing with the handling of POWs, and just getting our ducks in a row for that eventuality.
Thank you. Candy Crowley reporting to us from the State Department. We'll be back with more of our news coverage right after this break. CNN to report specifics on military tactics, casualties, or loss of equipment. And U.S. military officials have imposed restrictions on interviews with Operation Desert Storm personnel, as well as photography limitations. CNN will continue to bring you the most complete coverage possible, but we want you to know the difficult conditions we face. Ralph?
All along, of course, Jordan has made it perfectly clear that it is not comfortable with the thought of missiles being fired over its airspace, missiles between Iraq and Israel and Iraq. Let's go now to Tony Clark, who is in Amman. Tony?
Ralph, in fact, that's exactly what we've been talking about here in Amman. When those sirens went off in Israel last hour, it's something that we think about here in Jordan because we're right in the middle, right between Iraq and Israel. And if there is a conflict between those two, and if Israeli jets come over, there could be the start of war here in Jordan. That is perhaps one of the reasons King Hussein here of Jordan has tried so hard all along to be the mediator, trying to prevent fighting from occurring in the Persian Gulf, and failing that, trying to get it stopped. Doug James reports.
As fears spread that the Iraqi missile attack on Israel could haul Jordan into a wider Middle East war, King Hussein made one last desperate bid for peace.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen and friends.
After several days of official silence on the escalating crisis, he called a news conference and appealed for an immediate ceasefire in the battle.
If hostilities could be stopped for a period of time, then maybe people of goodwill can redouble their efforts to try to find solutions, not only to this particular crisis, but from it to move towards resolving all other problems in this region.
King Hussein always saw himself as a mediator in the crisis, but many feel he wasn't taken seriously by the parties directly involved. Even now, he concedes he has not had any direct contact with the chief protagonists since the war began.
If the possibility is there for somehow an effort to cease hostilities and to give a chance for diplomacy to try to resolve the problem, this is the time. And now rather than later.
Caught in the middle between Iraq and Israel, Jordan's armed forces were put on an even higher state of alert on Saturday. Its military and political leaders consumed with what to do if Israel responds to the Iraqi missile attacks. King Hussein has said he will not tolerate any violation of his nation's territory or airspace by either of his warring neighbors, although he admitted his armed forces don't have sophisticated equipment that could detect ballistic missiles in flight over Jordan.
If such violations have occurred, they might have, but we have neither the means to detect that nor to confirm or deny it.
Detection or lack of detection, it hardly matters, for detection would require a response, and that's what Jordan desperately hopes to avoid. Doug James, CNN, Amman.
As Doug James mentioned, the Jordan military has been put on high alert, and we were just informed today that the military has said that we can no longer shoot any video from the rooftop or high places in Jordan for military security reasons. All just another sign of the growing tension in this country. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
As the events in the Gulf progress, the troops continue to take action and get ready for whatever may become necessary. We have some pictures now from the 82nd Airborne troops in the desert.
Are you excited about the fact that after 5 months you're on the move?
Oh, yeah. We're going to humiliate Saddam Hussein. Hope he has a good sense of humor because it's going to be a big joke.
Have you read a lot, studied a lot, practiced a lot? What have you been doing for the last 5 months?
Getting ready to kick his butt, sir.
Okay. I see you've got quite a bit of stuff here in your rig. What's your job and what are these for?
Well, I'm my commander's driver, and I'm basically a supply route. I get all the supplies to the troops, and I make sure he gets where he's going, and I follow up, you know, with the vehicle, because we're going to have water, supplies, and all that other stuff on it for the troops and for our company.
Okay, and what's this that we have here?
This is grenades for my M203 grenade launcher.
What is that good for?
To kill the enemy.
Well, I'm glad to be on the move because, one, you know, this is the first step, you know, for us getting to go back home. And not only that, it's a big step in maybe getting some world peace around this country.
Your mission out there, if you should have to confront someone?
Well, our mission is to take out any tanks we can.
And the weapons that you're using to do that, how effective are they?
Very effective. Take out any tanks out there. 3,750 meters, you can't miss.
Tell me, the troops here, you've been here for 5 months. Is everybody a little worn down? Are they ready? Or?
Oh, I think we are ready right about now, sir.
We've got the finest Army that I've ever seen in 22 years of service. These guys are just absolutely great. I couldn't ask to be going into combat with anybody better than what we've got right now.
Kuwait City.
As such, both nations are obligated to provide humane treatment of POWs in accordance with the Geneva Convention. The Department of State today gave the Iraqi chargé a diplomatic note informing Iraq that the United States will abide by its obligations under the Geneva Convention and that it expects Iraq to do the same. The United States reminded Iraq of its obligations generally under the laws of armed conflict. At the same time, a diplomatic note was provided regarding the presence of United States military hospital ships in waters off the Arabian Peninsula. So that's the reason that
It expects Iraq. We'll have more of these pictures taken today of a raid of an ammo dump near Kuwait City after the Pentagon briefing. Let's return to that briefing now.
So you see in slow motion, it'll help you pick up the missile as it comes in. And this, I'm a little lost on this particular picture.
It's coming.
Okay.
Hang with it here.
We'll see this in a minute, and it'll come up in slow motion, which will make it a little easier to understand. You'll see, I think you'll see the building in a second here. This is a French system, and I'm not all that familiar with it, so I can't give you quite the same description I can with some of the Air Force, U.S. Air Force systems.
Certainly 12 jets going in to accomplish this goal would be able to do a lot of damage to an ammunition dump.
Well, in addition, they spread in those cluster munitions. You saw a lot of flashes. Those are cluster munitions they throw out, and little bomblets go down and do damage across a broad target area.
This tape just came to us, and we haven't had a chance to look at it very much before it hit the air. It's unedited, and that's why it looks a little messy here.
Now, I got to tell you, the pilot's seen a lot more than we're seeing in this particular case. Now, I think this is the one. Okay, here he is going against this big storage building. We've seen this before, but I think now we're going to see it in slow motion. And on the left-hand lower part of the screen, you'll see the missile, which is a forward-firing missile. This is not a glide bomb. This is a forward-firing missile. We have them called Mavericks. I'm not sure which French missile this is, but shortly you'll see it coming in from the left. You notice how close he is. These are very low shots.
Very interesting. Thank you for helping us analyze those pictures that we just have in. Major General Perry Smith.
The important story that we follow this hour, those Patriot missiles have indeed arrived in Israel, and U.S. experts are there, apparently, to operate them. For more information on this, let's go to Richard Blystone. He's in Tel Aviv. Richard?
Ralph, the missile attacks here have been something new and very disturbing to Israelis even after 43 years of troubles. But very, very welcome were some missiles that arrived here today. U.S.-made Patriot anti-missile missiles. Let's have a look at them. This video is from the Israeli Army. The Patriot is very new, but it proved itself only early yesterday, knocking down a Scud missile that was headed for Saudi Arabia. Along with the Patriots, U.S. Army technicians who were told authoritatively will be operating them while they teach the Israeli Air Force how to work them. It's a landmark in U.S.-Israeli cooperation. The missiles can be ready to go within hours, we're told by Israeli officials, and it's hard to see anyone hanging about on this, so I think it's safe to assume that they will be ready within hours. How many hours? We're not quite sure. Sirens sounded early this evening in Tel Aviv. This is what it looked like. came shortly afterward, and now we are told it was a false indication that a missile was coming in. Meanwhile, responding to Washington reports that Israel has agreed not to retaliate for the 2 missile attacks it has suffered so far, Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
We are not in the reflexive response business, contrary to a reputation that some people have tried to ascribe to us over the years. We do not get stabbed or pricked and then we immediately go at it. No, we take our time. We think that's correct. We think, we plan, we organize, and we try to assess our actions in the context of the entire arena in which we find ourselves. Today, the arena is complex. Believe me, we're aware of its complexities and its difficulties. We're taking it into account, and we're consulting with the United States, which is a very close ally.
The concept behind President Reagan's Star Wars program was much ridiculed, but it's not being ridiculed here in Israel tonight. The idea of strategic defense against incoming missiles embodied in the Patriot, offers hope that Israel can be kept out of the war over Kuwait. Richard Blystone, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Richard, so far, Israel has allowed the missiles from Iraq to just come in. Can we assume pretty accurately now that if there is another raid, if there are more missiles the next time that happens, that these Patriots are indeed going to be put into use?
Ralph, there is no indication when or where the Patriot missiles, the new Patriot missiles, will be operational. That, of course, would be very secret and something they wouldn't tell us. I think the first indication we would get on that is news, and the Israelis would consider it very good news that the Patriots had shot down some Scud missiles. Nothing on that yet. We're waiting, and we'll be waiting here all tonight.
All right, Ralph. Richard, thank you very much. Richard Blystone in Tel Aviv. Cheryl?
We have some pictures just in that supposedly give us a good view of those stealth fighters. Let's take a look.
U.S. Patriot missiles with accompanying U.S. technicians. The Bush administration sends some high-profile help to Scud-targeted Israel. CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. From the CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Catherine Cryer. A late report of 2 American flyers rescued. We'll have details in just a moment.
And in Washington, I'm David French. The United States has men and missiles in Israel tonight, watching the night skies and prepared to defend against any Iraqi attack. CNN's Don Miller has more on that and the latest on Allied strategy.
A message of U.S. support via missiles. The Bush administration has dispatched Patriot missiles with American crews to Israel.
The Department of Defense is making a temporary deployment of U.S. Patriot air defense units to Israel. This deployment has been ordered in the context of the United States' security commitment to Israel and is specifically intended to assist Israel in its defense against missile attacks from Iraq.
A Patriot proved its worth in the skies over Saudi Arabia very early Friday local time. It killed an incoming Iraqi Scud missile. But on the following day, an oops of sorts. The U.S. military announced there'd been a mistake involving a pair of Patriots.
Today at 3:57, there were 2 Patriot missiles fired unintentionally from a location in Saudi Arabia. The missile firing resulted in no personal injuries or damage, and we are now investigating the cause of those launching.
There has begun a shift from the first set of targets up in the Baghdad area as well as the airfield and air defense complex. And we'll now begin concentrating on the Republican Guard and some of the forces in theater.
Allied forces have flown more than 4,000 missions since the start of Operation Desert Storm. Pentagon sources say the air war against Iraq is likely to continue into February before ground troops are finally ordered to join the battle in force. I'm Don Miller, CNN reporting.
And now Wolf Blitzer is standing by at the Pentagon with word on that report of 2 American flyers possibly rescued. Wolf?
Yes, Catherine, the Pentagon now confirms that the 2-man crew of the F-4G Wild Weasel has been rescued. That plane went down in a mechanical accident in Saudi Arabia. The crew has been picked up and brought back safely to their base. Meanwhile, the Pentagon also says that Operation Desert Storm continues to move ahead right on schedule. At this stage in the war, top Pentagon officials say the Iraqi military is not yet putting up much of a fight.
If I were Saddam Hussein, I certainly would not be proud of what my forces have done.
General Kelly says the U.S. and the Allies now virtually control the skies. He says the Iraqis have sent up planes to challenge the U.S. only 10 times and lost 10 planes, including their state-of-the-art MiG-29s and F-1 Mirages.
We have the capability to gain and maintain air superiority in any sector of Iraq in which we wish to operate.
But other officials concede that much of the Iraqi Air Force has fled north and that assessment of damage to planes hidden in hardened hangars is still incomplete.
If I took every report and counted a kill on every report I received, the Iraqi Air Force would have been eliminated a long time ago.
Other than a few dramatic videotapes already released, Pentagon officials say they're unable to show proof of their optimistic assessments, citing operational security. They also say bad weather has hampered surveillance photography used to assess damage and to find another remaining threat, Iraq's mobile Scud missiles.
Don't know for certain whether the Iraqis can in fact put a chemical warhead on a Scud missile.
Despite the Pentagon's generally upbeat assessment, one congressman warns the war is a long way from over.
I believe that things are not as optimistic and as rosy as the national press has been describing. I think things are positive. I think things are going well.
One indication how long a war might last, Pentagon officials say they're likely to continue the air war into February before even engaging the Iraqis on the ground. And they say a new emphasis in the air war will now be Iraq's best soldiers, the elite Republican Guard. The U.S. wants to weaken them as much as possible in advance of any ground war. Catherine?
With the desire to postpone any ground war, is there any concern that Saddam Hussein may be trying to engage U.S. and allied troops in these skirmishes to promote an earlier ground attack?
There is some concern about that, but Pentagon officials insist they're not going to fall into that trap. They say they are going to methodically and patiently continue this air war, for at least another 2 weeks, possibly even longer, before engaging the Iraqis in a ground offensive.
Thank you, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. David?
And closer to the front lines, there are new reports of ground skirmishes between U.S. and Iraqi forces. We said skirmishes. For the latest, CNN's Charles Jaco joining us live from Saudi Arabia. Charles.
Well, David, it's good morning, where it's about 8 minutes after 4 in the morning here in Saudi Arabia. There have indeed been reports of skirmishes, patrol-sized skirmishes, few men on each side running into each other, exchanging small arms fire and then withdrawing. But this is the first report of direct ground combat and man-to-man confrontation between the Iraqi and the U.S. forces up around the Kuwaiti border. This has happened with U.S. Marine patrols and Iraqi Army patrols. The Marines have been shelled up there for 3 or 4 nights in a row, mostly harassment fire, 5 or 6 shells digging out 20, 30-foot wide craters in the sand. A few minor injuries, but the military here claims it's nothing very serious. However, some heavy armor and some heavy vehicles are moving north toward the Kuwaiti border. M1A1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, lines of them. These are troops of the Army's Tiger Brigade moving north. In fact, we're led to understand they moved about 200 kilometers north toward the Kuwaiti border in about 48 hours. They're linking up there with the 2nd Marine Division. They're spending a lot of their time in the time-honored tradition of infantry and armor people everywhere. That is cleaning their weapons, moving on, and digging in. In fact, a lot of time up there is spent sifting through the talcum powder-like sand, trying to dig in positions. These troops of the Tiger Brigade and the 2nd Marine Division and all the others near the border are ready to move into Kuwait. None of them knows when the order is going to come, but they're ready with quite an array of firepower. And they say because of the night fighting capability they have with the M1A1 tanks and with the Bradley fighting vehicles, they think any attack should be launched at night. But as CNN's Wolf Blitzer just said, it appears now that this air war is going to drag on for 2 weeks, maybe longer, before any infantry or armor engages inside Kuwait or Iraq. The air war continues unabated. The figure we had earlier was 4,000 completed missions so far. That's probably a great deal higher because airfields all over Saudi Arabia and the carriers around here have been busy all day. Planes coming in, reloading, going back out again, hitting targets in Iraq and Kuwait. One other development, about, I guess, 12, 14 hours ago, one tends to lose track of time here, about 12 Iraqis were taken prisoner They were on an offshore oil rig, an old offshore oil rig off the coast of Kuwait, from which they were apparently directing SAM, that's S-A-M, surface-to-air missile fire. They were taken in. They're now, we believe, in the custody of the United States Marines. Eventually, we're led to understand they will be turned over to the Saudi Arabian government, and it will be up to the Saudis to do whatever they will with those prisoners. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, you began your report with word of the first skirmishes between the two forces. I would assume it's just across the Saudi lines in Kuwait, and what I'm asking is it at night that they're doing this?
Unclear. We just have reports probably at night, because the indications we're getting from military people here is these were probably, and we stress probably, reconnaissance patrols. A few men on each side. They meet up, exchange some small arms fire, and then withdraw. We don't know which side of the border it was on, whether it occurred in Kuwait or Saudi Arabia. We just know they were scattered. It was very light, no casualties. It would be no big deal at all. In fact, hardly worth mentioning, except it's the first indication we have of any direct ground-to-ground contact between U.S. forces and Iraqi Army forces.
And certainly no pool report. Charles, thank you very much.
Very little.
We'll be back, Charles, in a moment. We're coming back to take a look at right now in Tel Aviv. We'll return.
Israel has stayed out of the fighting in the Gulf War. This despite the fact it has been attacked several times with Iraqi Scud missiles. Joining us now live from Tel Aviv is CNN's Richard Bleister. Richard?
It's a little after 3 o'clock in the morning here, Catherine, and you don't need a town crier to tell you that all is well. Or if not well, at least that there hasn't been another missile attack like the one that greeted the dawn yesterday. Whether that has anything to do with the recently arrived U.S. Patriot missiles and the U.S. Army technicians to man them, we don't really know. But the people of Tel Aviv have their gas masks handy as they put another bad day behind them. CNN's Linda Scherzer now looks back on that day.
This time, the attack came as no surprise. After 3 false alarms, the 7 a.m. air raid siren shattered the still Sabbath morning. Within minutes of the alarm, 3 more missiles tipped with conventional warheads landed in Tel Aviv. Property damage was extensive, but casualties were few.
All the windows and doors are shut.
We're scared. Everyone's scared. Defense officials had a strong suspicion that Iraq would try again, that it would attempt to provoke Israel to retaliate, to drive a wedge in the U.S.-Arab alliance, and to turn the Allied war against Iraq into an Arab war against Israel.
Iraq is doing everything it can to involve Israel in the war. Israel is not and cannot wait for those missiles to attack Israel. We regard those 2 attacks on Israel as severe. Israel do preserve the right of self-defense, and we should defend and protect our population.
To beef up Israel's defenses and boost morale, U.S. military planes arrived in Israel today carrying Patriot anti-aircraft missile batteries to help Israel knock down Iraqi missiles. The Patriots were accompanied by U.S. soldiers who will train the Israelis how to use them. Top defense officials say the Patriots are now operational. And they may help Israel's decision to stay out of the war, at least for now. Although the U.S. is reportedly putting pressure on Israel to refrain from retaliating, its leaders refuse to say whether it's made any promises.
We have said that we will respond as we see fit, but I think it's important to parse out the sentence of retaliation versus other types of response. We have right now a problem, and the most immediate and vexing issue for us is how to prevent the further danger to the population of Israel, to the cities of Israel, to the skies of Israel.
Meanwhile, Israelis were told to keep off the streets and in their homes. Many people are gripped by fear and the feeling that Israel is under siege even when the missiles aren't flying. The Army has warned the population to expect more attacks and is not ruling out the possibility that the next missiles to arrive in Israel may contain chemical warheads. But Israeli leaders are making clear there is a limit to what they will stand for, and they have assured their citizens they will not be enduring this reign of terror for very long. Linda Scherzer, CNN, Jerusalem.
And back to those missiles for just a minute, Catherine. something that shows that there's more than missiles in the relationship between the United States and Israel. The Israeli radio has relayed a request from the Israeli telephone company for people to lay off the telephone a little bit here. They say normally the telephone traffic from the United States to Israel amounts to 3,000 calls an hour. Yesterday morning, in the hours after the missile attack, there were 700,000 calls. I'm Richard Blystone, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
CNN has a duty to ensure its viewers have the latest...
Each of the countries involved in the conflict has its own rules about news coverage, rules that sometimes prevent us from telling you the full story. Here are a few examples. Iraq has been censoring all news reports. Now, Iraq has ordered all journalists from outside to leave the country. Israel is now limiting reports on the number of missile attacks. That means no reports on the number of missile strikes unless Israeli authorities are quoted, and no reports at all on the specific locations of those strikes. Great Britain is not allowing reports on the specifics of tactics, casualties, or equipment damage. And the United States is restricting media interviews of U.S. personnel, and videotape and still pictures must be approved by a military censor.
French Jaguar Air.
They were laughing. They said, hey, Bush, 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 because we heard some.
Now, Saddam Hussein is making a radio broadcast to the people of Iraq. This is his second transmitted message to them since the war began. And now we'll join it if we can.
بريطانيا خلال استعمال وقال سماحة والنقابات العمالية وقد
It appears that we're unable to bring in our translation of the Saddam Hussein address. We don't know if he's giving it live or it was taped for transmission to the people of Baghdad and Iraq at this time. But we do know that some other things have taken place in the meantime. The costs of the war have gone up somewhat, the announced costs, and also some more military muscle is going to be steaming its way to the eastern Mediterranean. Let's get caught up on those details now. Gene Randall's at the Pentagon. Gene?
Reed, we do have a new report of losses in Operation Desert Storm. 2 more U.S. warplanes, Air Force F-16s, have crashed during bombing runs over Iraq, hit either by surface-to-air missiles or anti-aircraft fire. Each plane carried 1 pilot, and both are listed as missing. Also presumed missing, or missing rather, and presumed down, an Air Force F-15E with a crew of 2 men aboard. That brings the total of missing U.S. airmen to 12. 1 is believed killed in action. In addition, an Army medical evacuation helicopter crashed on Saturday, killing an Army soldier aboard. 6 others aboard the chopper, including 2 patients, 3 crew members, and 1 medic, were hospitalized, but no word on the extent of their injuries. Meanwhile, we have learned this morning the Pentagon will send another aircraft carrier to the Middle East, the 7th to be dispatched there since the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in early August. We're told the USS Forrestal, with 75 planes aboard, will be sent to the eastern Mediterranean, in part to provide a defensive cover for Israel against the risk of Iraqi attack. This comes just a day after Israel took delivery of 2 batteries of U.S. Patriot air defense missile systems. Systems accompanied by close to 200 U.S. Army troops will at least temporarily operate them. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
We want to remind our viewers that we are still awaiting and attempting to bring to you the radio address by Saddam Hussein from Iraq. As soon as we are able to do that, we'll tell you what the Iraqi leader has to say to his people this day. Both sides, of course, are claiming some successes in the battle for the skies of Iraq and new high-tech help for Israel against missile attack. We'll have more on the latest developments in the Gulf War now. This report is from CNN's Chet Burgess.
The Supreme Allied Commander in Saudi Arabia says he's quite satisfied.
I have been astounded, and I've been delighted, and I've been very thankful.
With coalition forces bombing Iraqi targets around the clock, General Schwarzkopf says Iraq has suffered direct hits to some of its most valuable military sites.
There is absolutely no question about the fact that our campaign to date has done a lot of damage to his chemical, nuclear, and biological capability.
No further missile attacks against Israel in the past 36 hours. But the question remains, will Israel respond to the two previous Iraqi attacks? Lawrence Eagleburger, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, is in Jerusalem to get some answers. The United States already has sent Patriot anti-missile batteries manned by U.S. crews to Israel, and the United States wants further assurances Israel will not retaliate, for now at least. Iraq did fire several missiles into Saudi Arabia late Saturday.
Iraq launched a volley of tactical surface-to-surface frog missiles toward Saudi Arabia. The missiles landed in the desert of the Saudi Arabia eastern province without causing any damage. The Air Force attacked and suppressed the launchers.
Baghdad, still under attack, reports more success against coalition air forces. The government now claims downing more than 150 Allied planes, but coalition officers say the actual number is under a dozen, and that 15 Iraqi jets have been shot down in air-to-air combat. Chet Burgess, CNN reporting.
Cloudy weather has been complicating the Allied efforts to assess the damage today from search and destroy missions. Even as the bombers continue hammering targets in and about Baghdad, though, Iraqi officials there express their continuing confidence of eventual victory against that U.S.-led coalition. Reporter Brent Sadler has more.
On the day that Iraq declared war on Israel with a missile strike against the Jewish state, Baghdad was attacked by high-altitude bombers. American B-52s were targeting areas just 5 miles from the heart of the city, destroying the main power station. The next target was the communications tower. From his darkened HQ, Iraq's information minister refused to acknowledge the Allied successes.
We say with all confidence and with all faith,
إيماننا بالله وبقائدنا العظيم صدام حسين.
Faith and belief in God and in our great leader Saddam Hussein.
إن المعركة قد حسمت بالنصر لنا بإذن الله.
That the battle was settled in our favor with the help of God. We are confident of victory and we are heading towards victory.
والحمد لله على كل شيء.
Praise be to God for everything.
Saddam Hussein interprets victory in obscure ways. He says the legend of America's rapid war to crush Iraq has been shot down. And
as you see now, we have more Iraqi TV pictures and the radio address as it was advertised from Saddam Hussein to the people of Iraq. Let's join it. This is not the address now, we are told, so let us return to where we were.
From his darkened HQ, Iraq's information minister refused to acknowledge the Allied successes.
We say with all confidence and with all faith,
إيماننا بالله وبقائدنا العظيم صدام حسين.
Faith and belief in God and in our great leader Saddam Hussein.
إن المعركة قد حسمت بالنصر لنا بإذن الله.
That the battle was settled in our favor with the help of God. We are confident of victory and we are heading towards victory.
والحمد لله على كل شيء.
Praise be to God for everything.
Saddam Hussein interprets victory in obscure ways. He says the legend of America's rapid war to crush Iraq has been shot down and believes that the longer his forces hold out, the greater the victory. All Muslims should strike at American interests anywhere. Saddam Hussein says it's now time for the holy war to spread. That same night, Allied planes were over Baghdad, delivering a massive retaliatory strike for the attack on Israel. The payload guidance systems are astonishing in their accuracy. It's a kind of reassurance given our proximity to the points of detonation. This aerial siege has stripped the capital of its ability to give heat, light and water to its population. Living conditions for the civilians will soon become primitive at this rate. Shops are closed. People are unable to buy food. The reality of what this war is doing to Iraq must be sinking in. If people have second thoughts, no one is willing to express it. On Saturday morning, we could see that a cruise missile had sliced off the top 200-foot section of the main communications tower. Computer technology to achieve that kind of accuracy is also designed to minimize civilian casualties. Iraq claims that attacks have killed many civilian women and children, yet they have failed to show any large-scale casualties to us. I have managed to see a few injured civilians in hospital and some bomb-damaged domestic property, but without a camera. And in the propaganda war, that adds up to a form of defeat. Brent Sadler, ITN, Baghdad.
We'd like to point out to our viewers that in that Brent Sadler report, the television footage, the pictures seen of Saddam Hussein, we are not sure when those photographs were actually taken. Of course, videotape can be played at any time, and perhaps that was shot some time ago. We are also attempting to bring you details of an address that was scheduled for noon on Iraqi radio by Saddam Hussein. We'll find out more about that as we are able to. And when we come back in just a moment, we'll bring you the very most recent report we have from Peter Arnett, one of the few correspondents left in Baghdad. That's coming up. Stay tuned. As we told you earlier, Baghdad radio had reported about 45 minutes or an hour ago that Saddam Hussein would be addressing his people over Baghdad radio at 12 noon Eastern time, about 13 minutes ago. We have been attempting to monitor Radio Iraq. The signals are very weak and the information is sometimes confusing from there. When we are aware of an address by Saddam Hussein, if it takes place, we hope to bring that to you live, or at least bring you details of what the Iraqi leader had to say, if indeed that address does take place. Iraq has allowed 3 CNN employees and a WTN cameraman to remain in Baghdad, but all other international journalists have been ordered to leave. CNN correspondent Peter Arnett is among those who have been allowed to stay. He filed this report today under the watchful eye of Iraqi censors.
Early afternoon here in Baghdad. It's 3.5 days since the airborne bombardment and missile attacks began against the Iraqi capital and elsewhere in Iraq and Kuwait. There have been several alert sirens resounding through the city already today. The air and missile attacks have been continuing since the first strikes began. The international press corps that has been covering the story here has departed today. They've been ordered out by the government. However, CNN has been invited to remain to cover the developing story, leaving the 3 CNN man team the only Western journalists still in the country. An information ministry official said the decision to let CNN be here in Baghdad was based on the proven impartiality, he said, of the network in covering this story since its beginning. The CNN people here are executive producer Robert Wiener, satellite engineer Nick Robertson, and myself. We are assessing our stay here on an hour-to-hour basis. Our news reports are continuing to be subject to censorship by officials from the information ministry, and movement is still very restricted around the city, and photographs are not yet permitted. The Al-Rashid Hotel, where we are staying, has become a haven for diplomats from several Arab and Asian countries. Most guests are spending their nights in the hotel bomb shelter. The Baghdad newspaper Al-Thara, the organ of the Socialist Baath Party, today headlines the Iraqi missile attack in Israel, telling the Palestinians, quote, "We are coming to liberate you," unquote. The headlines also claim that it was a, quote, "black day on the U.S. Air Force." The paper claiming 142 aircraft have so far been shot down since the war began. The headlines praise the abilities of the Iraqi anti-missile teams. It claims 5 cruise missiles were destroyed yesterday, that's Saturday. Here in Baghdad, we saw 1 cruise missile that was shot down near the hotel. The debris landed in the staff quarters of the hotel, and starting fires. The impact of the explosion blasted the CNN workspace in the lobby bar of the Al-Rashid Hotel, breaking the plate glass windows and tossing producer Robert Wiener across the room, but he was unhurt. A second cruise missile passed by our window on the 10th floor of the hotel, about 100 yards out. It was traveling from us. It continued on to hit a target elsewhere in the city. The first statistics have been given by the government on casualties. The newspaper Al-Hara today reported that there were 40 dead civilians and 140 wounded in bombing of civilian targets. The paper also reported 31 dead and 51 wounded on the battlefield. As of this moment, early afternoon, it is quiet in Iraq's capital city. Peter Arnett, CNN, reporting live from Baghdad.
Of course, Peter Arnett and his CNN colleagues Bernard Shaw and John Holliman provided exclusive live coverage of those early air raids against Iraq. We want to give you another reminder at half past the hour, about 15 minutes from now. We will be taking you live to Saudi Arabia, where we expect to have a briefing from the Allied forces on the latest going-ons in Operation Desert Storm. That's at 12:30 Eastern Time. Now let's take you to Virginia Beach, where CNN's Larry Lamont is standing by at a Catholic church there. It is, of course, Sunday.
This is the Star of the Sea Catholic Church. It's one of hundreds of churches in the Roanoke, Virginia Beach area, playing a critical role for the military families. There are many military bases here. The families who need solace and support at a time when their husbands and wives and brothers are over there. This is the third Mass today here. At each service, we have seen the deep emotion of those who are sad and fearful.
From search of wealth and power and scorn of truth and right, from trust in bombs that shower destruction through the night.
Father McIntyre, in this time of war, when you look into the eyes of members of your congregation, what do you see?
Sadness and worry. There's quite a few people here who have husbands, sons over in the Persian Gulf, and they're worried. We certainly hope that they, that this ends in a hurry and that they come back safely. And this is their cry, and they have cried at our services. Just broke down and cried. It's very serious, and they know it. Of course, they come here together to pray for a miracle, to pray to bring the boys home.
Bread and wine, and ask you to send your Holy Spirit.
My thoughts are with my husband and his men and the other men and women who are over in the area now, and especially with my family, too, that they will be strong enough to endure all the months or weeks or days that lie ahead of uncertainties and worries and concerns.
What do you say in your prayers?
That I hope everybody, my dad and all the other men and women, can come home safely.
Look not on our sins, but on the faith of your church.
I like to think of the Blessed Mother, to say a Hail Mary for him. And I think if you say some prayer, then that way it makes you more at peace with yourself.
Two of the missing American pilots are from Virginia Beach, so on this Sunday, many of the prayers pouring from the churches here are for them and their families. I'm Larry Lamont, CNN Live, Virginia Beach, Virginia.
And here in Washington, we have a little more about what Saddam Hussein has just told the people of Iraq in a noontime Eastern Time speech. He has issued a defiant message saying that the United States-led coalition thought it would be a war of a few days, but has been forced to calculate, says Saddam Hussein, after 4 days of fighting. Here we quote him, "So far we have used only a small part of our forces. The tyrants, Bush's missiles and aircraft are being destroyed," he said. And he goes on to say his forces are fighting with heroism and courage, which is unprecedented in the history of war. So spake Saddam Hussein moments ago in a speech to his people. We don't know if it was delivered live or was a taped address, but that has been monitored in various Far Eastern and Middle Eastern points. This is the information which comes to us via the Associated Press in Nicosia, Cyprus. We're going to talk to a member of the Palestine National Council in just a moment as our coverage of the war continues.
We need to get in managers right away. Maintain, please, 20,000. There is still traffic.
Hey, Dick, where's Kiribati? Try the library.
Okay.
This is my library.
And I suppose that's your atlas.
No, this is my 21-volume encyclopedia. This is my atlas.
I just put this into my Magnavox computer and I get a dictionary, thesaurus.
The new Magnavox PC combines compact disc with computer technology to make your whole family smarter. IBM compatible and complete with an entire software library.
My brother's never even heard of Kiribati.
Don't get smart, Tom. It's too late.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Washington apples. They're as good as you've heard.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257. Call now and you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal and this valuable 120-page guide to understanding money and markets. That's 13 weeks of the Journal for the news and ideas you need every business day. And this guide free, which tells you everything you want to know about money and markets, all for only $37, a 24% savings off the newsstand price. Call now, toll-free, 800-638-9600. That's 800-638-9600 for today's Wall Street Journal.
Business some, please. You come back right, with help. Arabia. Come right, number 1.
We now have obtained a taped recording of Saddam Hussein's just delivered speech to people from Baghdad, Iraq. CNN is providing the English translation of it.
The people, the poor and the needy will be granted grace from God because they have feared God, and He will give them in abundance. Men of goodwill know, and strugglers and believers know. They know that the Iraqis will fight, and they will fight persistently and continually. It remains for us to say to all the Arabs and to all believers and strugglers and to all men of goodwill throughout the world that you have the duty of jihad, or holy war, to eliminate evil and corruption everywhere and to strike at their interests everywhere. And this is your duty. You should carry out. We should be associated with the struggle of your brethren in Iraq. You are part of our valiant armed forces in this struggle, in the effort made by the believers and strugglers. And if you are seized by the enemy, you will have a reward from God, and you will be inevitably released when the war is over, according to international laws and conventions on the release of war prisoners. Therefore, you would have been pleasing your God and your conscience, and you would have been loyal to your principles and values. God is great, God is great, and shame to the shameless.
And so that is the short address, the talk given by Saddam Hussein, the president of Iraq. As we say, we do not know if it was a recorded, pre-recorded talk, as they say, or whether he delivered it live from Baghdad, but it was addressed via Baghdad radio to the people of Iraq, and you heard what the message was. CNN provided the translation from Arabic to English. Let's go now to Linda Scherzer, who has been standing by at our bureau in Jerusalem. Linda?
Read, from the little that I could hear here in Jerusalem, Saddam Hussein sounds like a man who's trying to unite the Arab masses, to isolate Israel, to try and provoke this country into retaliating, into hitting back, to change this conflict from an allied war against Iraq into an Arab war against Israel. And leaders here are fully prepared for that, which they've called a worst-case scenario. So far, of course, Israel has been attacked twice by Iraqi missiles. So far, Israel has decided not to retaliate, but that could change very quickly, and Israeli leaders are saying now that there are some clear red lines. So far, the damage has been relatively minimal. The casualties have been fairly low, but Israeli leaders have been promising that if chemical weapons are to be used in this conflict, that Israel will have no choice but to strike back. Reed?
Linda, what is the reaction of Israel and the populace of Israel to the now arrival and deployment of the 2 batteries of Patriot missiles and the promised deployment in the eastern Mediterranean of yet another U.S. aircraft carrier?
Well, Israel, of course, is very encouraged by the show of U.S. support here. Israelis are feeling a lot more secure now that those 2 Patriot missile batteries have arrived. But they are certainly not depending entirely on the United States, on any other country to defend Israel, because they know that when it comes right down to it, that Israel has stood alone in the past, and if need be, it's going to have to fight by itself in the future.
The level of trepidation, though, has it gone down since these other events have transpired, and since you've gotten through at least one night unmolested by Scuds?
Well, people were feeling a little more at ease today. Of course, we were awakened this morning by our alarm clocks instead of by the air raid sirens that had awakened us over the past couple of days. But people are expecting that he will strike again. People are staying close to their homes. If you've seen any of the pictures out of here today, you know that if they are going out into the streets, if they are going into the supermarkets, virtually everyone is carrying their gas masks around with them. People are clearly concerned that the next time that the missiles land here, that they may, in fact, be missiles tipped with chemical warheads, and they're prepared for anything now.
All right, Linda Scherzer, thank you for our live report from our bureau in Jerusalem. Let's go now to the White House and get the latest from Frank Sesno. Frank?
Well, Reed, President Bush is up at Camp David, and the extent to which he's monitoring this situation is determined by events. He's hearing updates from the Situation Room, and no doubt we'll get an update at some point on Saddam Hussein's most recent comments, which aren't very surprising. They're the sort of things that one would expect from a leader of this nature in a conflict of this nature. I think one thing that's worth pointing out in his hardline comments there and claims about how everyone is doing and the fact that his troops will fight on heroically and that the Allied forces are not doing very well at all is that there really is very little confirmable information. We have had briefings. We'll get another one from the U.S. side shortly, but there's very little way of corroborating any of this with our own eyes. So this is one stage of the war. One part of the war is the psychological warfare and the propaganda battles, and Saddam Hussein himself has shown that he is very much in that one still.
Interestingly, Frank, Saddam Hussein, in his call for jihad, mentions that those who might be taken captive or otherwise injured in it would be accorded all of the privileges of international law. The Geneva Conventions he seems to invoke, indicating that when it's over, they will be released. God will have rewarded them in the meantime. This is the first time I can recall that the call for jihad also invokes the Convention of Geneva at the same time.
Well, Saddam Hussein is a realist to the extent that he knows he's in war now, and he knows that he's going to have his own citizens, his own troops, taken prisoner as well. If the Geneva Convention applies to one side, then it's supposed to apply from the other. I'd point out that the Deputy Chief of Mission from Iraq was into the State Department yesterday receiving a communication from the U.S. that it expected Iraq to live by the Geneva Convention.
It depends. We're telling the crew here that they can leave if they want to. We may stay here, we may not. We're certainly not going to put anyone's life in danger, but so far we just wanted to bring the news to you that there is an air raid on here in Dhahran. Reports of 5 incoming Scud missiles. Patriot missiles are being fired.
What does the sky look like right now, Charles? Do you see anything further?
It is completely dark. No, it is dark. It is overcast. There are no stars in the sky at all. All we can see occasionally is the streak of Patriots going up into the air and hear the sound of the air raid sirens. Right now, we still don't know what's going on. The lights of the city are still on, but we're not sure that would make a great deal of difference, given the fact that an air-to-air missile would not be affected by the lights. An Air Force raid would. Right now, the last of the people we can see have scrambled into the shelter. There's still traffic on the streets. There's still some people up here, journalists up here on these platforms, but we're getting ready with our gas masks to run to the shelter if things start becoming dangerous, and we feel they're dangerous. Right now, we're going to try to stay here as long as we can. If we can move the camera out this way over toward this field behind us, we'll see if we can see anything, because sometimes the streaks of light show that the Patriot launches, if we can pull out to the widest shot we can get, will come from that general direction. But we're being told that we should evacuate this position immediately. We're going to stay here as long as we can until we feel it's no longer safe. But right now, there does appear to be an air raid, at least from what we're told, going on. We've had several of these before, and right now we're just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Charles, we heard just a moment or two ago what seemed to be the siren going off, ceasing. It was quiet there. Is this a different siren we're hearing now? Is this a different kind of a warning?
This is the hotel siren. What you heard earlier, the whining siren, was the national siren from the National Civil Defense Agency. Any more word? Nothing from downstairs? Got your mask?
Right here.
Okay. No, we were just checking with one of our uplink engineers. There's no more word from upstairs. We're running on generator power now because we expect to lose electricity any moment. But right now we're standing and waiting here, gas masks at the ready, to see what's going to happen. But the only information we can give you is that we're told there's an air raid on. Red Cross trucks are moving across the road behind us. But we have no idea what's going to happen next.
Okay, Charles, briefly, can you tell us, do you know how long it would take for a Scud missile from the launch time to get to where you are?
Depends on where it's launched from. We understood the one that was intercepted over here a couple of days ago came from Basra in Iraq. Flight time for that might be 5-6 minutes. If these were actually launched, we probably got about 2 minutes or less before impact, but we're not sure. We've seen streaks going from over here, which means they're outgoing missiles, but we haven't seen any reports of incoming missiles so far. We've seen the Patriots. How many Patriots did you see go off? Well, we're getting reports of either 3 or 5 Patriots being fired into the air. These are, of course, these new high-tech missiles that can supposedly intercept a ballistic missile in flight. For our sake, if this is a real alert, let's hope they work.
Charles, if one is fired, is it possible for us to be able to see that happening? Could you get pictures?
Well, you could hear the bang, and you could. No, we couldn't see it from here because of our camera position. You could see the streak. What? I saw one of them. Yeah, we saw a streak going across the sky. You wouldn't be able to see it from here. You know, you saw an intercept. Okay, Daryl, come here. This is Daryl. I'm sorry, I don't even know your last name, Daryl.
Trim.
Yeah. Daryl Trim, our uplink engineer. Daryl, tell us what you saw.
I came out to take the uplink down after the tape feed, and there was a streak of light going up, and about 3 o'clock right here, there was a loud explosion, and the sky lit up.
And that was about how long ago?
It's been about 14, 15 minutes ago now.
Oh, that long ago?
Yeah.
Well, maybe these
Time
Patriots...
flies when you're having fun.
Indeed. Anyway, maybe these Patriots are working, but there is a mammoth, well, we guess mammoth, air raid going on right now. We're standing here with the gas masks at the ready to put them on and run to the shelter. We're hoping we won't have to if this Patriot system is effective as all the Army people and the military people claim they are.
Charles Jaco, cool in the face of this, as always. We will keep our line open to you. We want to leave just a moment now and go to Riyadh, where our correspondent Mark Dolmage is going to join us. Mark, what's the situation there?
Okay, give us a wide shot over there.
Mark Dolmage, can you hear me?
They've had up in Riyadh, the hotel alarm just went on, just stopped running. We've checked out on the street and we have crews out there. Traffic is pretty well stopped, but we have not had any reports of any Scud missiles or Patriot firings yet. What we've got are people with a lot of hearts beating pretty fast and looking. Most of the hotel and here at the Hyatt Regency, this is a hotel where all the media, or most of the media, has been assembled. And I think you'll find them right now, most of them down in the basement, all of them carrying gas masks and wondering just how long they're going to have to stay there. So far, we have had no word. We have seen nothing. We have heard nothing. Traffic at first, as a matter of fact, didn't seem to be paying much attention to it out on the street. It's a little after 10 p.m. tonight. But now, Ken Joust, who keeps running back and forth and trying to fill me in on what's going on out there, says it's pretty well thinned out and has almost stopped. So I guess everybody's got the word that when the alarm goes off, you better get off the street. So far, we haven't seen or heard anything.
Mark, we know we heard you told us the hotel siren was going off. Were there actual, like, air raid sirens, air raid warnings that went off in the city?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I had been up around 19 hours, and I had just gotten into bed thinking I really deserved this one, and I heard the alarm out on the street. And at first I said, I'm going to ignore it, and then I realized, well, that's stupid. So I got up, and by that time the hotel alarm was clanging away. Sounded just like a fire alarm. And you could hear boom, 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 people down the hall and down the elevator, and that was it. But there really isn't much to talk about. I'm hoping John Sweeney or Greg Lamont will come in here while I'm on the phone with you to tell me exactly what they saw. They've been out immediately with a crew, with gas mask in hand. I saw them running down the hall as I came in here.
Mark, what floor are you on in the hotel?
We're on the 4th floor. There's a nice balcony right outside that covers a couple of the main boulevards, so we're able to catch a good glimpse of traffic and get a feel of what's happening on the main streets.
And you feel fairly safe where you are right now? Nothing appears to be happening?
No, I do. I do feel safe, especially in light of the fact that I haven't seen or heard anything, and nobody's come in saying anything different. Obviously, these are things that you cannot ignore and you must take seriously, and we are.
Mark Dolmage, we'll, of course, keep our line open to you. Let us know as things progress there, if anything happens in Riyadh. We'll return now to Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia. And Charles, heard anything else?
We're hearing this whine over in this direction. We're not quite sure what it is. It could be just about anything. The reason I'm holding this mic right now on my IFB that I can hear you on is if we feel it's unsafe, we're going to unplug and run for the basement as fast as we can. But right now, we haven't seen or heard anything until the Patriots went off. We're trying to listen. Do you guys hear anything? There's something off to the west. We can't tell what it is, kind of a hissing sound. We don't know what it is. We sent some people downstairs to check with the military to get some sort of firm assessment of this threat, but we're not really sure.
Charles, it's been some 15 or 20 minutes since those sirens
Well, apparently, since the first one was fired off, if Daryl Trim, our uplink engineer, is reading his clock correctly, and that's his business, so I'm sure he was. We just found out about it about 4 or 5 minutes ago when Daryl yelled, they're firing Patriots, get out here as fast as you can, and we came out from the newsroom and got out here as fast as we could. But so far, we have no updates. It's fairly quiet. We heard this hiss over to the west. We've seen some Patriots arcing over our shoulder into the sky. Daryl says he saw one intercept something. There was a flash and an explosion up in the clouds because there's a low, hazy cloud cover tonight, kind of foggy, and that's it. What's amazing is we had so little warning. The hotel sirens didn't go off. The National Civil Defense sirens didn't go off until apparently whatever it was almost on top of us. Now, if they were Scud missiles, if they were planes, we just don't know.
It's about...
That's what we were told, that there were Scuds. But,
right.
You know, it could be anything.
It's about...
Oh, hold on a second.
Yes.
All the military's down in the basement, apparently, at the air raid shelter. Well, that may tell us something.
Feel safe.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
early
they're all
warning
down there.
system, Charles.
Yeah, if they know...
Reed, thank you very much. We'll, of course, be checking back with Charles Jaco and all of our correspondents.
Of the Gulf War, we want to take you back to Saudi Arabia, the eastern part of the country now, where CNN's Charles Jaco is. Air raid sirens have sounded in the past few minutes there. Have you been able to find out anything else, Charles?
Nothing at all. Nobody knows anything at all. Some planes took off here just a short time ago. We don't know where they were going or what's up. We haven't heard or seen anything else. A lot of soldiers are out here in full chemical gear, including their masks, indicating that we really should go downstairs. But we haven't been able to find out any other information so far. It's just quiet here right now. The Patriot missiles went off, and we're just waiting to see what happens next.
I know that we're still sorting out the information, but from what a CNN engineer told us, it sounds like he actually saw an intercept of a missile over the sky.
He saw the intercept overhead. The missile streaked up, disappeared behind the clouds, and then there was a flash of light in the clouds. There's some kind of dull roar up here now. It could be a plane or anything else. We're not quite sure what it is. It's a chopper. Okay, it's a helicopter that's been scrambled from over there. Go over on that helicopter there if you can see the lights. Okay, we've got a helicopter that's buzzing over the area right now. We're not quite sure what the chopper's up there for. There's an incoming Scud alert. Maybe they're monitoring for something, maybe they're looking for something, but it took to the air just seconds ago. Right now it's quiet, too quiet to use the old cliche,
well,
and we're sitting around waiting.
What's happened after some recent air raids there before? There's been some fairly immediate jet traffic behind you, hasn't there?
Right, yeah, jets would scramble, but the problem is there's been jet traffic in and out of here all day. The tempo of the raids on Iraq and Kuwait has continued, so maybe there aren't any jets over there. I mean, they've been scrambling fighter bombers like mad for the last 36 hours, flying continuous missions, so there may not be any jet traffic to get out of there.
Are we ready to check in with Greg Lamont? He is in Riyadh. Let's check in with Greg Lamont now, because the sirens also sounded in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let's see if he can tell us anything.
Yeah, they certainly did. We were about 10 minutes away from doing a live shot to inform the world about the latest debriefing we've gotten from the Allied forces, when all of a sudden, inside the hotel that we're located in, periodic bells started ringing. It wasn't a siren, it was bells in the hotel. And they rang 5, 6, 7 times, and then finally some military people went outside and indeed heard the sirens. Immediately they began an evacuation of the hotel down into the bomb shelter. The crew and everyone involved with CNN immediately went downstairs. Some were donning gas masks. This is the first alarm that we've had since the war began, since I've been here anyway, which is before the war began. And what I can tell you is that downstairs we were told that 2 missiles heading for Riyadh were apparently shot out of the sky 17 miles outside of the city. That's an unconfirmed report, but that's what the military has told us. What kind of missiles they may have been, we don't know. Possibly Scud missiles. But that is an unconfirmed report right now.
Well, we did...
As the situation stands right now, the all-clear signal has been given. We were told to wait an extra 5 minutes. We came back upstairs. Traffic is back to normal. During the period of the siren, it only got lightened out just a touch, one that you wouldn't really even notice. And it seems like everything is back to normal now. But the report that we got from the military down in the bomb shelter was that 2 missiles heading for Riyadh were shot out of the sky 17 miles outside of the city.
Greg, stand by there for just a minute, if you will. Let's see if John Sweeney, who is on the roof of the building, can hear us. John?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry about the telephone. It's necessary for me to hear you, to use this telephone, because in the rush of the recent minutes, we didn't have the correct equipment to bring up to the roof of this hotel. We're on the roof of a hotel in downtown Riyadh, which is located directly across from the Defense Ministry. And about 15 minutes ago, we had an air raid warning here in Riyadh. Since that time, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, we've had an all clear. So the apparent danger to Riyadh, the capital city of Saudi Arabia, is non-existent. But I can tell you that it's only the second time since the war began that we've had air raid warnings here in Riyadh. Both of them now have proved to be false ones.
I don't know if you heard Greg Lamont tell us that he heard one report that 2 Scud missiles actually had been shot out of the sky as they were heading toward Riyadh. And we heard from Charles Jaco that it appeared anywhere between 3 and 5 Patriot missiles were fired from his location in Saudi Arabia.
That is very, very likely. Riyadh is ringed with Patriot missiles and has been for some time. Aside from the defense ministry here, this is where General Schwarzkopf and his generals work out and plan Operation Desert Storm. It is also the location where King Fahd and his high-ranking people are. There is also a very major airport not too far from here where the AWACS airplanes fly out, an integral part of the whole operation. So this area has been ringed for some time with a complex system of Patriot missiles.
CNN's Charles Ziwi, I'm being told, is reporting that there are air raid sirens sounding in Bahrain TV, and that Bahrain television is warning citizens there of imminent danger. That report is coming through Bahrain TV from CNN's Charles Ziwi. He says that's what he is hearing from there. So at least 3 sites we know of that have had sirens sounding. The all clear given where John Sweeney and Greg Lamont are in Riyadh. We still don't know what the situation is where Charles Jaco is. We would like to check back in with Charles Jaco and see if they have been given the all clear or if they're still waiting to hear something.
All of the places you mentioned, Bahrain and Riyadh, are technically within range of modified Scud missiles, providing that they are fired from the southern part of Kuwait. Then Riyadh and Bahrain especially would be closer, and therefore both are within range. There was some debate whether missiles could hit the Riyadh area, and indeed there is some question whether they could hit them accurately.
I'm being told that we're not able to reach Charles Jaco for the time being. It is not necessarily any cause for alarm, but as soon as we can get back with him. Okay, we have him back now. Let's check back in with Charles Jaco and see what's happening there. Charles?
Hi there. Our producer, Terry Frieden, has just been doing checking around. Terry, come here for a second. What kind of information you have? Anything at all?
None of the military people are in the JIB in Riyadh. None of the military people are in the Joint Information Bureau here in Dhahran. So there's no way at this point to find out exactly what happened. I did go down to the bomb shelter to try to find out what happened. Everyone is down there with gas masks on, except about 20 network people who are crazy enough to be out here. I had to physically fight off 2 people to stay outside of the shelter. Well, finally, they said in or out. They put up the barricade. Now no one who's out can get in. That's all I know.
So we're kind of stuck out here.
We are, and I'll keep checking and try to find out what I can learn.
Thank you, producer Terry Frieden. So they've barricaded the shelter downstairs, so there you have that. We're going to wait and see what's going on. Again, the all-clear has been sounded in Riyadh. We've heard no evidence of an all-clear here, but, you know, in this area, they err on the side of caution in that an all-clear may not be sounded for the longest time after there is no longer any danger. So we're just going to have to keep waiting and watching. And if we feel there's any danger, believe me, we will be among the first to be off of this location.
Thank you very much, Charles, and we will keep back in touch with you to make sure we know what's going on. To sum up, Riyadh has been given an all clear. We don't know the situation in Dhahran where Charles Jaco is, and we had a report that Bahrain television is reporting sirens and warning its citizens of imminent danger. Don?
As we've just been reporting to you, air raid sirens did blare in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. CNN's Charles Jaco, as we heard in Dhahran, tells us 5 Iraqi Scud missiles have been reported incoming, and Scud-stopping Patriot missiles have now been fired. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein says he has used only a small part of his military in 4 days of fighting, but he says his forces will soon step up their response to Allied attacks. In a 5-minute radio address to his people, Saddam Hussein said his forces will respond on a larger scale using all the means and potential God has given us. The Iraqi leader said his ground forces have yet to take part in the fighting and that only a small number of his warplanes have been used.
In Saudi Arabia, Charles?
Yes, we're hearing more sirens now. We'd led to understand that one hotel here in town and Bahrain television had declared an all clear, but we're getting more sirens here now. We don't know if it's a further alert or an all clear. We're hearing a roar behind us. It could just be traffic noise. We're a little jumpy, as you might understand. But we don't know what the situation is right now. Again, more air raid sirens. There is a roar over there sounding like a jet trying to take off. Again, the situation's unclear, but we've been locked out of the shelter. So, again, with more sirens going off and, okay, there's a plane going in. There's a plane going up in the air. Can you go up to that plane? I'm not sure that there would be a plane taking to the air if it was not an all clear, but there's no way to tell. There's no way to tell at all. Planes are taking off slowly. This one's heading off, so we can't tell if that's an all clear siren or if it's an alert to go into the shelter if you can get to one. Right now, we just know that there is more siren activity behind us, and you know, we'll have to see what develops. We have not seen or heard any more Patriot missiles going off. We haven't seen or heard any more intercepts. And again, Bahrain Television supposedly issued an all clear. Another hotel here in town issued an all clear. But now we get these sirens. Maybe that was the all clear. Maybe we should take a course in identifying sirens, or maybe it was another air raid alert. We just don't know at this point.
And still, Charles, there's nothing going on in the airstrip behind you?
Except for that plane you just saw taking off, no, it's relatively quiet.
Thank you, Charles. We will stick with you and come back to you if we hear anything else. Let's go now to Don.
All right.
And we were just reporting that Saddam Hussein is missing and one co-pilot has been confirmed to be dead. CNN's Chet Burgess has more now on the developments in the war.
The latest from the U.S. military in Saudi Arabia. The Allied air forces of Operation Desert Storm have flown more than 7,000 missions against the forces of Saddam Hussein.
Emphasis continues to be placed on offensive counter-air and interdiction missions. The objectives of the large-scale interdiction airstrikes continue to be the destruction of major Iraqi military complexes, the Republican Guards, airfields, air defense assets, long-range artillery and missile sites, and command and control elements.
Word on Allied ground forces, a whole lot less action.
The United States Army and Marine Corps continue to maintain a defensive posture within Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, Marine Central Command reported that a forward unit was receiving incoming rocket fire. A-6s and A-10s were dispatched. They attacked the Iraqi positions, and the rocket fire ceased. There were no U.S. casualties. There still has been no direct hostile confrontation on the ground.
Several hours earlier, the U.S. commander for Operation Desert Storm declared himself astounded by and thankful for the relatively low level of Allied casualties to date.
We have an integrated campaign plan here that is very carefully designed to minimize casualties. And if that campaign plan unfolds as we expect it to, the casualties, I hope, will continue to be low.
Meantime, word that Iraqi gunners fired tactical Frog missiles at Saudi Arabia late Saturday. The bottom line, no damage done to the Allies.
The missiles landed in the desert of the Saudi Arabia eastern province without causing any damage. The Air Force attacked and suppressed the launchers from which the missiles has been fired.
Away from the Gulf, the U.S. has dispatched Patriot missiles to Israel. The objective, to reduce Israeli fears of renewed attack by Iraqi Scud missiles. The Israeli military confirms the Patriot weapon system is now operational and currently manned by U.S. crews. The USS Forrestal is key to another move to strengthen the air defense umbrella over Israel. Pentagon sources say this aircraft carrier will be heading to the eastern Mediterranean in the near future. And in a diplomatic deployment, the Bush administration has sent Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger to Israel. His mission, to encourage the Jewish state to stay on the sidelines in the Gulf War. I'm Chet Burgess, CNN reporting.
And we have a report just in, not yet confirmed by CNN. CBS reports that Patriot missiles have intercepted Iraqi missiles fired at Riyadh and Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They did not mention how many missiles may have been fired or how many incoming missiles may have been downed. 3 to 5 Patriots were reported to have been fired by our Charles Jaco, who was standing outside in Saudi Arabia. We have no more on that report. When we do, of course, we'll bring it to you.
In the past 40 minutes, air raid sirens sounded throughout Saudi Arabia. We have heard word that there is now an all-clear in Riyadh and Bahrain. We don't know about where Charles Jaco is in eastern Saudi Arabia. Let's check back in with him. Charles, is there an all-clear there yet?
Well, that's two of us who don't know. We heard this warbling wail behind us that we thought might have been an all-clear, but it was very faint. We couldn't really hear. So far, it's quiet out here. We're told that we saw, our uplink engineer, Daryl Trim, told me he saw 3 missiles go up into the air. There was one went up behind me here. There was a flash of light over us. One went up to the west over in that direction. There was a flash of light, and one went up almost directly overhead from where we are, and there was a flash of light. 3 more went up and headed due north, skittering off toward Iraq and Kuwait. We've had reports from an engineer with the broadcast pool here, and this is unconfirmed, that he had received reports that some Scud missiles had been intercepted. We have no reports, no confirmation from this point what these missiles hit, if they were Scuds, what was incoming, how much of them there were, or indeed whether or not there's an all clear. We just know several ground-to-air missiles were launched. 3 of them went off in the skies more or less over us. What they hit, we don't know, and 3 more went flying north at top speed towards some sort of target. That's all we know right now. It's quiet. There's still lights on the city. We saw convoys of Red Cross and Red Crescent vehicles moving down the street, not in any great hurry. There isn't anybody on the street right now, I can assure you, and
Charles?
things are very, very quiet. Yes.
Stand by, if you will, for just a minute, and let me read this report just in from Reuters Wire Services. An air raid alert, it says, was briefly sounded in the nearby island state of Bahrain, and a loud explosion was heard on the island, witnesses said. The alert and the explosion coincided with the alarm sounded at Dhahran. That report from Reuters Wire Services. Charles, I have to ask you, psychologically, I'm sure the people in Saudi Arabia are going through the same thing that you are. How many times can you go through this, and how tiring does it become emotionally?
Well, it takes a drain on you after a while. The people of Saudi Arabia and the expatriates, U.S., British, and other citizens here, have, in the pilot's terms, maintained an even strain. They've been fairly calm and straightforward about their business. Businesses were closed here in town for a few days. They'd started to reopen one by one today. There's been no wholesale panic. People, of course, are concerned. You obviously are going to be when things like this keep happening. I think they're given a fair sense of security by the amount of U.S. and other military hardware around them, especially these Patriot missiles, if indeed they have worked and if indeed they've intercepted Scuds. People are concerned. Some people have told us they had trouble getting to sleep at night. Their children have nightmares, the kinds of things you might tend to expect. But so far, there has been no sense of panic and no sense of people running around in the streets or anything like that. It's not to say everyone's sleepwalking through this. Everyone we've seen is carrying a gas mask like this, and they keep it with them generally at all times, but people are trying at least to go about their daily lives.
I wonder if there's another danger here, and that being if alarms sound off enough times and nothing happens, if people will start to not take them seriously.
Well, that could happen, but so far as we've seen here, everybody takes these seriously because we are, as has been made evident now twice, within range of whatever the Iraqis, if that's what these are. If these were Scuds, where we are is well within. There was just a muffled explosion off in the distance to the northeast someplace. We don't know what it was. Daryl, what? Oh, the people in the broadcast booth next door dropped something. Well, there you have it. What was that I was saying about people not getting jumpy? Obviously, you do tend to jump a little when this kind of thing happened. But you know, people are trying to go about their everyday lives and trying to continue. You, in the middle of a situation like this, tend to jump at noises you hear. But right now, things are fairly quiet. There's, you know, I thought it was a roar. Maybe the air conditioning compressor coming on. Who knows? But so far, as we know, the all clear hasn't been sounded, and people are still under a state of alert here.
I'm sure your nerves are frazzled. Thank you, Charles. When we hear that there's been an all clear, we will let you know. You let us know if you hear first. Charles Jaco reporting in Saudi Arabia. Don?
As you can imagine, we're getting an array of information from just about every quarter, not immediately verifiable. This report comes to us from the Agence Presse. It says that an Allied Tornado fighter plane was shot down Sunday near the Jordanian-Iraqi border, and that its 2 crew members were captured by the Iraqis. That, an authoritative source citing eyewitness reports. 2 Jordanian truck drivers who were in Iraq and heading for the Jordanian border were killed by an explosion as they approached the debris of the plane. The incident was reported to the Jordanian authorities by eyewitnesses, as we mentioned, who added that the pilot and co-pilot of the plane ejected safely out of the aircraft and were captured by Iraqi troops. A British military official in Riyadh earlier said that the Royal Air Force lost a 3rd plane.
Destroyed 2 Iraqi missiles fired at Saudi Arabia. That report comes to us from Associated Press, but a Saudi official is now confirming the report that Patriot missiles have destroyed 2 Iraqi missiles that were fired at Saudi Arabia. We will have a report from Saudi Arabia in just a moment. Mr. Zog.
Reports of air raid sirens at major centers throughout Saudi Arabia, and now we end this hour of reportage with an update on those sirens. Greg Lamont is standing by now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and what can you add for us, Greg?
Well, it was an hour ago that the air raid sirens went off in both Riyadh and in Dhahran. The all clear has been given, but what we are learning now, at least a Saudi official is confirming, that 2 Iraqi missiles were fired at Saudi Arabia. but that Patriot missiles shot them out of the sky, we're told, 17 miles outside of the city of Riyadh. This is the first air raid siren that's gone off in Riyadh since the war with Iraq began, although Iran has been getting besieged with them. What happened was, here in the hotel, bells started ringing, and then some military people ran outside and said, indeed, that the air raid sirens were blaring. Immediately began an evacuation. We all went downstairs to the hotel's bomb shelter. Once in the bomb shelter, we were told, indeed, that 2 Iraqi missiles had been sent towards Saudi Arabia, but again had been shot down out of the sky, 17 miles outside of the city. As we understand it, there has been no reports of any damage or injuries, but this marks the second attack on Saudi Arabia in as many nights. Saudi Arabia came under attack by Iraqi rockets last night. The Iraqis fired some Soviet-made Frog missiles. These are surface-to-surface missiles, but they fell well short of their target areas into the sand and fell harmlessly to the ground. In response, Allied forces located the rocket launchers inside of Iraq and destroyed them. It indicates that Israel is certainly not Saddam Hussein's only target. In the meantime, the Allied forces are bearing down on 250 targets. We were told today they have flown 7,000 sorties, if you can believe it. That is well beyond anything that history has ever seen this early in a confrontation. The costs of the confrontation are slowly beginning to rise. 9 U.S. and 6 Allied aircraft have been lost. 12 U.S. pilots are missing. The Allied forces claim to have shot down 15 Iraqi jets. The Iraqis say that they have shot down 154 Allied planes. On the ground, 2 servicemen have died, not because of any kind of battle, but because that their bunkers collapsed on them. Yesterday, it was reported that 12 Iraqi prisoners of war were taken following a battle in the Gulf. Today, we have learned that there are even more. 5 Iraqis, we were told yesterday that 12 Iraqis were picked up after a confrontation in the Gulf on some oil platforms. As it turns out, there were several other Iraqis trying to escape in rubber rafts. They were picked up, and now there are 23 POWs, the first in this confrontation with Iraq. Once again, we are being told that Saudi officials are confirming that 2 missiles shot from Iraq were shot down by Patriot missiles 17 miles outside of Riyadh.
Okay, Greg, and the first Purple Heart in the Persian Gulf War will be awarded to a 19-year-old Navy medic from California. Clarence Cummer of Hemet in Southern California was hit by Iraqi shrapnel Thursday while on Marine patrol near the Kuwaiti border. Connor is recovering after having a jagged piece of metal removed from his right shoulder. He's a Navy-trained medic assigned to the Marines to provide combat first aid. Connor will receive the award upon his return to the United States.
That's it for this hour. We will be sure to let you know and break into the programming if there is any new developments you need to know about. I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
And I'm Don Miller. Thank you for watching, and stay with us.
Really did a particular job
from behind us here, one directly over the hotel where we're staying, one a little further to the west. All 3 disappeared into a cloud cover above us, and there were flashes of light as if they had intercepted a missile of some sort. 3 more missiles, presumably Patriots, were launched and headed due north from here toward the border with Kuwait. Saudi officials